before you all leave, make sure you get a bag, one of the white bags on the table, because in that bag you'll find a couple free books as well as a nice T-shirt with this image on it. Brought to you by my wife. She felt great. So, George Washington, first president of the United States. When I was in school, what they taught us about George Washington was that he had wooden teeth. He had wooden teeth. He was the guy with wooden teeth. And then I had a 6th grade teacher, and she said, well, actually, he didn't have wooden teeth. His teeth were made out of ivory. And so then I remember when I was in high school, I was on a church mission trip to Eagle Butte Native American Reservation in North Dakota. And I spent 2 weeks out in Eagle Butte, and we ran like a daycare in the neighborhood, and we also cleaned up some of their graveyards. And then the final night of the mission trip, we actually went to Mount Rushmore. And so we were all gathered in front of Mount Rushmore, and they turned the lights on, and they had the presents up there. And the park ranger said, is there anyone here who knows any interesting facts about any of the presidents? And there was dead silence. I thought, no one here knows any facts. I raised my hand. They called on me. He said, Lord, what do you know? And I said, well, George Washington, they said his teeth were made out of wood, but they were actually made out of ivory. And so I won a prize. They gave me like a coffee mug or something like that. I felt, wow, okay, I'm the only one who remembered that. And from what I understand, that's contested. Now there's even other stories about where his teeth may have come from and such. So it's kind of stupid, and that kind of shows you how American education really kind of obscures things. I mean, you think the founder of the country, that's what we remember about him, is whether his teeth were made of wood or ivory or, that's the important thing. But, when he was leaving office, George Washington actually gave a farewell address that was a bit more poetic and important and deep than what we just heard from Joe Biden when he was leaving office. And there was a line in that speech. He said, it is our true policy to steer clear of permanent alliance with any portion of the foreign world. That's what he said. And many people reference George Washington's farewell address when he's speaking about how we should avoid foreign entanglements and we should not have any permanent alliance. And that's interesting because NATO has certainly been a permanent alliance. U.S. support for Israel has certainly been a permanent alliance. Certainly flies in the face of U.S. policy. But it actually points to something a lot deeper, because the real question in the American Revolution was an economic question. We have a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, we're told. What is the pursuit of happiness? It's the right to expand your economic condition, to get a better life, to have your children have a higher living standard than you have, to have economic opportunity. Pursuit of happiness meant economic growth and economic empowerment. And what's interesting is at the same time that we had our revolution in the United States, there was another country in our hemisphere that had a revolution, and that was Haiti. The Haitian slaves who were colonized by the French broke their chains. And some of the founding fathers were slaveholders, and they did not like the Haitian Revolution. But some of them did. And Alexander Hamilton was very outspoken in his support of the Haitian slave revolution. And he wanted the United States to diplomatically recognize the revolutionary slave government of Haiti. Alexander Hamilton. And Alexander Hamilton, he gave birth to an economic school of thought that was continued by one of the top advisors to Abraham Lincoln, Henry Charles Carey, which, according to some sources, is the originator of that plan to build a bridge over the Bering Sea. And Henry Charles Carey, he wrote a very, very important pamphlet opposing slavery and opposing the economics of slavery and explaining what he believed was the basis of slavery and a slave system in the United States. And that pamphlet was read by Karl Marx, and he actually recommended it. He said that Henry Charles Carey was the only American economist of any worth, of any importance. And that pamphlet, the end of it says this: two systems are before the world. One looks to exporting men to occupy desert tracts, the sovereignty of which is obtained by aid of diplomacy or war. The other to increasing the value of an immense extent of vacant land by importing men by millions for their occupation. One looks to the concentration of wealth and power in a great commercial city, which shall rival the great cities of modern times and which has been supported by aid and contributions of exhausted every nation subjected to them. The other to concentration by aid of which a market shall be made upon the land for the products of the land, and the farmer and the planter to be enriched. One looks to increasing the necessity for commerce, the other for increasing the power to maintain it. One looks to underworking the Hindu and sinking the rest of the world to his level.
According to the tables which we have assembled, it is our estimate that 4% of the American people own 85% of the wealth of America, and that over 70% of the people of America don't own enough to pay the debts that they owe. How many men ever went to a barbecue and would let one man take off the table what's intended for 9/10 of the people to eat? The only way you'll ever be able to feed the balance of the people is to make that man come back and bring back some of that grub he ain't got no business with.
Under this oak, where one of our forebears, Evangeline, waited for her lover, Gabriel, who never came. This oak is an immortal spot. The entire world knows about this oak from the poem of Longfellow. But Evangeline is not the only one who has waited here in disappointment. No, no. Where are the schools that you have waited for your children to have but never come? Where are the roads and highways that you have sent your money to build but are no closer now than ever before? Evangeline wept bitter tears, but that only lasted one lifetime. Your tears in this land and around this oak have lasted for generations. Will you let me dry the tears of those who still weep?
Now, how are you going to feed the balance of the people? What's Morgan and Baruch and Rockefeller and Mellon going to do with all that grub? They can't eat it. They can't wear the clothes. They can't live in the house. Give them a yacht. Give them a palace. Send them to Reno and give them a new wife when they want it, if that's what they want. But when they've got everything on the God's living earth that they can eat and they can wear and they can live in, and all that their children can live in and wear and eat and all their children's children can use, then we got to call Mr. Morgan and Mr. Mellon and Mr. Rockefeller back and say, come back here. Put that stuff back on this table here that you took away from here, that you don't need. Leave something else for the American people to consume. And that's the program. We're not going to destroy the Gulf Refining Company. We're not going to destroy the Standard Oil Company. But we're going to say that the limit of any one man's stock ownership in the Standard Oil Company is from $3 to $5 million to that individual, and that the balance of the people of America own the balance of what the Standard Oil Company is worth. All right.
My name is Huey P. Long, Jr. Like any good patriot, I was born in a log cabin. I would get up before the sun to help my daddy, and my sympathy has always gone to those who toil, and I have endeavored to help them. They say I'm the Karl Marx of the hillbillies. I'm no Karl Marx, but I do love the working man. Now you get that, type it up, and bring it in here when you're done.
Every people out there, every neighbor of friend, turn out their masses of America, 75 to 80 to 85% of the people not only give up their property year after year, but they go further and further and further into economic slavery to where the flesh and blood of the born and the unborn will never be able to raise the debt, let alone come back and rescue the property that they've lost from these depressions.
You know how for most of you, your pocketbooks are empty, your bellies are tight? They tell us we are even faced with communism. Why not? When 1% of the people control wealth. I'm not a communist. I would not take a single luxury away. But when we reach a point where some men have so many millions and another 100 or so means nothing to them, we are going to have to siphon off some of the water for our own little pool. That's God's law. Look it up in Leviticus. Well, we are going to restrict the piling up of wealth in the hands of the few, and we are going to give it to the people. Now, this is a chance for you to make your voices heard in Washington. We have created an organization called Share Our Wealth Society, and we have prepared a pamphlet for you, and we can send it to you for free, and the whole plan is set forth in it. So I'm appealing to you to organize a Share Our Wealth Society in your own community tonight or tomorrow, and help me, as your servant, see that the government of this country is returned to the people.
And now, the corporate element of this state that were cheek for Joel, hand in hand with them, who profited by it, who ransacked this state for the element of their allies, are being told what they can do and what they can't do, what they will pay, what they can't keep from paying for the welfare of the people of Louisiana, and we expect to have this state ruled by the people and not by the Lord and the interest of high finance.
Will the distinguished senator from wherever the hell he's from please yield the floor for 1 moment?
I will reluctantly yield the floor to the junior senator from Louisiana.
Thank you. Now, when I first came here to Washington 6 months ago, I felt that we were on a mission to save this country from the despair which is gripping it. But all I get is a good deal of dither and blather from both parties. Millions and millions of workers are out of work. Millions of farmers are losing their farms to the banks, and what are the banks going to do with them? Now, you listen to me. Stop fooling around. Break up the concentration of wealth in this country and redistribute it according to the Lord's plan. Or if you do not, listen. Go to now, ye rich men, weep and howl for your miseries that shall come upon you. Weep and howl.
Senator, what are you trying to do? Start a revolution?
No, sir, I'm trying to wake you all up.
Sir, you are not speaking for us.
Well, if I'm not speaking for y'all, I guess I'm speaking against you. The economy of this country is collapsing, and unless we do something about it, the people will be at those Capitol doors 6 months from now looking to string you scoundrels up. And unless you awaken, I'll be there tying the noose.
Then we start from the bottom, that the 25 or more million American families shall have a homestead, a home, and the comforts of a home, including an automobile and a radio, the things it takes in that house to live on. We say to America, 125 million, none shall be too big, none shall be too poor, none shall work too much, none shall be idle. No luxurious mansions empty, none walking the streets, none impoverished, none in pestilence, none in want, but in the land blessed by the smile of the Creator, with everything to be consumed, to be eaten, to be worn, that America will become a land sharing the fruits of the land, not for the favored few, not to satisfy greed, but that all may live in a land in which the Lord has provided an abundance sufficient for the luxury and convenience of the people in general, I think.
You know, an argument against Trotskyism is that it seems like it's particularly susceptible to pro-imperialist psyops.
Yes.
But now I kind of have to walk that back because I've always been very anti-Trotskyist, but I can't always exactly say that now because lots of groups calling themselves communists and Marxist-Leninists and all these things are just as useful to the imperialists as anybody else. So it's kind of like people have said on the stream before about the left-right thing. It's definitely a confusing time to be alive because I think you and I, Caleb, both can remember a time in our lives when we kind of thought that Stalin-style ML communism was the way, the truth, and the life. And now it's just not. It's not that simple. And we also see the problems and.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, at this point, we're moving away from using the communist label because it doesn't, at this point, to people that become communists, it means something that we're not. And to people that oppose communism, who are very good and anti-imperialist, it means something that it's not. And it's like we're innovationists now because, it's just such a mess, right? And that, it's like, it's like you almost can view the world as like, if you want to frame it in theological terms, like God and Satan are battling for control of this world. And that like God will have an idea and then Satan will be like, oh, well, I'm going to do my version of it. Right. And then Satan will have an idea and God will be like, oh, okay, well, I'm going to do my version of it. You know what I mean? And that then there's a copy of the copy. Right. And then there's a response to the response. And it's like almost like everything that happens. And this is how there's like a weird duality in politics where it's like everything that happens, there's a version of it on the other side. I've noticed.
Yeah, it's a hall of mirrors. There has to be a decoy of everything.
Right. And that really, I'm at the point where are people pro-growth? Are they anti-growth? That is big. Are they critical of the censorship? And, do they want the human race to expand? They want the life expectancy to go up. They want the population to expand. Or do they want the population to go down? Are they just demonizing the countries that are under attack by imperialism, or are they pushing back against the war rhetoric? Like those are certain things to look for, and that how people explain it ideologically almost doesn't, it matters. It's like something I'll talk to them over coffee with, but it's not going to help me get anything done. If someone says, oh, Caleb, I agree with you about Trotsky, or I agree with you about Stalin, it's like, okay, well, when Donald Trump gets elected and he's under attack by the bulk of his own class, and he appoints Tulsi Gabbard, who is more friendly to Russia and has met with Bashar Assad to be the director of intelligence to like try to stick it to the CIA. Are you going to help me be in the streets to kind of mobilize some intervention there or not? Right. And what you think about Stalin really, it doesn't really answer that question.
I love what John McCarthy said, one of our CPI members, for anybody new watching. That, I don't know if I should pull it up because I don't want to misquote it, but I think he said, saying that both wings in this division in the ruling class are equally bad is just as foolish as saying trust the plan, and it's like I think that we need to try to influence Trump's cabinet and not just give up on go to this ultra leftist thing of like both sides are capitalist Zionists. That's like a kindergarten level analysis of what's going on.
Right. It is. And it's like we have the opportunity and it's like it's about the balance of forces, right? If a lot of the people supporting Tulsi Gabbard were anti-Israel, there's a good chance that Tulsi Gabbard would be much more open to that perspective. You know what I mean?
Yeah, as I've said, the fact that Tulsi Gabbard was persuaded on Korea and on Syria, it's like, why not Palestine? It might be harder, but I don't think it's impossible. What choice do we have but to try to convince people that we don't need a nuclear war and so forth?
Right. And the point is, we're struggling. We see divisions in the ruling class. We see divisions. How can we make ourselves relevant and push our agenda of anti-imperialism and ultimately put forward what we view as the solution. And that's the question, right? And if the question is just to kind of like feel right on the internet, which is so much of what the culture is, right? It's just how can I prove that I am right on the internet? You know, it's just like what do you get from that? You know, it's like, you know, I mean, it's like I've never been to a funeral where they're like, you know, Bob died, but folks, you know, there was that time that Bob was right on the internet, and we'll never forget that. You know, everyone remembers that day Bob was right on the internet, and that's what he'll always go down in history for, right? You know what I'm saying? Like it's just like
you know, and that's another reason of moving away from the communist label is because for so many people, being a communist is about having the moral high ground in internet debates. That's not an exaggeration. That's what being a communist is in America.
Why a government of action and the end of liberalism? Now, for a long time, folks, the slogan that we have used for the Center for Political Innovation is we need a government of action to fight for working families. And that has been the slogan that we've used for quite some time. And in the past, I've had people who say, well, that just sounds like random words. I can assure you these are not random words. First of all, why do I say a government of action to fight for working families? Well, that's because in the 1990s, the labor unions did polls, and they discovered that if you wanted to build up public support for things like higher wages and healthcare benefits and jobs, etc. One of the ways to do that was to refer to those who would benefit not as working people or the working class, but as working families, because family gives people a feeling of community. And if you think of a working family, you think of parents that are going out and working hard to pay their bills. You think of community coming together. Americans respond far more positively to talk of working families than they do of talk of workers or the working class. In America, everyone thinks they're in the middle class. No one thinks that they're part of the quote unquote working class. But when you say working families, people feel good about that. So basic marketing research by the labor union said, let's talk about working families. Here in New York State, they have the Working Families Party, which is like another form of the Democratic Party that has a ballot line. They have the Working Families Conference that is sponsored by the labor unions. Well, the communist groups at the time, they all denounced that because they said the term working families was somehow anti-LGBT. And that right there shows you how dumb, and absurd communist groups can be, because everybody can tell that working families is a far more marketable and persuasive term than just working class. And so when I was thinking of what slogan would I like for the movement I'm trying to build with the Center for Political Innovation, I said, we're going to talk about working families. But why did I call for a government of action? Why that? What does that even mean? A government of action? Well, that's what we're going to get into tonight, because government of action is a repudiation of liberalism, and not liberals in the sense of the Democrats and Republicans. Liberalism, the ideology that defines and drives the so-called West. And that is what we're going to talk about tonight. Why we are for a government of action and the end of liberalism. So let's first get into what is liberalism. Liberalism is a political and philosophical worldview that celebrates individualism above all else. Liberalism is a rejection of collectivism. Liberalism is all about the individual, individual rights. It is the government has no right to tell you what to do. You have no obligation to anybody else. Economic liberalism is the free market and capitalism. Social liberalism is your ability to just do whatever you feel like doing, not having any community obligation. The liberal government system is the democratic republic, and the liberal economic system is capitalism or the free market. The democratic republic is a government of elected individuals, and those elected individuals They basically don't have the ability to interfere with your life. You have freedom of religion, which is a good thing. Freedom of association, freedom of speech, freedom of, all these things are good things. I'm totally all for freedom. And capitalism, or the free market, is the idea that the economy takes care of itself, that the state shouldn't intervene in the economy, etc. And this is the liberal worldview. Conservatives and Republicans in America emphasize market and economic liberalism. They believe in the free market. Democrats and the so-called liberals in American politics, they emphasize the social part of this. Your right to use drugs, your right to freedom of speech, your right to just do whatever you want to do and live according to your own rules or whatever. Liberalism is the celebration of the individual above all else, and it is the ideology upon which the so-called West, the collective West, the NATO countries, the Atlanticist countries, the colonial countries, the colonizers, the colonial powers were established. And we're going to talk about it. Liberalism, it's based on a logical fallacy. It views freedom as an eternal value disconnected from any conditions or state of development. All right? And that's the first problem with liberalism. It makes it sound like everyone was just evil until like the 1400s in Europe. And then John Locke came along and said, everyone should have the right to life, liberty, and property. And people were like, well, they should. It doesn't take into account that the reason nobody talked about freedom of speech or freedom of religion or freedom of the press or life, liberty, and property until like the 1400s in Europe was because there had not yet been the level of economic development to facilitate those rights. People were not evil in ancient Greece and Rome, and that's why they didn't have freedom. People were not evil in medieval times, and that's why they didn't have freedom. People were not evil in the Dark Ages. There had never been a level of economic development that could allow for and facilitate the level of freedom that emerged in Western societies in the 1400s, 1500s, etc. And that's a really, really important thing to understand, because the United States talks about freedom in the complete abstract. America is a good country because we have freedom of speech, we have freedom of religion, etc. And all these other countries that don't have it, well, they're just bad, and because they don't have it. And so we just need to show them the way to be good. It doesn't take into account that different countries are in different circumstances, that freedom in any society is rooted in the level of development and the conditions of that society. And that the less developed a society is, the more authoritarian it's going to be. The more developed, the more stable, then the more you're going to have freedom. And freedom is a good thing, but it doesn't exist in the abstract. And that is one of the biggest flaws in liberalism. Liberalism views freedom as an eternal value. The people living in ancient Egypt should have had the exact same level of freedom that you and I have. And the fact that they didn't, that meant the Pharaoh was evil and all of that. Well, that's fallacious. Freedom is rooted in development, right? The economic base of society. We've gone from hunter-gatherer civilization to slavery to feudalism, and with the dawn of capitalism, we started to see the beginning of civil liberties. And the feudal system had one economic form. The ancient slave systems had their economic form. The majority of human civilization was hunter-gatherer civilization, where people lived in tribes, and each of those forms has had a different political model. And as we get more development, the individual has more room to be themselves and think as they want and say what they want, etc. Freedom is not an eternal value. It's rooted in development. The second flaw in liberalism.
Fight on! From St. Petersburg to Tampa. Fight on, Uhuru!
We want to bring attention to this issue that is happening, this very important case that corporate media is ignoring. Corporate media such as the New York Times.
The corporate media has not put any focus on this trial and how important this trial is, and we wanted to highlight it at the citadel of the corporate media, being New York Times.
And they did an article about 2 years ago, but since that time, so many things have been happening. Like the very fact that they can't get the transcript.
Probably the most important trial in recent history in the United States for the simple reason the United States professes itself as a democracy. Yet, if the chairman, Penny, and Jesse are convicted, that out the window. Any dissent that you have against foreign policy of the United States, they now would have the precedent to lock you up and say that you're an unregistered agent of whomever you're going against.
If they are found guilty, that means they can come after anyone. That means the freedom of speech in terms of being on paper, at least being written as a law, is gone. They are being charged with they're not being charged with espionage, they're not being charged with embezzlement, they're not being charged with illegal arms or anything like that. It is all about what they said. So that means what you and I are doing right now, they can criminalize that.
So like what's going on now with Venezuela, people who are speaking out with the U.S. nonsense about the elections in Venezuela are ripe to be thrown into prison. People standing up again for the Palestinians, same thing. And so we could go down the line. So this is so important we don't have to agree on everything, but the fundamental principle of being able to put forward anti-colonial free speech is going down the pipes if these guys get convicted.
He has been doing this his whole life. He worked with SNCC back in the, I want to say in the 60s, all of his life. And in 1980, he's one of the people, his organization is the organization that popularized the term reparations.
There is the doula program, that's for training the women to help women to childbirth. There is the re-entry from prison where they train people. They have a housing for them in St. Louis where they train people to be in the culinary arts because they have a food production, culinary arts building and store where they'll be selling pies and all kinds of food in St. Louis. We also have a market, flea market in St. Louis, as well as one in Philadelphia. That's called the one in Philadelphia. It's called the One Africa, One Nation Marketplace. So there's a flea market where people can build businesses outside the system, develop economic strength outside the business for the community. And obviously the other things that we do is, we have political education for the community every Sunday, both in St. Louis and in St. Petersburg. I mean, that's a little bit of some of the programs. Actually, also in South Africa, we're building a clothing factory there.
Because so many black mothers, the infant mortality rate is so high in St. Louis, Missouri. So they were working on a doula training program. In fact, they were going to be having that training the day after that they ended up being attacked, and they still have the training. They work on like a community kitchen, so that people, to create jobs, to create an economic base, not based on capitalism, but based on true community support. They have community gardens there.
Many people here in the United States disagree with the narrative about Ukraine and Russia. And Chairman, the party was up front, put it in context that this was part of the whole the colonial powers trying to destroy Russia, because Russia, as we know, Russia wants a multipolar world. Russia is against U.S. hegemony and Western hegemony, which is a threat, and which we as people fighting against colonialism are in solidarity with.
Fight on, Uhuru! Fight on, Uhuru! Never give up! Never give up! Because we got your back! 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 And how we gonna do it? The hard way! 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 Uhuru! 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 Down with the New York Times! Hands up!
much.
Thank you so
So
much.
I wanted to give you, so at the DNC, we have 2 books we're giving out. We're giving out
Okay.
1,000 copies of these
Okay.
to the people protesting the DNC. We're going to leave them around the convention. So we have Chairman O'Malley
Oh, great.
on page 25, and we quote him about describing the raid. We have the Uhuru House.
Great.
So there's that. And then this is the other book we wrote about Kamala Harris
Thank you.
that was banned from Amazon. So
Yes.
we decided to print it, and we have the All Out for the Uhuru 3 on the back.
Oh, thank you
So
so
we'll
much.
be giving away 1,000 copies of both of these at the
Thank
convention.
you.
So I want
you know, I have to just laugh and say when I first saw this, because just from a distance, it was like the Jehovah's Witness. No.
After the rioting was done, U.S. media kind of forgot about those communities. Well, Uhuru, they went out there because they saw black and brown people like themselves that were out there protesting and rioting, and they stayed there. And they've been there since 2014, providing services in the community, giving these young people in the community something constructive to do, not just go out and break shit to raise awareness about the conditions they're in, but ways to actually feed people and serve the community. And they've been there in St. Louis since 2014 doing constructive work. They have really escalated these programs. They have a farmer's market. They provide classes and services to pregnant mothers, and in particular in St. Louis, Missouri, and in St. Petersburg, Florida. They're trying to undo the damage that the U.S. Department of Justice and the state police and the local police and all the forces have been doing in communities like Ferguson, Missouri. And at the same time that they've done this community work, the African People's Socialist Party has also taken a firm anti-imperialist stance. They support China. They support Russia. They support Cuba. They support Iran. And when the United States started piling weapons into Kiev, they defended Russia's right to intervene.
This defensive war in Ukraine that Russia is actually waging against world colonial powers, not Ukraine as a single entity, but the U.S. and all colonial powers who have an interest in colonially dominating African people right here in this country and around the world and extracting resources from the majority of peoples on the planet. That system, this current system, is in severe crisis, and they cannot rule in the same old way.
Because of that, their homes were raided. Then months later, the federal government came out with an indictment, and it's charging them with being Russian agents. And it's trying to allege that the election campaign that they ran in St. Petersburg, Florida, was somehow interference in the U.S. electoral process.
4 activists associated with the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement and the African People's Socialist Party have been indicted by the U.S. Department of Justice. The indictment from the U.S. Department of Justice accuses them of spreading Russian propaganda and cites simply some web conferences that they had, some Zoom meetings, some emails they sent out, as well as the fact that they have run routine election campaigns. Is this of concern to the Secretary General as an attack on human rights, freedom of assembly, etc.?
I frankly was not aware of the case before you mentioned it. Let me look into it and I will get back to you.
What's going on in Africa is directly connected to what's going on here. What's going on in Ukraine is connected to what's going on in Harlem. You know what I'm saying? It's an international global economy that's all connected.
Because they go to conferences in Russia, this constitutes Russian meddling in the elections. The whole thing is ridiculous. It's completely, utterly ridiculous. They've been running these campaigns for years, since before I was born. Back in the 1970s, they were running people for office. Their platform of reparations, I mean, Marianne Williamson, she's a major Democrat candidate. She also says she believes in reparations. I mean, it's not a unique message that they have in that sense, but they have been targeted because they're doing what you're supposed to do. I mean, you know, at all of our meetings, we have a picture of Fred Hampton up on the stage because Fred Hampton, he built a free breakfast program. He organized what he called a rainbow coalition, uniting low-income people, white, black, brown, Arab, Latino, into one organization, you know, trying to build up community empowerment, trying to do community service projects while teaching Marxism and socialism. You know, we look at Fred Hampton as a great example of the American revolutionary tradition. And, you know, the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement, you know, they don't like that we wave the American flag. They don't like that we consider ourselves patriotic. They have their own kind of unique analysis. They talk about what they call the colonial mode of production. That's not traditional Marxist thinking. And we don't agree with them on a number of issues. But it doesn't matter. We support them.
We all have to stand up and oppose the ideology of division and support an ideology of unity based upon our material interests, you know what I'm saying, to work together.
People who can't understand that, people who can't get past, you know, this or that, like, we got to put aside our differences and say that if they come for them, they come for all of us. If they go after them, they got to deal with all of us. That needs to be the attitude among anti-imperialists.
I'd like to take a minute to really appreciate who this man is and all that he has done not only for me personally, but for all of us. I know that without the light and the optimism that Caleb and the Center for Political Innovation offers and that perspective, I really don't know where I would be. I might be lost, I might be confused. That's the general picture. But I think sometimes when you're involved in anti-imperialism and you're involved with the kind of work that we do as anti-imperialists, for as long as someone like Caleb has, you tend to rack up a bit of a resume. So let's take a second and let's just go over a few of the things that he's accomplished in his years as an activist. In 2010, 2 black activists were acquitted because Caleb went to their court case and he showed footage that he had of police brutalizing them and showed that basically they were being charged with assaulting a police officer. He showed that they didn't do it. That was in Cleveland. During Occupy Wall Street, he was the official media spokesperson for the great anti-imperialist former Attorney General Ramsey Clark. In 2015, he participated in a humanitarian mission to Yemen with the Red Crescent Society, creating an international incident. It was covered in The Guardian. Mainstream media even picked up on it. That's pretty big. And the very next year, our favorite president, Donald Trump, named Caleb his favorite reporter. So, without further ado, let's welcome the ideological leader of the Center for Political Innovation, someone I'm proud to call a mentor and a friend. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Caleb Maupin.
So stay standing, and stretch a little bit, because we're getting near the end of our program.
So at what point do we want to submit super chats, or is that
Could be a long night. Names and locations, everybody. Names and locations. Oh boy. All right. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. All right. But, wow. What an amazing conference. This is our first national convention of the Center for Political Innovation, and I'm overjoyed. I would like Elizabeth to stand up, because there's a very important issue. There's a very important issue that we've been discussing with the board of directors, and that is that we have determined, after intense debate and negotiation, that one does not have to have red hair in order to be in the leadership of the Center for Political Innovation. We will allow non-gingers into leadership. It is allowed. You're going to be careful, though, but it'll be allowed. But in all seriousness, you guys have no idea how much work Elizabeth has done. You really have no idea. I just found out today that she personally made every single one of those banners. Each one of those represents 10 hours of work from Elizabeth. 10 hours. And we have had an amazing event. Elizabeth found this venue. She organized this. She did so much. So we are in deep, deep appreciation to all that she has done. Not just for this convention, but for this organization. We are proud to call her our president. This is the leader of the Center for Political Innovation right here, Elizabeth Young. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you. Now, everyone who's wearing a red scarf, could you please stand up? Yeah? These are the members of the CPI who helped put on and convene the conference. And we decided to get red scarves. And we also have buttons. Buttons. Does someone have one of the buttons? The button here, it says Anna Louise Strong Brigade. That's what we decided to call the members of the CPI that came to town to convene the conference. That's Anna Louise Strong. And this is an American that so many people don't know anything about. She's a name that's kind of been written out of the history books. But she's been pivotal, not just in the history of this country, but in the history of the world. Anna Louise Strong was from this part of the country and was a key leader of the Seattle General Strike in 1919. She was the main journalist for the Union Record, which was the wobbly labor paper in Seattle. And then, after the strike was defeated, she heard about this new country that was created called the Soviet Union, and she went over there and saw what they were achieving, the amazing things that they were achieving. She came back to the United States and wrote books about it and went on speaking tours about it. And eventually, she moved to Moscow, and she was the editor of the Moscow News, which was the English language newspaper that they had in Moscow in the 1930s. So I like to say she was RT before RT. She's old school RT right here. This is old school RT. And Anna Louise Strong, eventually she moved to China, and she interviewed Mao Zedong. And it was in her interview with Mao that Mao first used the phrase paper tigers to describe the imperialists. She was not loved in this country due to McCarthyism, so she spent her final years in China. And in China, she was known as the Paper Tiger Lady, and Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai and other key leaders of the Chinese Communist Party would come over to her house all the time to consult with her on politics, really comprehended economics and political theory. She was also deeply poetic. Her writing is deeply beautiful, and it was discovering her writing as a teenager. I discovered her autobiography, I Change Worlds, her memoir of living in the Soviet Union called The Stalin Era, her writing, The Soviets Expected It, about World War II. She wrote so much about the socialist movement and what it's about. And everything she wrote, she brought with it a spirit of Americanism. She was not ashamed to be an American. She knew this country did a lot of evil things, but there was Americanism that just flowed through everything that she wrote. I'm going to read to you something that amazing woman who's been left out of U.S. history wrote. And this was at the time that great Seattle General Strike was happening. This is what she wrote. This is an editorial she wrote for the Seattle Union Record. She said, "We are undertaking the most tremendous move ever made by labor in this country. A move that will lead no one knows where. We do not need hysteria. We need the iron march of labor. Labor will feed the people. 12 great kitchens have been offered, and from them food will be distributed and provision trades at low cost to all. Labor will care for the babies and the sick. The milk wagon drivers, the laundry drivers are arranging plans for supplying milk to babies, invalids, and hospitals, and taking care of linen for the hospitals. Labor will preserve order. The strike committee is arranging for guards and is expected that the stopping of the cars will keep people at home. Let them get this straight. It is not the withdrawal of labor power, but the power of workers to manage that will win this strike. The closing down of Seattle's industries, a mere shutdown, will not affect these Eastern gentlemen very much. They could let the whole Northwest go to pieces as far as money alone is concerned. But the closing down of capitalist-controlled industries in Seattle, while the workers organize to feed the people, to care for the babies and the sick, and to preserve order, this will move them. For this looks too much like the taking of power by the workers. Labor will not only shut down the industries, labor will reopen. And that is why they say that we are starting out on a road that leads no one knows where." That's Anna Louise Strong in 1919, talking about how the potential of the strike wasn't going to be from creating disorder, wasn't going to be from creating chaos. It would be about the new, beautiful order that emerged when working people stepped up and started taking responsibility and taking participation in the leadership of their society. That the strike would preserve and present a new order. That's what she was writing about. She was. Well, I'm an American, and I love my country. I'm a Christian, and I try to live according to the teachings of Jesus Christ. But if you look at the way our government is operating right now, it's not in the interest of the American people. They're working to protect an international financial system. They're looking to dominate the global economy and hold back development around the world. Meanwhile, the United States is crumbling. Our bridges, our highways, our roads are falling apart. Our education system is a joke internationally. We don't have the engineers and the scientists we need. We don't educate our people properly. And our leaders are more concerned with protecting an international financial system based on speculation and banking than they are with actually making sure that the United States develops, making sure that people in the United States have the resources and the services that they need. And that is certainly disturbing to me. And if you look at Russia, Russia's a country that broke out of the Western financial system. I think Lenin called it imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. Some people talk about Atlanticism and thalassocracy, the empires of the sea that are about dominating global trade. That international system is a threat to the entire world. And the countries that are targeted, whether it's Russia, Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, these are countries that have broken out of that system. And because they have broken out and tried to build up their own economy and develop and industrialize, they become targeted. Everyone knows the future of the world economy is in the BRICS countries. These are countries where economic growth is being carried out. It's not speculation, it's not some financial rip-off scheme of derivatives. It's based on real solid economic growth. Oil and gas, steel, and manufacturing. And the BRICS countries are growing and they're expanding, and the Western financial system is dying. And it is a big mistake on the part of our leaders to just continue to attack the BRICS countries and separate the United States from them, because as they expand, we're not going to gain from that expansion. And our country is going to deteriorate along with this dying Western financial system. I tell people that America began with a revolution against the British Empire and free trade, and it was a revolution demanding our right to develop and have our own economy. The British wanted the United States to just be a trading hub in their global empire, but we wanted development. And Alexander Hamilton built a national bank and constructed, and the idea of America was that we could have independent economic development and build up our own economy, and that's what Russia wants. Russia wants independent economic development. It wants to build up its own industries, and that's what many countries around the world are striving for. So I think the future of the United States is breaking with this international financial system that comes out of the British Empire, that comes out of the World Bank, the IMF, the SWIFT system. We need to join the new emerging economy around the world so that we don't get left behind. One thing I was curious about is the use of icons in religion by the Russian Orthodox Church and by Russian spirituality, because I see that icons are very important, and I know this goes back thousands of years. They have icons of the saints, and then after the Russian Revolution, you saw icons of leaders. You saw the face of Lenin, the face of Stalin, and this is repeated in many communist countries. You see the pictures of the leaders of the revolution, etc. And I'm curious about the roots of this tradition. I don't know much about it, but I do know it is something that our Western leaders really don't like. We are taught that, cult of personality, this is a dangerous thing. In the United States, we're always warned against anything like this. They want us to be very, very afraid of it. We're almost indoctrinated to be very, very afraid of anyone who holds up a picture of a leader, a picture of someone they admire. And it seems like this is a very big part of the Eastern culture, in particular in Russia. And so I'm curious to learn more about the history of icons. I know that the Lenin Mausoleum is just over there, but also, we have the church, the Russian Orthodox Church, with many icons of many saints and exalted figures. So I'd like to learn more about this tradition. One thing that is very apparent to me is in the West, they very much want to inculcate people with the notion that there is no truth. There is nothing to believe in, there's nothing to sacrifice for, and that if you believe in some kind of truth, if you believe in God or you believe in a political movement or a political cause, you're being foolish, you're being a sucker, you're being taken advantage of. And that in reality, it's just a matter of individuals struggling against each other. It's just a battle of individuals and selfishness. This is very much the ideology coming out of the West. You can talk about philosophical irrationalism, Friedrich Nietzsche, Ayn Rand, Leo Strauss, the father of neoconservatism. This belief that there is no truth, there's nothing worth standing for. And here in the East, you see that the opposite is the case. People are very, very committed to their culture, to their nation, to their land, to the struggle to hold their society together. I saw that at the World Youth Festival, all these young people, thousands and thousands of them coming together and doing a lot of very, very hard work to put on events that help better and strengthen their country's international ties around the world. I see opposition to this philosophy of liberalism and atomization that is coming out of the West. And that's what attracts me to Russia and other countries that are struggling against the Western imperialist system. In theory, one of the great things about America is supposed to be freedom of religion, the right to practice your own religion and live according to your own conscience, follow your own beliefs and traditions. But we see increasingly a notion in the United States that if one is of a religious faith, Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Hindu or whatnot, that rejects certain lifestyles and practices, that's not permitted. In the past, the argument for LGBT rights was centered around the idea that people had the right to be who they are. And that's different. But when you're saying that certain things have to be imposed on people, especially vulnerable people, children, and that parents don't have the right to raise their children as they choose, that's very different than saying that people have the right to live as they wish and practice their sexual behavior in their own private manner with other adults. So that's what's very disturbing, is that people feel like certain lifestyles, certain ideas are being imposed on children at a young age, and that parents don't have the right to separate their children from that. So I can understand why many people are coming to Russia, because they see that Russia is pushing back on that kind of thing, and that parents have the right to protect their children in Russia, that the school system, the media in Russia doesn't promote these things, doesn't publish them and promote them to children. Hey folks, so I'm here in the Moscow subway system, and I wanted to just show you this beautiful mural, this painting that they've got behind me here in the subway system. This is just the normal subway system that people take on their way to work, on their way home from school, to get through the city. This is the normal subway system. You can hear trains going by. They have this beautiful banner, but there's actually some very important significance to this banner. I want to point this out. This is a banner commemorating the victory over fascism, and it actually includes traditional Ukrainian dancers celebrating the victory over fascism, right? You see the banners with Lenin, you see the soldiers, and this is the victory in the Second World War, what they call the Great Patriotic War. And it has traditional Ukrainian dancers, because Ukrainians are considered to be part of Russia. And they have no opposition to Ukrainian culture, they have no opposition to the Ukrainian language or Ukrainian traditions. And here in Moscow, you see traditional Ukrainian dancers celebrating, and this mural celebrating the victory, the defeat of the Nazis during the Second World War, with banners of Lenin and the Red Army. But this is a monument in Kiev, in the Ukrainian capital, and traditional Ukrainian dancers participating in the mural. So this is something I wish more Americans were aware of. Tucker Carlson and others have reflected on just how beautiful the subways really are here. And compared to our New York City subways, I mean, this is like a palace. This is like a palace. It's so clean, so beautiful architecture, etc. But it's also important to understand the political significance of these banners. So all around me here in the Moscow subways, you see these statues of working people, right? Of soldiers, of construction workers, all around me, right? And that's one of the beautiful things about social realism or socialist realism, is it makes ordinary people into heroes, right? This is a sailor over here, right? This is a guy with a disc in his hand, and he's a machinist, right? And it makes ordinary people who do the work of the world, it makes them into heroes, and it kind of beautifies and celebrates just kind of the glory of ordinary people. I'll show you another one here. And apparently all of these statues are actually based on real individuals. But the reason this is important, right? This is a woman, feeding a chicken, right? A woman feeding a chicken. The reason this is important is because this kind of art, social realism or socialist realism, this was not only the art that was popular in the Soviet Union, it was also popular in the United States. When President Roosevelt hired millions of unemployed workers to build hospitals and schools and post offices and libraries across America, they put social realist paintings and social realist murals and statues in these new buildings that were being built in the United States. And it was in the 1950s that the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States, the CIA, decided that they didn't like this kind of art. They decided this kind of art was fascist, this kind of art was dangerous propaganda. So the CIA began funding
modern art or abstract art. And because they wanted to counter this kind of beautiful art that glorifies and celebrates ordinary people, the CIA started funding the work of Jackson Pollock, who just kind of throws paint on a canvas, you know, splattering paint, or art that is just abstract shapes, because they're threatened by the power of social realism. And it was the left, you know, the socialists and revolutionaries that promoted social realism, but it's because of CIA meddling and the Congress for Cultural Freedom program of American intelligence, now the left no longer celebrates this kind of beauty. Now the left, you know, glorifies, you know, splattering paint on a canvas, modern art, degeneracy, these kinds of things. But that was a conscious manipulation by American intelligence. You know, it's really wild to think that American intelligence agencies are funding art projects and funding music, but they did. They didn't like this kind of beauty. They wanted to steal it from us. Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do, on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's going to be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's going to be musical performances, dance performances, there's going to be great speeches, and it's going to be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed, and CPI has always been committed to building an in real life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th, where we're gonna fill up the Midwest Convention Center, in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're gonna do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, and it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach. If you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges, but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you.
My cat in the onion tree. My cat says, fiddle I feed. I bought me a duck. My duck pleased me. I fed my duck on the onion tree. My duck says, queen, queen. My cat says, fiddle I feed. I bought me a goose. My goose pleased me. I fed my goose on the onion tree. My goose says, quaw, quaw. My duck says, queen, queen. My cat says, fiddle I feed. I bought me a hen, my hen pleased me. I fed my hen on the under tree. My hen says shimmy, 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 shimmy. My goose says quaw, quaw. My duck says quack, quack. My cat says fiddle I feed. I bought me a pig, my pig pleased me. I fed my pig on the under tree. My pig says griffy, griffy. My hen says shimmy, 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 shimmy. My goose says quaw, quaw. My duck says quack, quack. My cat says fiddle I feed. I bought me a cow, my cow pleased me. I fed my cow in the under tree. My cow says bow, bow. My pig says griffy, griffy. My hen says shimmy, shake, shimmy, shake. My goose says quaw, quaw. My duck says quack, quack. My cat says fiddle-a-fee. I bought me a horse, my horse pleased me. I fed my horse on the yonder tree. My horse says neigh, neigh. My cow says bow, bow. My pig says griffy, griffy. My hen says shimmy, shake, shimmy, shake. My goose says quaw, quaw. My duck says quack, quack. My cat says fiddle-a-fee. I bought me a wife, my wife pleased me. I fed my wife under yonder tree. My wife says, Lucas, Lucas! My horse says, neigh, neigh. My cat says, bow, bow. My pig says, griffy, griffy. My hen says, shimmy, shake. My goose says, bow, bow. My duck says, quack, quack. My cat says, fiddle-a-fee.
She was a city builder, Anna Louise Strong. And we live in an age where there's so much pessimism. And a lot has been said about this. I won't be the person to make this comparison. But the time period we're living in is a lot like the lead up to the First World War. Because war brings out the worst in people. And it makes people hopeless about humanity. It makes people question what it's all worth. And there's a poem that they used to make boomers memorize in school. They don't do that anymore. That's the thing they used to do, is they used to make kids memorize poems in school. And there's one poem they used to make kids memorize, and because it was so widely taught in school, people make fun of it a lot. So you've probably heard people reference it. And it goes like this. I think that I shall never see a poem as lovely as a tree whose hungry mouth is pressed against the earth's sweet flowing breast, a tree that looks at God all day and lifts her leafy arms to pray, a tree that may in summer wear a nest of robins in her hair, upon whose bosoms snow has lain, who intimately lives with rain. Poems are made by fools like me, but only God can make a tree. You ever hear that poem before?
Yeah.
Well, that was written by Joyce Kilmer. And Joyce Kilmer was shot in the head during World War I. And that poem expressed the pessimism of the age. It expressed the belief that all this technological advancement, all this progress, wasn't really leading to a beautiful new world. Instead, it was just giving us new weapons with which to kill each other, new technology with which to gun each other down. It was looking to nature, looking with defeat at humanity. Only God can make a tree. Looking at human progress, looking at the idea that we can advance as a species with pessimism and cynicism and hopelessness. It's a cry of defeat. And, as I said, war brings out the worst in people. You know, my grandfather, he fought in the Second World War, and he went into the U.S. Marine Corps. He was from a small town in Missouri, and he and all the other young men from his small town in rural Missouri, they went into the U.S. Marine Corps. And my grandfather hated the U.S. Marine Corps. And he would see a billboard for the Marines, or he would hear the Marine anthem, and he would get angry. He would be visibly angry. He hated the basic training that they went through. It was very brutal. And he went through basic training, and they gave him an IQ intelligence test, and he tested pretty high, and so they switched him into the U.S. Navy. And he was an officer in the U.S. Navy. So then after the war, he went to meet up with all the young men who had fought with him in the U.S. Marines. But he couldn't meet with them because they were all dead. All of them had died except for one. And he met with the one surviving member of his unit in the U.S. Marines. And the guy was visibly not well. And in the conversation they had when they had dinner, he bragged to my grandfather about all the gold that he had pulled out of the teeth of Japanese corpses during the war. And my grandfather heard that, and he was just hurt by that. But my grandfather was in the U.S. Navy. He was a Navy officer during the war. And he also told us the story of how one day he was getting his hair cut. And he was getting his hair cut, and a torpedo hit the front of his ship, blew the front of the ship off. And then, as he was right there getting his hair cut, he gasped as a torpedo came through the wall and didn't explode. Right there as he was getting his hair cut, and it didn't go off. And in that moment, he thought he was going to die, and a couple men had died when the torpedo hit the front of the ship, and he survived. And my grandfather, the visceral hatred he had for the U.S. Marine Corps, that was a result of seeing the very same things that motivated Joyce Kilmer, the very same things that Rosa Luxemburg wrote about and was describing when she wrote about socialism or barbarism. She said that imperialism, left unhinged up to its natural capacity, would lead to desolation, degeneration, depopulation, and a great cemetery in Europe. It would lead to civilizations coming apart. She was describing what Friedrich Nietzsche talks about when he talks about the blonde beast, and how by becoming a colonizer and an imperialist, the Western man was losing any pretense of being civilized, any moral code. And it was becoming the law of the jungle once again. Might makes right, cruelty, the thriving of the most sadistic and vicious elements. That's what imperialism was leading to. And in imperialist wars, we see that ugliness come out, and that's what drives a lot of the pessimism that we saw in the lead up to the First World War. But Marxism is the opposite of that. Marxism is a celebration of human creativity. Friedrich Engels, he said, "The animal merely uses its environment and brings about changes in it simply by its presence. But man, by his changes, makes it serve his ends, masters it. And this is the final distinction between man and other animals. And it is labor that brings about this distinction." What's he saying there? He's saying that ants have been making their ant farms the same way for thousands of years. Beavers have been making their beaver dams the same way for thousands of years. But in just 5, 6, 7, 8,000 years, human beings have gone from hunter-gatherers in the woods to space travel and iPhones, and we are constantly reinventing our relationship with our environment. We are constantly expanding our population, expanding our living standard, providing a more comfortable life, and that this is what makes human beings unique, is that we are constantly reinventing our relationship with nature to build a better life. And no other species that we're aware of anywhere in the universe is capable of doing what human beings are capable of doing. This is a godlike creative power that other species do not have. And that's something to celebrate. And that's something to be optimistic about. And Marxism teaches us that hunter-gatherer civilization was around for a long time, but we got too good at hunter-gatherer civilization. With our sticks and rocks, we were killing animals pretty effectively. With our ability to track plants grow, our ability to gather fruits and nuts, we got good at it, so there was a scarcity. So we reinvented our relationship with nature, and we started growing our own crops and domesticating animals. We reinvented our relationship to get to a higher mode. And feudalism was an outmoded system. So, again, we had another social revolution to get us to a higher mode of existence so we could create and build better things. And Marxism has us understanding what the problem that we're in right now is, because we need to be very clear about what is driving the crisis. This is one thing that it's basic Marxism. If you read old pamphlets from the 1930s, if you asked Anna Louise Strong or William Z. Foster or Huey Long or even Fred Hampton, they would tell you this in a heartbeat. They knew this stuff. They knew it like the back of their hand. But no one talks this way anymore, except for the Center for Political Innovation. We're the only ones that talk about this. The communist parties around the world that make up the World Anti-Imperialist Platform, they say in their documents that the crisis facing society is a crisis of overproduction. That's what it is, and it's pretty basic, which is that the capitalist is constantly trying to produce as many goods as he possibly can and pay the worker as little as he possibly can.
Let's get this debate going. Let me introduce our guest. Former U.S. diplomat George Lambrakis joins us from London, and from the International Action Center, Caleb Maupin joins us from New York. Gentlemen, welcome. Caleb Maupin, what do you think about the appointment of John Brennan as the CIA director?
Well, there's nothing particularly new about John Brennan's policies and his love of assassinating people. The CIA is a terrorist organization that functions to serve the Wall Street monopolists. It was formed shortly after the Second World War, and some of its first policies were the creating instability and chaos in Italy when it looked like an anti-U.S. forces might win the elections. The CIA brought down the government of Salvador Allende, a democratically elected government in Chile, and assassinated Salvador Allende propaganda, killing 20,000 innocent people in the process of that. All over the world, wherever people are demanding justice and fighting for things people want, like peace, jobs, democracy, and equality, the CIA goes in to defend the interests of Wall Street, to assassinate, to murder, and to commit chaos and crimes. So it's no surprise that John Brennan, who's kind of engineered it with this drone policy, which leads to thousands of innocent people being killed, it's no surprise that he's been put at the top of the CIA, because the CIA is an organization that serves Wall Street, that commits crimes against humanity, and really, I mean, that's what they're all about.
George Lambrakis, has John Brennan lied about the CIA assassination drone program?
I don't know what you're talking about, lying. You have to realize, as we all do, that governments, and particularly intelligence services, take, for example, the Iranian one, don't go around telling people exactly what they're doing. And if they do assassinate someone, as I'm sure you know others have, they certainly don't go bragging about it. But on the other hand, that's absolutely no way to describe what the United States has done by creating the CIA. I should remind the previous speaker, who's perhaps too young to remember, that the CIA was created after World War II only because it was realized in America that you needed such an organization because all the other major powers already had them. The Soviets had them for many years before World War II. The British, the French, the Germans, everybody had a CIA of their own, and the Americans felt they had to do it. However, saying that the head of the CIA doesn't reveal anything just because he's asked to reveal it doesn't mean he's lying in the usual sense, any more than the government of Iran would be lying if it didn't describe everything it's doing around the world, or any other government for that matter.
George Lambrakis, you bring in the government into Iran. We're talking about John Brennan and how he has said in the past that this drone program, assassination drone program, doesn't exist. But it surely does.
Well, there are times when people say we don't have spies in this country, when they do. That doesn't mean that you don't put them in charge of the program because they are covering something up if they are in a service which is supposed to be secret. After all, what do you expect the Secret Service to do? You have to realize Brennan does not make American foreign policy. The president does. Anything that is not agreed on, anything that has not already been ordered by the president has to go back to the president for a decision to be made. The CIA, like the State Department, like the Defense Department, carry out policy. But if they're going to make it in anything serious, they have to be sure that the president agrees with it. So, yes, Brennan undoubtedly did not come forth in the past saying what the drones were doing at a time when the drones perhaps were not understood to be doing what they're doing. But that has very little to do. He's a very good pick for CIA director, partly because he's got a lot of experience with it. He has agreed that some of the things that were done, for example, with the kinds of intelligence interrogation that took place, which, by the way, is done in many countries. Iran is no exception. Iran has some very terrible interrogation techniques. When I know that before the Shah fell, there was Savak. Under Savak, there were some very tough interrogation
trained by the CIA
techniques. The United States government pushed the Shah to get Savak to stop doing them, and they did stop the last year. And the same people doing this in Savak were picked up by the new revolutionary regime to run their intelligence and internal control system. These are not the nicest things people do in the world.
We're going to talk about some of the nice things that John Brennan has done in his past, but Caleb
And they're
Maupin,
not something that you want to argue morally on, because we know what's true morally and not.
and I'm so glad that you bring up the word moral, because that's exactly what I'd like to hone in on regarding John Brennan a little bit later, George Lambrakis. But Caleb Maupin, this drone program, assassination drone program, well, it's going to be focused more domestically, isn't it, on Americans themselves. Tell us more about that, even though the U.S. government is not so keen on expanding on it.
That's you're jumping to a ridiculous
Well,
conclusion.
it is interesting that drones actually have been used domestically. There are multiple states that have drone surveillance actually on the books, and that is an increasing part of the repression in the United States. Drones are being used for surveillance to attack political movements. And the CIA, which is officially only supposed to operate outside of the United States, actually has a history of operating inside the United States. Files have been released showing that the CIA took action against the anti-war movement in the 1960s and against organized labor. The CIA is an arm of Wall Street. You know, the other guest said that policy is set by the president. No, policy is set by Wall Street and the bankers. They're the ones that set the policy. And that's why whenever any government around the world starts standing up for its people and starts defying the will of the bankers and corporations, all of a sudden the CIA is going in and destabilizing and terrorizing it. I mean, how many times has the CIA attempted to murder Fidel Castro? Over 300 last time I checked. This is unacceptable. That's what the CIA is. The CIA murdered Che Guevara, and all over the world people love Che Guevara. You know, whether it's Asia, Latin America, everywhere people are looking up to Che Guevara as a symbol of the fight for equality and all the things that Wall Street and the bankers have fought against. Yet the CIA murdered Che Guevara. The CIA has committed so many ugly crimes against humanity. You know, any corner of the globe, you name it, whether, you know, Asia, Latin America, you know, all over the world, you know, the CIA has murdered people, and it speaks for Wall Street. And look what is the results they've gotten. You know, in Eastern Europe, the CIA staged all kinds of these color revolutions to bring down governments that were defying the United States. And what has the result been? Are the people of Eastern Europe any better off? No. Sex trafficking has gone up, drug addiction, poverty, unemployment. That's the result of the CIA's intervention around the world. Nowhere have they ever brought peace and stability. Everywhere they have created chaos. And that's why we have to stand against them, and that's why the people of the world loathe the CIA and admire people that they murdered ruthlessly, people like Che Guevara.
Very well. George Lambrakis, before you come in, let's take a look at some of our viewer comments that were posted on Facebook page for this debate. We're going to take a look at the first comment by Abby Jennings.
So there are two communists at work one day, and the one says to the other, how's things going? He says, well, I'm really excited. I'm about to go on vacation. He says, oh, what are you going to do? And he says, well, he said, I am going to go to the beach, and I have a new book with me I'm going to read. And it's just going to be so interesting and exciting, and I'm just going to kind of rest on the beach and read my new book. And so a friend says, oh, what's the new book? He says, well, it's the new government-issued biography of Karl Marx. And he said, I'm going to read this new government-issued biography of Karl Marx. His friend says, well, I just read it. And he said, it's amazing. Wait till you get to the part where he tells the proletariat that they have nothing to lose but their chains and a whole wide world to win, and they should rise up and overthrow the bourgeoisie and establish communism around the world. And the other guy turns to him and says, God damn it, spoiler alert, you ruined it for me. Right? And I can tell, and this is not a joke, this anecdote actually happened to me. When I was in college, we had to take a course in liberal arts and sciences. And every student, no matter what your major, biology, chemistry, whatever, you had to take this one course. And we had this little book, and it was full of writings of who they considered to be like great thinkers from around the world. And they had like Immanuel Kant, and they had you know different philosophers and such. So there was a selection that we had to read in this text, and it was from Karl Marx. But it was an obscure text by Marx. It was from The German Ideology, which is a pamphlet where Karl Marx is arguing in favor of philosophical materialism against the German idealists. Nothing in there about politics. I mean, it's just a really obscure pamphlet. So we had to go read it, and then we had to come back and discuss it. So we go back into class. The professor's like, so, what do you all think of the Karl Marx passage? And this one girl, front row, raises her hand. The part where he says that everyone should get paid the exact same wage, no matter how hard they worked, I hated that part. And the other guy in the back raises his hand. Yeah, he's like, the part that says that we should have a dictator and we shouldn't have any freedom so that the dictator can make everything equal, you know, I hated that part, you know? And it was pretty clear they hadn't actually read the text, and they were just kind of operating from a stereotype or a widespread conception of what Marxism actually is. But the funny thing is that these widespread conceptions, I would say in a lot of ways, have actually permeated into the Marxist movement. For example, for many years I was involved in a particular revolutionary organization, and as I was finding my way out of that organization and moving out of being a political activist and moving toward being a journalist like I do now, where I just make commentary and educational presentations like this, I remember that one of the people said to me, fine, you know, you can leave now, but someday the workers are going to rise up
They're just going to rise up one day. They won't be able to take it anymore. And where are you going to be when the workers rise up? And I heard that, and I remember thinking, like, you know, this could be like a fundamentalist Christian preacher back in Ohio. Like, sure, you can quit the church now, but when Jesus returns on a, you know, on a shining cloud down from heaven, you're going to feel pretty, you know, I mean, that kind of perception about Marxism as just kind of and revolution as just this mystical event that just appears out of nowhere, and no one ever sees it coming, and it brings on some glorious utopia. That perception is pretty widespread, and I think even a lot of the people who call themselves Marxists or socialists actually buy into that kind of idea. But the reality is, the Marxist movement does not view revolution in that way. If you learn anything from the study of Marxism, it's that revolutions are not mythic, magical events that come out of nowhere. They're not spontaneous. They're not randomly occurring, and they are not explosions of rage and passion. And these vague notions of revolution that we see in Hollywood movies like Les Miserables and stuff, that's been around long before Karl Marx was ever born. William Blake, the famous English poet, his very famous poem Jerusalem said, "Bring me my bow of burning gold, bring me my arrows of desire, bring me my spear, O clouds unfold, bring me my chariots of fire. I will not cease from mental fight, nor shall my sword sleep in my hand, till we have built Jerusalem in England's green and pleasant land." And that was William Blake, and he wrote that in 1808, 10 years before Karl Marx was actually born. This kind of revolutionary, mystical, magical notion was around. But what distinguished Karl Marx and his theories was his ability to talk about concepts like socialism, class struggle, and revolution in a scientific way. And in order to explain the actual nature of revolution, which is the theme of this class, I will be drawing from Marxism and historical and dialectical materialism. Now, the word revolution itself comes from Latin, and its literal word meaning, it's the word revolutio in Latin, it means to turn around. And the first time the word revolution was ever applied in politics was in the year of 1450. Around the time of 1450 in England, documents began to refer to big turnarounds and big changes in politics as if they were revolutions. However, the way the word revolution really caught on was in 1543 when Copernicus composed his groundbreaking book on the revolution of heavenly spheres. Now, this book was not about politics, it was about astronomy. It argued that the sun, not the earth, was at the center of the universe. And the book was not about politics. Copernicus' book had nothing to do with politics. It was purely about astronomy. But it had huge political implications. It argued that what Copernicus had discovered by means of mathematics and his use of a primitive telescope was true, and that what was said by the Pope and the Roman Catholic Church, saying that the earth was the center of the universe, was false. That was big. That was a huge political statement, even though the book was purely about astronomy. Now, followers of Copernicus
is that liberalism is always propped up by illiberalism. There is no more hypocritical ideology than liberalism, right? And I mean, our great American history is a great example of that, right? At the time that our country was being established, our leaders couldn't talk. They were espousing the liberal ideology like you wouldn't believe. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, our God-given rights and freedom. And they had slaves. Well, how does that work? Well, that's liberalism. There's always something like that going on. During the Cold War, the argument of the United States was that we have freedom. We're the great societies that have freedom. And those communists, they want to take your freedom away. And we're fighting for your freedom while they backed all kinds of brutal authoritarian dictators like Park Chung-hee in South Korea, like Pinochet in Chile, like the dictatorship in Indonesia. I mean, like Marcos in the Philippines. There were all kinds of brutal dictators who were on our side at the same time that our whole argument for why we were better than the communists is we have freedom. And it is always the case. Liberalism could not exist without illiberalism. There's always authoritarianism and repression and people being violated of their rights. At the same time, you have a liberal society saying, look at us, we're so great because we have our rights. And even some of the people that we can really admire. I admire, for example, Oliver Cromwell, because Oliver Cromwell broke apart feudalism in Britain, cut off the head of the King of England, was fighting for, freedom of religion and the right of people to read the Bible for themselves. But at the same time, you can't pretend that Oliver Cromwell, yes, he may have been a champion of the rights of English people, and their freedom to some degree or other, but at the same time, he wasn't, for the Irish people, and he committed genocide against the Irish people for being Catholic. You can think about Napoleon, right? Napoleon, when he was marching the ideals of the French Revolution across Europe, right? He said he was the revolution in boots. He was marching the French Revolution across Europe, and the ideals of the French Revolution, liberty, equality, fraternity, the new order, meritocracy. But then what was he doing in Haiti? And where he was a colonizer and a brutal oppressor of the Haitian people, and in the islands that were the colonies of France, where they had slavery of African people, and they brutally exterminated the indigenous people. And there's just example after example of this. Liberalism is always propped up by illiberalism, and it's not just in the past; it's currently. For example, great example, Zelensky. We are told that, the reason we must support Ukraine is a democracy, and, Russia, which is supposed to be not a democracy, an authoritarian regime, is attacking this democracy. Well, folks, I was in Russia just last March, just a year ago. I was in Russia to observe their election, which they had in line with their constitution. They haven't had an election in Ukraine. But why is Ukraine a democracy? Well, they're in the middle of a war, Caleb. They can't just have an election in the middle of a war. Oh, so does that mean the conditions that countries are in determines how much democracy and freedom they have? So you're saying that Ukraine being in the middle of a war means that they have less democratic process and freedom. So that would mean that liberalism is not an eternal value. Freedom is not an eternal value. A country can be in conditions where it doesn't have that, right? And, and when I was in Russia, I met opposition candidates from the Liberal Democratic Party, from the Communist Party. All the opposition parties in Ukraine have been outlawed. Well, they say, but Caleb, they're in the middle of a war. Of course they're going to so conditions do matter. Ukraine is a very illiberal society. They don't have freedom of speech. They don't have freedom of association. They haven't had an election. They don't even have freedom of religion. They've brutally suppressed the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. So, that's the exception. It's like, well, sure, we're for freedom, and that's why we're so good, but we ought to make an exception for Ukraine because they're against Russia, and Russia's just so bad, blah, 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 blah. Right? And that there's just many examples of how, first of all, they make freedom an abstract value. They don't take into account the conditions or historical development. And number two, there's always a hypocrisy to it. Liberalism is never true to its principles. Liberalism is they're at the same time, liberal societies, they're always propping up brutal dictatorships. They're always outlawing dissidents and throwing them in jail. They're always practicing slavery. They're always, Guantanamo Bay. Liberal societies are never actually practicing what they preach. And they aren't, and they can't, because liberalism is a facade, right? As long as some people own and control the means of production and others do not, there is going to be different levels of power. And those who own and control the means of production are going to make sure that they keep their hold over them. So if people look like they might be conspiring against the interests of those who own and control the means of production, they're going to be suppressed. And that liberalism has never been true to its principles. It has always been something they espouse and do not practice. And it also doesn't acknowledge that freedom in any society is related to historical conditions, etc. So that's the flaw in the liberal worldview. But let's continue. So where does liberalism come from? Liberalism arose, the very beginning of liberalism was in ancient Greece and ultimately Rome was the first real expression of liberalism. But we saw it in Athens, Greece. In Greece, you had city-states. And these city-states had navies, and they controlled trade routes. Greece is very much an ocean-based Mediterranean society. And these city-states were fighting with each other. And they discovered that if you wanted to build an empire for your city-state, right, if Athens wanted to control trade routes and all of that, a way to get people motivated to do it was to have an elected government rather than simply a king. Why? Because the king, if it's a king, he makes all the decisions. And so if people go out and fight and loot and plunder, and they get a bunch of slaves and they get a bunch of treasure, and they bring it back, and then the king says, well, I'm the king, it's all mine. Thanks for fighting for me, guys. Well, if people realize that, they don't want to fight. But if you have a Senate where every landowning family gets a vote, if you have elections where you have representatives who make that decision, then people are much more invested in the process of building an empire. And liberalism was always tied in with building an empire. As the Athenians wanted to build an empire, they realized that if they wanted to motivate everyone to go out and fight and build the empire, they needed to give all the landowners, let me emphasize this, the landowners the vote. Athens, Greece, we're told, was the cradle of democracy. 90% of the people in Athens didn't get to vote on anything. They were slaves. But among the landowners, the slave owners, among those who owned the land and owned the slaves, they realized that instead of having one guy be the king who got to make all the decisions, if all the slave owners got some representation in how the loot was divided up, they'd all be motivated to go out and plunder. And ancient Rome continued that. In Rome, the civilization that emerged on the Italian peninsula as Greece was in decline, but the other side of the Mediterranean, you have Rome on the Italian peninsula. They very much put that into practice. And the Roman Republic, the reason that they had a hereditary Senate where every old landowning family got a vote, it was hereditary, and they had a national assembly where all the landowners got to elect representatives. That was because it made it much more effective to go out and build an empire. Going out and building an empire requires motivating everybody to get involved in the process. And so you need to have a system where everybody gets a say in how the loot is divided up. Now,
process of doing it. And then the worker doesn't have enough to buy back what he produces. And in a rational society, self-driving cars would be a great thing, because this job called driving wouldn't be necessary and human labor would be much more productive. But in capitalism, self-driving cars would lead to, as Andrew Yang put it, riots in the streets. It would be a society-wide crisis. And the fact that we're just a couple years away from self-driving cars is hanging over our economy as a curse. This isn't rational. In systems of the past, you've all heard me say it before, people were homeless because there wasn't enough housing. Only under capitalism are people homeless because there is too much housing. Systems of the past, people were hungry because there wasn't enough food. But only under capitalism are people hungry because there is too much food. The little boy says to his father, "Why is it so cold?" He says, "Because I lost my job at the coal mine." He says, "Why did you lose your job at the coal mine?" He says, "I got laid off." And he says, "Why did you get laid off from your job at the coal mine?" He says, "Because there's too much coal." That's capitalism. That's the problem with capitalism. And the artificial intelligence computer revolution, the great dynamic breakthroughs in human intelligence that we've created, they have outstripped the narrow limits and restraints of the capitalist system. Human creativity and human ability to reinvent our relationship with Mother Nature, to strive for a higher and more efficient mode of production, is no longer able to fit into the narrow restraints of an economy where profit for private owners defines production. And that is what is driving the crisis that is leading to dropping living standards around here. That is what is causing the crisis of global migration. That is what is causing the capitalists of the United States to become more aggressive and push for a new world war around the world. That is what is causing the capitalists of the United States to fight with each other like they've never fought before in generations. It's all rooted in this problem of overproduction and the tendency of the falling rate of profit. And the answer isn't degrowth. The answer isn't to go backward. The answer isn't to say there's something inherently wrong with human progress. The answer is to say that we need to liberate the creativity of the next generation from the artificial restrictions and the narrow restraints of the profit system. One thing that we see a lot of now is frustrated, creative youth. Young people, young men, young women, who know that they're capable of doing something great. There's probably a young person right now sweeping the floor at McDonald's or doing some other job where they're miserable, and they're saying to themselves, I'm miserable because I know I could be doing something beautiful right now. I could be designing something, I could be studying engineering, I could be studying science. I have something to contribute. But all my society has given me is a low-wage, short-term service sector job. It's given me a phone to dazzle me. It's legalized all kinds of drugs that I can use and screw myself up with. And my potential is not being utilized. And that is a frustration that so many young people have in this country right now. They say young people are lazy, they don't want to do anything. Bullshit. When people are 19 years old, 20 years old, 22, 23, that's when they want to go out and do things. But because some boss can't make a profit hiring them to do it, they don't get to do it. And they exist in this state of frustration, going, I'm capable of something more. I have potential inside of me, and my society isn't letting me get it out. And that feeling is all over this country. And if you want to talk about all the problems that we've got with opioids and suicide and shooters and all of that, you look at that frustrated creativity. When people want to go build and create and build into the future and they're told, no, just go the other way, it's the worst feeling in the world. I'm a little older now. I'm not officially a youth anymore. Did you know that? I'm going to be 36 in a few days, and I'm not officially a youth anymore, but I know what it's like to be a frustrated, creative young person. And that's how I found out about this guy. So, I was a frustrated, creative teenager in Ohio. I was 13, 14 years old, and I was bored, and so I got on the internet, and I thought that I would look and see if in the little town in Ohio that I grew up in, it's called Orrville, it's where Smucker's jelly comes from, you can look it up, right? Home of Bobby Knight, the basketball coach, that's the celebrity that we claim. I'm from Orrville, Ohio, and I just thought I would Google on the internet to see if there had ever been another communist from Orrville, Ohio. And I thought, has there ever been anyone in the history of my little town of 10,000 people who was a communist? And I Googled and I found out about Carl Geiser. And that's this man, Carl Geiser. And Carl Geiser was born in Orrville, Ohio. And he went to Orrville High School, and he was a pretty high achieving student, so he went to Cleveland State University and he studied electrical engineering. And he graduated and he became an electrical engineer. But the United States was having, at that point, a Great Depression. There weren't many jobs for electrical engineers. But there was another country where there were a lot of jobs for electrical engineers. And that was the Soviet Union. And he went over to the Soviet Union to help Stalin set up those new hydroelectrical power plants that they were building and help electrify parts of the country that had never had it before. And he was over there in the Soviet Union building and constructing, and he was blown away by what he saw. And he came back to the United States from the Soviet Union, and he joined the Communist Party of the United States of America. And Carl Geiser joined the Communist Party. It's a guy from my town, because he saw what socialism was achieving. A lot of people joined the Communist Party back in that time, right? I mean, it wasn't something, he was the only one to have done that. But what made Carl Geiser unique, the reason he's got a Wikipedia page and he's, remembered, is Carl Geiser signed up to join the Abraham Lincoln Brigade. Woo! When fascists were looking to overthrow the Spanish Republic, the communists of Spain called for their comrades around the world to come and volunteer to fight fascism in Spain. And so thousands of young American men went to Spain and fought. And Carl Geiser was actually taken prisoner. And he was a prisoner of war in fascist Spain. And he almost died. If they had found out what his rank actually was, they would have shot him. But his comrades concealed his rank and did not reveal how high up he was, so they didn't execute him. And eventually Roosevelt got him traded back to the United States in a prisoner exchange. And he came back to the United States, and he's a hero of the Spanish Civil War, a leader of the Abraham Lincoln Brigade. When you think about the Abraham Lincoln Brigade, that points to an aspect of our movement that it's really important to understand. There's a famous writer named Sherwood Anderson. You ever heard of Sherwood Anderson? He wrote Winesburg, Ohio. He was a novelist. And at one point, Sherwood Anderson was asked, what's the difference between a socialist and a communist? What's the difference? And he said, I don't know the technical difference, but it seems to me like the communists, they're the ones who mean it. And what he was pointing to was the fact that when we do something, we really do it. In the early 1930s, the understanding was that the Social Democrats and the Reformists, the sellout leaders who had sold out the revolution in Germany, that were leading workers to oppose the Soviet Union in the name of socialism, that they were the main threat. And it was necessary to expose the Social Democrats and the Reformists. And so when that was the line of the Communist International, we didn't just half-ass oppose the Social Democrats. We didn't just sort of oppose the Social Democrats. We went all in. We really opposed the Social Democrats because we understood that that was...
So arise, proletarians, lead the way. War is raging every day. We have no fear of the enemy with our Communist Party. Proletarians of every land, under one banner we take our stand, and with an iron hand we'll overthrow the bourgeoisie. So arise, proletarians, lead the way. War is raging every day. We have no fear of the enemy with our Communist Party. Take up the proletarian task to slash the enemies of our class. Revolutionary violence is the path of the working class. So arise, proletarians, lead the way. War is raging every day. We have no fear of the enemy with our Communist Party. Marx, Engels, great Lenin and Stalin, their immortal work shines bright, urging us on to greater heights to win victory in our fight. So arise, proletarians, lead the way. War is raging every day. We have no fear of the enemy with our Communist Party. Glorious Albania proves to us that liberty is only one when the party leads the way and the people take up the gun. So arise, proletarians, lead the way. War is raging every day. We have no fear of the enemy with our Communist Party. On Canadian soil a red flower blooms, for here we build our great party. To liberate our country, we must make the rich pay. So arise, proletarians, lead the way. War is raging every day. We have no fear of the enemy with our Communist Party. CPCML is our party, we'll defend it with our very lives. Comrades, hearts beat in unity, and we fear no sacrifice. So arise, proletarians, lead the way. War is raging every day. We have no fear of the enemy with our Communist Party. Keep dictatorship of the proletariat and class struggle firmly in mind. Follow revolution's path and we'll liberate mankind. So arise, proletarians, lead the way. War is raging every day. We have no fear of the enemy with our Communist Party. Glory to Marxism, Leninism, and proletarian internationalism. Long, long live communism, the future belongs to us. So arise, proletarians, lead the way. War is raging every day. We have no fear of the enemy with our Communist Party. So arise, proletarians, lead the way. War is raging every day. We have no fear of the enemy with our Communist Party.
And in order, if you're going to have that, you have to ensure that if you have a debate about how you're going to divide up the loot and somebody disagrees with somebody, they don't get thrown in jail for doing so. So you have to have some level of free speech if you're going to have elections. You have to have some level of open debate, you know, and I mean, and you know, these were societies that were what you call polytheistic. And so you had different gods that people would import. So you had some level of freedom of religion. And ancient Greece and ancient Rome were the very beginnings of liberalism. But that liberalism only applied to the landowners. The landowners got to vote, and in ancient Greece, many of these societies did not maintain their liberalism. Sparta was not a liberal society. Athens was a liberal society. In ancient Greece, they even had a theory, like a cycle. They argued that a city-state goes through a cycle. That first they are a monarchy, which is you have a good king who rules for the behalf of the nation. But then the king becomes corrupt, and then it degenerates from monarchy to tyranny. And so as a result of tyranny, the tyrant is overthrown, and you have an oligarchy, which is a benevolent elite, a group of wealthy or powerful people who rule for the good of the nation. But then the oligarchy deteriorates into a plutocracy of the corrupt rich. And so then the plutocracy is overthrown by the republic, which is the elected government. The corrupt rich are overthrown by an elected government called a republic. But then the republic deteriorates into mob rule and chaos, which is called democracy. And out of the democracy then emerges the monarchy, the good king, and it's a cycle that societies go through. And that, you know, the Greek city-states were kind of the prototype of Atlantis' civilization, where among the slave-owning class, people had rights and there were elected governments. And then ancient Rome, the Roman Republic, very much, it lasted a lot longer. And the Roman Republic, it was a quite effective version of this, where they had the hereditary Senate and they had the National Assembly, kind of like we have the Senate and the House of Representatives. They had the Senate, which was in ancient Rome, it was hereditary, kind of like the House of Lords in Britain. And then they had the House of, they had what was called the National Assembly, which in America we have the House of Representatives. In Britain, they have the House of Commons. And they had like a bicameral system, and it was the Republic, the Roman Republic. Well, what happened? The Roman Republic gave birth to Julius Caesar, and Julius Caesar was a populist who became a champion of the proletariat, the non-landowning people. And Rome was full of people who were neither slaves nor masters, but wage workers, skilled, artisans, plumbers, blacksmiths, carpenters, etc. And Julius Caesar, who was from the landowning class, was a general, got to be very powerful because he aligned himself with the proletarians, and he came up with a scheme to grant citizenship to other cities throughout the empire and make the empire multipolar, not all centered around Rome. And as a result of that, the Roman elite said, we can't have any more of this, and so they stabbed him to death. And from then on, Rome became, a monarchy once again, or an empire. They had an emperor who they believed to be a god man on earth. They murdered Julius Caesar for being a champion of the proletarians, the populists. But, the fall, and Rome was an empire or a monarchy until it fell. And the fall of Rome was quite a devastating blow to European civilization. It took Europe 1,100 years to get back to the population level it had had. And actually, it was around the time that the United States of America was being formed that you had the European population levels returning to what they had been at the time of the Roman Empire. The most popular book, this is fascinating. There weren't many books back in the time of the American Revolution. The printing press was a very new thing, etc. But the most popular book was Edward Gibbon's book, The Rise and Fall of the Roman Empire. or I think it's called The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, which was this guy, Edward Gibbon, who was doing all this research about the fall of the Roman Empire. And if you go to the libraries of Thomas Jefferson and Alexander Hamilton and George Washington, they all have copies of the 8 volumes of Edward Gibbon's Rise or Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. And they're all studying, why did the Roman Empire fall? And when they were designing Washington, D.C., the streets of Washington, D.C. are very much modeled on the streets of Rome. And the buildings, you look at the White House, you look at the U.S. Capitol, it's modeled on these ancient Roman buildings. They have the pillars, etc. And that many of the cities in upstate New York and in New England, and they're very much named after Roman generals like Syracuse, for example. And that the founders of the United States very much knew that they were doing the Roman Empire again. They very much understood that we're kind of doing what no one has really tried to do since the time of the Romans, which is have an elected government and have a democracy. And they understood that democracy that they were building was very fragile. And they also understood, which is that there was a reason for that, which is that in order to generate great wealth and have an empire, you need people involved. Now, originally, if you read the Constitution of the United States, originally, only those who owned property could vote. And that's how it was in Britain. That's how it was in many of the emerging liberal societies. As they were emerging, they only gave the vote to those who owned property. Now, why does that make any sense? The argument was those who own property are, quote, invested in the nation, meaning they will financially benefit from building the empire, right? Because if you don't own any property, you're not going to get rich from making the land more prosperous. However, if you are, a landowner and the value of the land increases and the wealth of the nation increases, you're going to get wealthier. And so liberalism arose as a mechanism for building a colonial or an imperial society. And that many people have pointed out, you could not have had what they call the bourgeois revolution or the rise of capitalism in Europe without colonialism first. If Christopher Columbus and the Spanish monarchy had not started exploring and rounding the Cape, etc. If 1492, Columbus hadn't sailed the ocean blue, if the British weren't, colonizing the New World, it was colonialism that laid the basis for enough wealth to be generated in the Western countries that they could overthrow feudalism and establish the capitalist economic mode of production, and from there start building a quote-unquote liberal society. And what was colonialism? Was colonialism freedom? Absolutely not. Wasn't freedom for the Native Americans. Wasn't freedom for the millions of Africans killed in the transcontinental slave trade, the transatlantic route, the Middle Passage of, millions of Africans dragged from their homes and taken to the United States and to the Caribbean to be worked to death. It was, if there hadn't been all this brutal authoritarian illiberalism, you would never have had enough wealth generated in America and Britain and France and Germany and Italy to have enough wealth to overthrow feudalism and talk about establishing a liberal society. And this was the primitive accumulation. And that's, an important point. There's a book called Capital, written by Karl Marx. And a lot of people don't get through the book because the opening of Capital is quite dull. So I'll give you a cheat code for this book, Capital. Skip to chapter 8. Right? Chapter 8, is it chapter 8 or part 8, is called Primitive Accumulation. And you read that, and that's much more interesting. It's not, a dull section about where is value determined and how is value created. It's very, very much a history of capitalism. And it talks about how, when they broke apart the feudal commons, section 8, part 8. When they broke apart the feudal commons, so part 8, so-called primitive accumulation. When they broke apart the feudal commons, there were all of a sudden peasants. Peasants had just lived on the land, right? And if you were on this land, you were a peasant. Well, the feudal commons, all of a sudden, there were all these people that had to pay rent and they had to be wage workers. And so they started executing homeless people. There were all the death penalty was implemented for vagrancy. If you were a vagabond or a vagrant, they gave you the death penalty, and they hung thousands of people just for being homeless as part of the process of creating capitalism. And that all across Europe, when they converted the land of Europe into private property for owners who were trying to make profit from the land, not feudal commons owned by medieval lords, but rather property, there was a whole process of killing millions of people. And then they seized Africa, and they seized the Americas and slavery, etc. And liberalism came into the world dripping with blood. And the liberalism was basically a mechanism for motivating the landowning class to go out and build an empire and plunder, right? And all of this is important because we're bursting the myths of liberal society, right? We're all told that these freedoms are eternal and that the intention is morality and all of this. No, okay. And I guess I just have to be blatantly, there's no way to beat around this. Liberalism has killed more people than any other ideology in history. Okay. And this is important because people forget this, right? We're always given a body count for communism. Communism killed a gamillion people, and then fascism too, right? Fascism, the fascist system, Hitler and Mussolini and all of that, we're always given body counts for them. No one would have ever thought about communism or fascism if it hadn't been for the fact that liberalism was killing people on a massive scale. And no one ever wants to give a body count for liberalism. But liberalism is by far the most murderous system that has ever existed. Slavery, the transcontinental slave trade, the genocide of the Native Americans, the colonialism and the... The Statue of Liberty was gifted to the United States from France in 1886, but now some in France are saying they want it back. Raphael Gluckman, a member of the European Parliament, says that the United States, under the Trump administration, no longer represents the values for which France originally gifted it. He says that they should return it. He's also emphasized that the academics and researchers who are losing their jobs as a result of Trump's budget cuts could be hired by France, and that France would be happy to take them in and give them employment and fund their research. Now, many Americans are not thrilled about France saying they want this back, as the statue is very much an American icon, a symbol of American values. While it may have been originated and created in France, gifted to the United States, it's become part of American culture. We decided to speak with some of the tourists here in New York City and find out how they feel about France saying that they want the statue back because they don't approve of the administration of Donald Trump. A member of Parliament in France says we ought to send the statue back. What do you think?
No. They gave it to us. We should have it. America.
I can understand, like with the geopolitical landscape that's changed, I can understand that there might be frustration because, obviously America at the current political standpoint doesn't seem like the values align with what the French are saying.
France says we should send the statue back because we no longer represent the values that they gave it to us for. What do you think?
I think we should keep it. It's ours. It's been here for like 1,000 years, man. Yeah, France can. They got the Eiffel Tower, right? What they need two statues for?
What do you think about a member of the French Parliament saying we should send the statue back?
Well, he can come and pick it up if he thinks he wants it.
Yeah, well, he says that we no longer incarnate the values that France gave it to us for. He doesn't like Trump, so he says he wants the statue back. Are you insulted as an American?
I am, but also it's a free country, right? That's what we build on. So he's free to come and try and pick it up and take it. I know I'm not going to help him, but he can try.
He wants us to send the statue back. What do you think?
I think the Americans are enjoying it. It was a gift and it's dear to us. We'd like to keep it.
I think it belongs here in the United States.
It's ours. You can't have it back. It was a gift, right?
I agree. It was a gift, 150 years ago, and
and hopefully we get back to a point where the relations are comparable to what they were back then.
Little known fact, the Statue of Liberty is not of a person. It's actually of a goddess character that was invented in the early years of the United States, Columbia, the goddess of freedom. District of Columbia, Washington, D.C., is named for Columbia. And before we had our national anthem, the Star Spangled Banner, we actually had an anthem called Columbia, the Gem of the Ocean. I guess back in the day, countries used to have like mythical, iconic figures that represented them. They talk about John Bull as the symbol of Britain. We know about Uncle Sam, right? And I guess back in the day, Columbia, gem of the ocean, Columbia, the goddess of liberty, that was an icon. And it's kind of pagan too, right? It's a female deity representing freedom. Well, he says that he doesn't like Trump. He feels like we don't incarnate the values they gave us the statue for. What do you think? He doesn't like Trump.
Well, yeah.
And he says that we no longer incarnate the values of the statue. He wants it back. What do you think? Are you insulted as an American?
Yeah.
He wants us to send the statue back. What do you think?
Why?
Well, he says he doesn't like Trump, and he feels like we don't incarnate the values they gave it to us for, so he wants it back.
I'm the wrong person. I'm a Trump fan. Yeah. I think
insulted?
No, but I think it needs to stay right where it's at.
Yeah, what do you think about him saying that?
I can't speak on that. I don't know him.
How do you feel about the statue?
I haven't been in there yet, but just from out here, I like it.
You feel like it's part of what it means to be an American?
Yeah, there's definitely history there.
What do you think?
It's ours, and we're keeping it.
Yeah, we're keeping it.
What do you think?
Yeah, we're definitely going to keep that.
Okay. Very good. Yeah, well, he doesn't like Trump, and he says we no longer incarnate the values that they gave us the statue for, so we have to give it back. What do you think?
His wife's really a man, so we get to keep it.
Okay. Do you feel it's kind of insulting for them to tell us we have to send our statue back just because they don't like our president?
No refunds over here, man. This is ours. Like, what? Yeah, disrespectful as heck, man.
I've never given anyone a gift and asked for it back, to be completely honest with you, so.
Oh, what kind of person takes the presents back? It was a present from French, right? So he can't have it back.
Yeah, do you feel it's kind of insulting for the French to say we should send like a symbol of America back just because they don't like our president?
Again, it's an overreaction. I don't think that's cooler heads should simmer down and just appreciate the relationship that's been together for over 100 years. So,
heck, man, I can't even. Can I cuss on here? No, for real? Oh, fuck France, bruh. Like what? Why are you trying to take our tower back? Like no. Wait, that's really it.
All right, thanks. Are you insulted as an American?
I don't know about insulted. I don't think that that's necessarily true of all Americans. I don't know that Trump represents every American that lives here. So.
What do you think?
No, I'm not insulted either, and I mean that's their opinion, and that's the relationship that essentially the two of them have at this point. And what
it's unfortunate.
What my wife said is I don't think it reflects everybody's station where they are at this point.
We've heard from our next guest a couple of times at this point, but I have the absolute pleasure of introducing him again. I'm so excited to hear more from you, David. David Rovics, everybody.
Well, there's been a bunch of things said that I keep wanting to say something about, and Caleb put in the program that I was going to say a few remarks here, so I'm going to take the microphone and say some remarks. One thing that Caleb mentioned, which is if I were actually an organizer of any decent kind, other than an organizer of concert tours, then I would be doing something more than just putting up a section on my website about this. But I've been getting attacked for years, particularly since January 6, 2021, by elements of the I call them the anarcho-Puritans, but I'm not sure what to call them. But since having since having coined the phrase anarcho-Puritans, I've learned that the folks who are actually trying to destroy my life are generally actually members of an organization in Portland called Rose City Antifa. Yeah, and they really suck. And they do this to a lot of people, protesting like Medea Benjamin's book talks and this kind of thing, just really crazy stuff. And of course the whole orientation against free speech is not something they invented. It goes way back to the whole history of deplatforming, and the whole history is a history that has totally backfired wherever it has been tried, according to my historical analysis, which is, I'm sure, very in need of somebody else to tell me about some history that I've missed. But as far as my understanding of this tactic being used in Germany, England, the United States, and elsewhere where it has been practiced, it has tended to just completely backfire. And so on my website there's davidrovics.com, there's a section called Principles, where I pretty much lay out the sort of 10 conclusions that I reached from being attacked like this for years, in terms of possible ways forward, which have a lot to do with a lot of things that people have been talking about already over the past few hours. But in terms of actually having real discourse and free speech, and in terms of actually not having our means of communication being controlled by a handful of corporations that are intent on censoring and through algorithm especially any kind of possibility for real discourse to happen in the Western world, which is the situation that we're at right now. And I'm far from the first person to make this observation. I first heard Glenn Ford, Black Agenda Report, say exactly what I just said. That the corporations are now completely hegemonically have taken over our means of communication. I think that one of the most bright spots around that whole reality has been media from outside of the Western world, such as the media that Caleb works for, also Al Mayadeen and Al Jazeera and so many other platforms that often are coming from all kinds of different perspectives, often have a lot of disagreements with each other in terms of their the biases that they tend to promote. But what's so common around all of these platforms, as you've probably observed yourself in abundance, is that they come to very different conclusions from the Western media about most of the important issues, like Palestine and the war in Russia and Ukraine.
What was necessary. And so all over the world, communists went into class against class mode to expose the Social Democrats and build a united front from below, because we understood that that was the correct tactic. And then we know that after the rise of Hitler, and as the situation changed, the line changed. And it became correct to align with the Social Democrats in a united front against fascism. And when that line changed, we didn't just half-ass align with them against fascism. What did we do? We built the Abraham Lincoln Brigade and went and fought in Spain. We had the Battle of Cable Street in London. We built huge anti-fascist mobilizations. We are the reason Roosevelt won the 1936 presidential election. When we do something, we do it hard. We do it hard. There was a labor leader who once remarked, he said, if it's 3 in the morning at your labor union hall and there's 2 guys running the mimeograph machine, you can bet at least one of them is a communist. And the people who criticize our movement, right, this is a really common critique from Trotskyites, is they'll say, well, they zigzag, they're always reversing themselves. They do this and then they do that. Yeah. If the situation changes in 24 hours, the tactics must also change in 24 hours. And sometimes what's correct on Monday is not correct on Tuesday, and it's not correct on Wednesday, and you have to change your tactics. And when you're as dedicated as we are, and when you never half-ass these things, when you take it very seriously, when you are fully committed to achieving what we aim to achieve, it can look a little strange to people who don't get it. And they can go, well, one day you're running this way, and the next day you're running this way. Yes, And every way that we run, we're running hard because we understand that it's necessary and that it must be done. And that brings me to a story or a bit of wisdom that was passed down to me. You know, we can be critical of different figures, but Sam Marcy, an important leader of communism in the post-war years, he would often talk about how at the anti-war protests that happened during the 1960s, where you'd have hundreds of thousands of people marching against the Vietnam War, there'd be these beautiful puppets that they would build. They'd have puppets of, Richard Nixon with his money or whatever. They'd have puppets of the heroic Vietnamese people fighting for their liberation, these beautiful puppets. That there were whole communities of people, and they weren't members of any communist group, but they were against the Vietnam War and had a general leftist, anti-imperialist view, and they made it their mission that when there was a big anti-war rally, they would come together and they would make these beautiful works of art as their contribution to opposing the war in Vietnam. And there were whole communities that built these puppets. It was their project, their way of being creative, of building community and coming together. And there were couples who met each other through the process of making those puppets. And a couple of years later, they were there making the puppets with their little kids that they had just had. And there were whole communities of people, and they made it their mission. This is something that we can do. Imperialism is the enemy of humanity. The Vietnam War is horrible, and this is something we can do. We have a 9-to-5 job, we have a regular life, but this is something that we can do. And we can do it together, and we can bond, and that's beautiful. And what Sam Marcy would tell his followers is that that community that built those puppets, that's 1,000 times more valuable than some kid who thinks he's Lenin. You know what I'm saying? A community like that has longevity. People are doing that their whole life, and they're taking on a contribution. And that if you've been doing this as long as I have, which is, not that long, relatively speaking, but you realize that there are some people who come around and they see that they don't get the immediate result that they want. They see that they don't they don't fulfill their dictator fantasy that they have. They see that they see that this isn't exactly the way they want to resolve their parental issues or whatever, and then they go away after a year. They go away after a year. For a year, they know more than everybody. No one knows anything better. They can debate everybody, but they're gone. For those people who came together to build the puppets and build community around it and learn to work together, they keep going. And generation after generation, year after year, they build those puppets. And that is what we need to build with the Center for Political Innovation. We need a network of people who are committed to opposing imperialism, who learn to trust each other and rely on each other and carry out operations, build some beautiful puppets, some beautiful artwork, put on beautiful conferences, and keep this movement alive. That is what we need to build. We need a network of people who love each other and trust each other and can work together and can serve the purpose of representing the anti-imperialist movement in America. That is what we need, and that is what I want us to build with the Center for Political Innovation. I remember the first time I went to a big anti-war rally, and it was in New York City, and I'd never been to New York City. I was 18 years old. Me and my high school buddy, we went up to Cleveland, and we got on a bus from the American Friends Service Committee, the Quakers, and we went to New York City. It was in April of 2006, and it was one of the last anti-war marches before Obama took office, right, the last years of the Bush administration. And we walked around, and it was a huge anti-war gathering. The Democrats were mobilizing people to march against the war in those days, and this huge anti-war rally. Me and my friend were just in awe. I'd never been to New York City, and I'm looking up at the skyscrapers, and I'm seeing this communist group over here and this communist group over here. And as we got towards the end of the march, I will never forget, there was a group of old men in wheelchairs on the side of the march. Not a big group, probably only 5 or 6 of them, if that. They had a big banner. You know what it said? Veterans of the Abraham Lincoln Brigade against the war in Iraq. I was so happy to see that sketch that you all did about the story of Mr. Grosset. You know, that was a beautiful innovation. I think Noah and Killian thought of it on their own, right? You heard it on the stream, and the two of you, whose idea was it? It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. It was amazing. It was beautiful, right? And it was a beautiful little sketch to show how this guy, who had backward reactionary ideas, was, you know, mugged by reality, by the reality of capitalism, and became a socialist and a revolutionary. And it was a beautiful story, and we need to recreate that sketch at different conferences and different events. We need to do it for different audiences. And we need to come up with different sketches like it, articulating that message. Now, in my History of the Communist Party, I quote from Angelo Herndon's autobiography. He wrote a book called You Cannot Kill the Working Class. And in that book, he talks about, as being a black organizer in the US South, about how the Communist Party dealt with the racism that was deeply entrenched in the communities. He wrote, I remember one white worker, a carpenter, who was one of the first people I talked to in Atlanta. He was very friendly to me. He came to me one day and said that he agreed with our program, but something was holding him back from joining the Unemployment Council. I said, what's that, Jim? I asked him. Really, though, I didn't have to ask because I knew the South, and I could guess. He said, well, I just don't figure that white folks and black folks should mix together. It won't never do to organize them in one body. And I said, look here, Jim, you know that the carpenters and all the other workers get a darn sight less pay for the same work.
Colonization of Africa. You know, the British Empire created man-made famines all over the world. At one point, they killed 15% of the people living in Ireland. They killed millions of people in India by, you know, destroying their economy and burning the looms. China, right? China, when they were emerging as a country in the 1800s, they didn't want to be part of the British and their free trade system. So they tried to enact economic regulations and protections to make sure that the British couldn't, you know, dominate their economy. And one of the regulations was you can't bring opium into our country, no opium. And so the British waged 2 opium wars to force China to accept free trade and to accept the domination of British multinational corporations, the 2 opium wars. And the opium wars were devastating, and the result was destroying the Chinese economy, bringing opium into the country, addicting all kinds of people to drugs, setting back their ability to develop, creating a situation where they had to import all their goods from Western countries. Hong Kong was seized by the British Empire and became a British protectorate. Shanghai had chunks of it that were seized by the French. It was the century of humiliation for China. The Chinese government estimates that roughly 100 million people died as a result of the century of humiliation. And, why is it there's so many Irish Americans? That's because of land seizures. The British, the Whig Party, which was the more free market party in Britain, forced free trade onto Ireland. And they created a famine. All kinds of Irish people had their property taken away, their farms. They were kicked out of their farms, and big Protestant and British landowners seized their land and forced them out, and they were forced to come to the United States. And that wasn't just back then. That's right up to today. I mean, Libya used to be the most prosperous country on the African continent, and the liberal countries, the NATO powers, the United States, Britain, France, and Germany, bombed and destroyed it. And now Libya is devastated, and there's open-air slave markets in Libya. Iraq was a relatively stable country in the Middle East, and look how it's been ever since the liberal Western powers, led by the United States, invaded it and overthrew it based on lies about weapons of mass destruction. After the fall of the Soviet Union, they brought liberalism into the Soviet Union. Boris Yeltsin was a puppet of the West, and he imposed radical free market policies on the former Soviet Union, and their population decreased by 10%. 1 in 10 people either died or left the country. U.S. economist Andre Gunder Frank called it economic genocide. The sex trafficking rate was massive. The suicide rate was massive. Deaths from drug addiction were massive. It was just the economic devastation. No system in history has ever killed anywhere near as many as liberalism has killed. And this is really, really important because people just forget this. It's like it doesn't count if the liberalism do it, right? You know, and it's like, well, they say, well, slavery is not really freedom. So therefore, all the hundreds of millions killed in slavery and the Middle Passage and all that, that's not killed by liberalism because it's not freedom. Well, the people doing it were espousing liberal ideas. It was Thomas Jefferson who was owning those slaves. It was the founders of the United States that were doing it. It was the British Empire that was facilitating the slave trade very much. So you can say, oh, well, it wasn't real liberalism, but it was still doing it, right? And the wars of conquest, we always hear about the Spanish-American War. But after the Spanish-American War, you had the Philippine War, the U.S.-Philippine War, the Philippine-American War, where the Filipino people were fighting for their independence from the United States, and the USA, they sent the Marines, and there were hundreds of thousands, 500,000 Filipinos that were killed in the Philippine-American War and the lead up to World War I. And the colonization of Africa. I mean, you go down the line, country after country, nation after nation. Liberalism has killed millions of people, and the main driving force behind liberalism is the British Empire. The United States, obviously is a liberal country that was formed. It was originally part of the British Empire, established its independence. But the British Empire, they were the pioneers of liberalism. And they published the works of Adam Smith, the Scottish economist who wrote about the wealth of nations and the concept of free trade. And liberalism as a system was brought into the world by British bankers and the London Stock Exchange that were the main fighting force. The British, with their global sea-based empire that was espousing the ideals of, life, liberty, and property, and the rights of man and free trade, etc. That system, that Atlanticist system, which America is part of, France, Germany, Italy, they're part of it. That system, liberalism, the collective West, have killed more than, even if every allegation that they made about Stalin was true, it wouldn't hold a candle to what liberalism has killed. And this is hard for a lot of people to stomach. It really is. And we forget it. It's like somehow it doesn't count, right? If liberalism kills these people. If the British commit genocide in India, liberalism didn't kill them. The big mean British people did. Well, they were espousing liberalism, and they were doing it to prop up their liberal free market system. So, China, you go down the line, all over the world, liberalism has killed millions of people, wars of conquest. Now, liberalism has a built-in problem. You're right ahead of me. It has a built-in problem, which is that it's the capitalist system, or the economic liberalism, has a built-in problem, which is the only system where abundance creates poverty, where people can be impoverished because too much wealth has been created. That has never existed before, right? Poverty and economic destitution created by abundance. And that is something that is unique to the capitalist free market system. And I'm actually going to put on this clip that I have, one of my better clips, where I explain that when you have the means of production, the centers of economic power operating privately by owners who are trying to maximize profits, you have this unique problem of the more technology advances and the more wealth that is created, you have economic crises created by abundance. People become homeless because there are too many houses. People become hungry because there's too much food. It's crazy.
Explain what needs to be explained, what used to be considered Marxism 101, about why it is that our Western capitalist economy is crashing and burning. And in order to do that, I'm going to have to do some math. And I hate math. Do you know why I hate math? Because I grew up in America. I went to public school in the United States of America, so I am going to, at risk of embarrassing myself, because math was never my best subject, I am going to do some mathematics here on the board for you to explain the problem.
I very much enjoyed Caleb's speech.
So if you are creating a product, right, if you're a factory owner, you're making a product, you are going to need the material through which that product is made, the manufacturing materials. So that'll be A.
The simple equation you put forward to explain the crisis of overproduction and the falling rate of profit.
And you're probably going to need to transport the product to where it's sold. That's B.
It broke down where your money goes.
You're also going to have to pay your labor costs. Labor costs are represented by C.
Explanations of those concepts that people are able to understand.
Then, when consumers purchase the product, they're going to pay a final price. And that final price is D. However, there's a problem with that.
I like the fact that he framed it that way to make it very clear.
Which is that the capitalist can't change how much A costs. He can't change how much B costs. So the profit of the capitalist can only be extracted from the value put into it by the worker. And this is the basis of Marxism, the understanding of surplus value.
I've never seen it explained so simply anywhere. I've never been able to explain it that simply.
So C, the labor value, is divided. You have C1, which is what the worker actually gets paid. And then you have C2, which is the profit that the capitalist makes. And it all adds up to D, which is the final cost of the product. Now, the way people in the United States who talk about Marxism generally talk about this is they say, well, this is unfair. They say the worker is not getting paid the full value of his labor. But they're missing one of the most important points, which is not just that it's unfair and then people argue, well, what about the employer? He put up the money, doesn't he deserve to be? That's all a distraction. Because the important thing to understand is this. C1 is always going to be less than D. The wages paid out to the worker are never enough to buy back the product that he produces. There is always more products created than there are wages paid out to the worker. And this is the built-in problem of capitalism, the problem of overproduction. And it is always there in the capitalist economy. It never goes away. And they have invented all kinds of crazy mechanisms to try and deal with the problem of overproduction. Part of the reason that the US government has purchased billions and billions of dollars worth of cheese only to bury it in a cave in Springfield, Missouri, is to deal with this problem. It is an ongoing present problem, and it's a problem acknowledged by most capitalist economists. John Maynard Keynes said the problem was underconsumption rather than overproduction, but he was pointing to the same problem. The military-industrial complex in the United States is an effort to deal with this problem, to keep spending going. There's all kinds of mechanisms that they've invented to try and resolve this problem, but it gets worse. What is the capitalist always trying to do? He wants to maximize the amount of profit he makes. And one of the main ways they do that is with what's called labor-saving technology. Get rid of workers and replace workers with machines. As they eliminate workers from the process of production, as there's fewer and fewer workers involved, as machines take the place of workers, the role of C in production decreases. There's a little bit of a problem with that. As C goes down, C2 also goes down, right? As C decreases, C2 also decreases. And as the role of the worker in production is reduced, the rate of profit that the capitalist makes goes down. And this is called the tendency of the falling rate of profit. Only human labor creates value. And this is something that Adam Smith acknowledged. This is something some of the popes even acknowledge. Human labor creates all value. And so when you reduce the role of human labor in production, the amount of value created decreases, and the ability of the capitalist to extract surplus value also decreases. So this causes the capitalist to have to churn out even more products because he's making less and less of a profit on the overall product. He's making less and less of a percentage, so he has to churn them out. So this problem of the worker never being able to buy back what he produces and more products being created than are necessary, this problem becomes exacerbated. And this points to what is understood to be the deeply irrational nature of the capitalist system.
So we have a situation, as you show there, where they're always creating more products than they are paying out wages in the process of production. So the wages paid out in the process of production are never enough to buy back the product. And this problem is always getting worse because technology is always increasing. And the more efficient production becomes, the less wages that are paid out, and the bigger this problem is. And so they're constantly needing to seize new markets through which they can dump the excess products, right? You constantly need a new group of people to buy your products, because the more products you create, the less people there is to buy them. You know, the wages paid out are never enough. So capitalism moves into its imperialist stage, where they're seizing parts of the world as captive markets. Right? And I've used many examples of what imperialism is. Imperialism is the fact that, you know, Mexico used to have its own farming sector. And then the United States, with NAFTA, imposed free trade on them, put all the Mexican farmers out of business. And now Mexico buys its food from American agribusiness corporations. You know, Haiti used to have its own farming sector, and Haiti now buys and imports its food from American corporations. And that you're constantly looking for new markets, people to buy your products, because you're always having more products than you are having wages paid out. And that there's a frequent problem of overproduction, which is people become hungry because there is too much food. People become homeless because there are too many houses. And that the more efficient production becomes, and the more efficient they make the means of production, the bigger the problem you have. And I talk about self-driving cars, which should be a great thing, but it would lead to massive unemployment and hunger in the United States. This is the irrational nature. So capitalism moves into its imperialist stage because they need to seize new markets through which they can dump their products on, etc. Now, in the 1800s, as the liberal system is continuing to experience all these great economic, turmoils and economic problems, and they're having to seize new markets in order to stabilize the economy, etc. That's when you get the rise of, it was John D. Rockefeller in the United States, the owner of Standard Oil Company. He went to Britain and he made friends with a lot of the people in the Round Table Group, which was started by Cecil Rhodes, the guy who colonized Africa. Rhodesia was named after him. That's what Zimbabwe was called before it won its independence. And they called themselves Neo-Malthusians. Malthusianism was an economic school of thought that argued that the population always rises quicker than the food supply, and that the French Revolution had been caused by, quote unquote, overpopulation. Well, in the 1800s, I wanted to just talk to you all about a recent event. Nicaragua is a country in Central America, and it is a Christian government. In their Constitution's preamble, it acknowledges the role of Christian faith in their founding. The leader of Nicaragua, Daniel Ortega, not only did he cut ties with Israel, but he gave a very impassioned speech.
Es increíble cómo al frente del gobierno de Israel se encuentra un primer ministro que es hijo del demonio. ¿Por qué? Porque lleva en la práctica una política de terror y es Hitler. Sí, el primer ministro de Israel es Hitler, allí instalado, llamando a destruir a los pueblos, al igual que el que preside Ucrania es otro nazi, otro hijo de Hitler, queriendo comprometer a la OTAN para irse a la guerra contra la Federación Rusa. Lo que están haciendo los gobernantes norteamericanos, utilizando a Israel, armando a Israel, lo que están haciendo los gobernantes norteamericanos junto con gobernantes europeos, porque ahí están los imperios se han unido creyendo que de esa manera van a poder derrotar a los pueblos y no se dan cuenta que al final de cuentas o llevan al planeta a una guerra total o sencillamente no les queda más que esperar la derrota.
Not only is it a Christian country, but it's also a socialist country. In fact, the slogan that Daniel Ortega and his wife, Rosario Murillo, who's now vice president, have used is Christianity, socialism, and solidarity. They have overseen the full electrification of the country. Even the most remote and rural areas of Nicaragua have been electrified. They've wiped out illiteracy in the country and enabled the people of Nicaragua to have the ability to read with universal schooling and education. They've launched land redistribution so that the people of Nicaragua can have access to the land, and it's not all owned by wealthy landowners who go back to the time of Spanish colonialism. In addition to that, they have a micro-entrepreneurship program. That's right, a socialist government is going out of its way to help people start their own businesses. And the micro-entrepreneurship program of Nicaragua is one of their most successful programs, where the socialist government loans people money to start their own businesses. And many Nicaraguans have been very, very successful and seen their living standard go up. They see Israel as an outpost of a global financial system, a system that is leading wars all over the world and grinding countries into poverty. And they view their revolution in Nicaragua, based on principles of Christianity and socialism and solidarity, as a fight against that system. So they stand with the Palestinians because they see the Palestinians as also fighting against that system. I think by looking into Nicaragua and what its Christian and socialist government has achieved in terms of industrializing, raising people out of poverty, and now standing with the Palestinians, can really enlighten people about thinking beyond the left and right paradigm of American politics and getting to real solutions.
The other, to raising the standard of man throughout the world to our level. One looks to pauperism, ignorance, depopulation, and barbarism. The other, to increasing wealth, comfort, intelligence, combination of action and civilizations. One looks toward universal war. The other toward universal peace. One is the English system, and the other we may be proud to call the American system. For it is the only system ever devised, the tendency of which was that of elevating while equalizing the condition of man throughout the world. And such is the true mission of the people of the United States. And Henry Charles Carey was describing how at the time that England was emerging as a colonial power, it was holding back economic development. British bankers were using their monopoly to keep countries in poverty. And he talks about underworking the Hindu. That's about the brutal colonization of India. What the American Revolution was really about, right? If you know that the 50 states, that's the 50 stars, but the 13 stripes are for the 13 colonies. And the 13 colonies wanted economic development, whereas the British Empire just wanted them as a temporary trading hub, as a holdout, a trading post in their global sea-based empire. And you could argue that there's a very extreme similarity in what Henry Charles Carey was describing about the English system and the basis of the American Revolution, and what was written by Vladimir Lenin when he wrote about the Bolshevik Revolution, and when he explained his theory of imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. And actually, I wanted you guys to go get another flag that I have. I have the Chinese flag. It also has stars on it, no stripes. But the Chinese flag, on the Chinese flag, this star represents the Chinese Communist Party. But these 4 stars, they represent what was called the block of 4 great classes. The workers, the peasants, the urban merchants, and the national capitalists. The block of 4 great classes that now built in alliance against imperialism. Classical Marxist theory was it was the workers versus the capitalists. But Lenin came along and he said, actually, capitalism has entered this stage of imperialism, of monopolies, holding countries in poverty. And that the revolution isn't going to come from the Western countries, and it's not going to be the workers versus the bosses. It's going to be nations that have been kept in poverty fighting to break free and establish their economic independence. And that was the Leninist theory of how socialism would come into the world. So thank you very much. And what's also interesting is that now, if you go to China, you go to Russia, standard classical Marxist-Leninist stuff isn't as popular. But there's a rising school of thought called geopolitics. And geopolitics talks about civilizations of the East versus civilizations of the West, and civilizations of the sea versus civilizations of the land. And they talk about how there are empires in history that are sea-based, that build mighty navies and control trade routes. And there are empires and civilizations that are land-based, and they control great land masses. And that they have a fundamental difference in how they orient people. Because if you're simply controlling the trade routes, all you need to do is build up a mighty military.
Whereas if you're developing on the land, you have to build roads. And you have to connect different ethnic groups and different nationalities and different religious groups with each other. And that if you compare the civilizations in China's history and the civilizations in Russia's history, if you compare the Persian Empire that existed in ancient Iran with the Roman Empire that was based on the Italian peninsula, a sea-based empire, or with the British Empire that later emerged, their economic relationship was different. And their culture developed in a different way. We associate the East with more collectivist ideas and a more collectivist notion of what it means to be a person, whereas we associate the West with more radical individualism. And that this school of geopolitics, how our relationship with the land affects how we relate to each other. This is being widely studied, right? You know, in the Cold War, they just talked about communism versus capitalism. But now, in the Eastern countries, they're saying it's much deeper than that. And that there are deep issues in civilization and global perspective that have a much deeper root. Now, at the time the Vietnam War was happening, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., this is the holiday in his memory, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., he came out against it in 1967. And he was condemned by the NAACP for coming out against it. They told him not to come out against it. It was hurting the civil rights movement. He should just focus on civil rights.
Estimated that we spend $322,000 for each enemy we kill in Vietnam, while we spend in the so-called war on poverty in America only about $53 for each person classified as poor. The promises of the Great Society have been shot down on the battlefield of Vietnam, making the poor, white and Negro, bear the heaviest burdens both at the front and at home.
And he went to Riverside Church in Harlem in New York City, and he gave a very powerful speech condemning the Vietnam War. And in that speech, he said the following thing: these are revolutionary times. All over the globe, men are revolting against old systems of exploitation and oppression. And out of the wounds of a frail world, new systems of justice and equality are being born. The shirtless and barefoot people of the land are rising up as never before. People who sat in darkness have seen great light. And we in the West must support these revolutions. That was Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. a year before he was assassinated. And what he was really saying there was that the Vietnam War wasn't about capitalism. Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do, on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's going to be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's going to be musical performances, dance performances, there's going to be great speeches, and it's going to be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed, and CPI has always been committed to building an in real life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th, where we're gonna fill up the Midwest Convention Center, in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're gonna do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, and it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach. If you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges, but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you.
work in the South than they do in other parts. Did you ever figure out why? He hadn't. Well, I said, I'll tell you why. It's because the bosses have got us split up and down here. We Southern workers are as good fighters as anywhere, but we haven't been able to get equal wages with the workers in other places. We haven't gotten any rights to speak of, and that's because we're divided. When the whites go on strike, the bosses call the black people in to scab. And when the black people strike, the bosses call in the white people to scab. Did you ever figure out why the unions here are so weak? It's because whites don't want to organize with black people, and black people don't trust the whites. And we haven't got the simplest human rights down here. We're not allowed to organize. We're not allowed to hold meetings except in secret. And we can't vote, most of us, because the bosses are so anxious to keep the black people from voting. They make laws that take away the right of white workers to vote as well. And we Southern workers are like a house that's divided against itself. We're like an army that goes out to fight the enemy and stops on the way because the men are too busy fighting each other. Take this relief business now, I said. The commissioners tell the whites they can't give them any more relief because they have to feed so many black people. And the black people ought to be chased back to the farms. And then they turn around and tell the black people that the white people have to come first for the relief. So there's nothing they can do for the black people. And that way they put us off, getting us scrapping with each other. But now suppose the white unemployed and the black unemployed all go down to the commissioner's office together. And they say, we are starving, we are all in need, and we've decided to get together into one strong, powerful organization to make you come across with the relief. Don't you see how foolish it is to go into the fight with half an army when we could have a whole one? Don't you think that an empty belly is a pretty punk exchange for the honor of being called a superior race? Can't you realize that as long as one foot is chained to the ground, the other can't travel very far? And Jim didn't say anything to me that day. I guess he went home and he thought it over. He came back a week later and he invited me to his house. It was the first time he'd ever had a black person in his house, as a friend and an equal. When I got there, I found 2 other black workers that Jim had brought into the Unemployment Council. And about a month later, Jim beat up a rent collector who was boarding up the house of an evicted worker. And then he went on to organize a committee of black and white together to see the mayor about the case. Today it's the black worker across town, and tomorrow it'll be me, Jim said to the mayor. And there are a lot of Jims today all over the South. That's Angelo Herndon. And that's why these people who talk about class reductionism, don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Because the picket line and class solidarity has been the most effective battering ram against racial division. And they've rewritten the history of the anti-racist struggle to ignore all of that beautiful history. And we have the tough job of putting forward the line that built the tenant unions of the South, the sharecroppers unions, that built the labor movement, right? This kind of class solidarity, putting the needs of the oppressed first so that the whole class can advance, that was the line that created industrial unions in this country. Communists around the world have deep roots in communities. They don't here in the United States. I always tell people, if you want to study the history of American communism, there's 2 groups you can study. One, the Communist Party before World War II, before McCarthyism, right? In the 1930s, when they were big, when they were with Roosevelt. 2, the Black Panthers, right? In the 1970s, they had deep roots in the community. Everybody else, they haven't really accomplished much, right? Maybe you can go back to Eugene Debs or folks that came before the Russian Revolution, but post-1917, there's really only 2 groups in American history that had significant impact on society. One group might have done something here or something there, but really those are the only 2 groups that ever had deep roots among the community. But when I go to global communist youth gatherings, I see parties that have millions of members, that have deep roots in communities. I have told this story before, and I'm going to tell it again, because there might be somebody here tonight who hasn't heard it, so I'm going to tell it again. The first time I ever went to a global World Youth Festival, the Global Communist Youth Festival, was in 2013. I went to Quito, Ecuador. And our plane landed in Ecuador, and I was with 5 communists from the United States, and we're there, and they moved us to a special section of the airport where the different communist groups from around the world that were there for the festival were gathering. They had buses that were picking us up, taking us to the festival. And we're all there sitting in the airport, we're trading newspapers, you know, the communists from Vietnam are over here, the communists from Angola are over here, the communists from Sri Lanka are over here, the Venezuelans and the Vietnamese are over here. We're talking with each other, and then the airport starts to get quiet. It gets quiet for a minute. People start whispering that the plane from North Korea has just arrived. And then the whole airport goes silent. And a door flies open. Bam! And they march in perfect unison. And the men are wearing suits and ties, and the women are wearing traditional Korean gowns, and they march in perfect unison. And that whole airport is dead silent. And one person starts clapping. And then another person starts clapping. And then pretty soon I was standing in an airport with thousands of communists who were on their feet cheering for the Kim Il-sung youth of North Korea. And in that moment, tears poured down my face, and I thought about all the Korean people who have died at the hands of our government. And I thought about how I am an anti-imperialist in every ounce of my being, and this is where I belong. That was a great moment in my life I will never forget. I am so happy that we have been selected to attend the World Youth Festival in Russia in 2024. And I'm really happy to have Chris Halali on the National Preparatory Committee working on it with us. And honestly, folks, I expect it won't be as easy as it looks, right? I totally expect the American government to try and outlaw the World Youth Festival, to try to say it's illegal. Now, we are prepared to have a press conference at the United Nations with lawyers and attorneys and others there to say we have the right to attend this festival. We have the right to go meet the youth, not just from Russia, but from Vietnam and China and Cuba and People's Korea and Africa. We have the right to go to that festival just like any other country that we would want to visit as Americans. Because I know what those festivals have meant in my life. I deeply know what they have meant in my life, and I want other people to see it for themselves. I want people to see what real communists look like. Communists who have millions and millions of people in their organizations. Communists who have seats in parliament. Communists who have deep roots in their community. Communists who are standing with Russia and China and Iran and Venezuela against the imperialists. I want people to meet that movement. That is my movement. That is our movement as CPI, and that is the movement that I want everyone in this room to meet and embrace and become the American expression of. And get ready for this one. So at that World Youth Festival that I was at in 2013, I was talking with communists from Japan, right? And I did not know a lot about communism in Japan, but the Japanese Communist Party is a pretty large communist party. Now it's become Euro-communist and reformist in recent years, but I learned a lot from these communists from Japan. One thing I learned from them is that, in Japan, the communists don't talk a lot about Hiroshima and Nagasaki because the people who do talk about it tend to be apologists for Japanese fascism. So, they try not to talk about it as much. Another thing I learned from them is that during the Second World War, the majority of the members of the Japanese Communist Party were Korean slaves. Did you know this? They were Koreans that had been taken from the Korean Peninsula as slaves and forced to work in Japan. Who believed that the earth was revolving and challenged the teachings of the Catholic hierarchy began referring to themselves as revolutionaries. And the leaders of the French Revolution in 1789 opposed the Catholic Church, seeing it as a corrupt institution that granted legitimacy to a tyrannical king and aristocracy. And those who led the charge to bring down the King of France called themselves revolutionaries because they rejected Catholic teachings and also because they engaged in a big political turnaround, and essentially the two terms were combined. You had the combination of the astronomical term of revolution and the political definition, and it came together in this notion of a revolution as people going out and overturning the old order and trying to replace it with something better and more scientific. That's really where it came into being. And Marxism and scientific socialism, as they emerged, they came to understand the concept of revolution as human beings advancing to higher stages of civilization. This view fits in with historical materialism, which understands that the history of human beings is a constant struggle to improve living conditions and create a higher level of abundance and stability. Frederick Engels wrote, "The animal merely uses its environment and brings about changes in it simply by its presence. But man, by his changes, makes the environment serve his ends and masters it. And this is the final and essential distinction between man and other animals, that human beings have the ability to force the environment to serve them, to create, to be creative and intelligent. And when human civilization is prepared for a great advance, it comes in 3 stages. First, there is an economic revolution, and advances in technology make the old system of production and economics unsustainable. Then there's a social revolution, in which a new class emerges to fit this new advance in technology. And then third, there's a political revolution, when this new class becomes the ruling class and takes control of society and the government. And for the majority of human history, as folks know, we were hunter-gatherers. We were, hunting wild animals. We were gathering fruits and nuts, and that's how we survived. But eventually, with our brilliance and our creativity as human beings, we got too good at hunting and gathering. We developed, spears and rocks to kill animals with. We began tracking the patterns and how plants grew, so we knew how to hunt and gather, and there was a big scarcity. Right? So an economic revolution took place that made it so that hunting and gathering was no longer a sustainable way of living. And so, after that economic revolution, you had the first social revolution, which is when people began growing their own food and domesticating animals. And you had the dawn of agriculture, and you had a class of landowners, of people who claimed a little piece of land and claimed some animals and said it belonged to them, the origin of private property. And then you had the first political revolution to follow up that social revolution, which was the birth of ancient civilizations like Mesopotamia and Egypt, Greece, and Rome. Or you can fast forward to the 1400s in Europe. We had new technological innovations like the printing press, textile looms. All of this made feudalism unsustainable. During the Renaissance and the Protestant Reformation, we saw an economic revolution, with new technology laying the basis for the elimination of the feudal system. So another social revolution took place with the rise of the merchants, a new class. Merchants and the traders, they sold goods for a living, they traveled around. They were neither peasants who worked the land or landowners and nobles. They were a new class. And ultimately, the political revolutions shook Europe and France, England, and Germany, and elsewhere, as the nobles and kings were toppled and replaced by the merchants and bankers, this new class that took power. And eventually the merchants and bankers set up factories and became the capitalists and industrialists who rule the world today. It is with the emergence of capitalism that we got the modern political system of liberal democracy and nation states. Revolutions have 3 phases: first economic, then social, then political. Now, the Communist Manifesto was written and published in the year of 1848. And that was the year of what people called the Spring of Nations, because every European country, except for Britain and Russia, had a massive uprising or revolt in that year. In these revolts, you saw liberals, nationalists, and radicals joining forces under the banner of republicanism and demanding the creation of modern democratic states, or republics. And Karl Marx's Communist League was a grouping among the radical Republicans in Germany who wanted universal male suffrage, which back then was a big demand. To have the right of every man to vote was big, and not having just property owners voting. And they also called for the creation of socialism. The revolutions of 1848, they ultimately failed, and it's actually as a result of the failure of the revolution in Germany in 1848 that millions of Germans fled to the United States. That's why today, the most common last name in the United States is Miller, which is from the German Muller. It's because thousands and millions of Germans fled here to escape the failed revolution. And interestingly, the first Marxists in the United States were people who had fled Germany in the aftermath of this revolution. Joseph Wedemeyer and August Willich were 2 Marxists who fled to the United States, and both of them became prominent leaders of the Civil War. Joseph Wedemeyer, he led the Ohio 9th Regiment, which was considered to be the Red or Communist division of the Union Army that carried the red flag as its marching emblem during the Civil War. And August Willich became a brigadier general in the Union Army. Both of them corresponded with Karl Marx throughout the Civil War. And Marx was actually employed by the New York Tribune, which was the Republican Party newspaper here in New York City. So I think it's very funny nowadays. A lot of times the Republicans are always accusing people they don't like of being communists. Well, actually, originally, if you go way back, in the early days of the Republican Party, the communists were Republicans. I think that's pretty funny. So Marxists generally argue that revolutions require a revolutionary situation. And Lenin described a revolutionary situation this way. And I'm going to read the quote, and then we can break for our discussion, because that'll be the first part. So I'll just read you the quote where Lenin describes a revolutionary situation. He says, "What, generally speaking, are the symptoms of a revolutionary situation? We shall certainly not be mistaken if we indicate the following three as the major symptoms. 1. When it is impossible for the ruling classes to maintain their rule without any change, when there is a crisis in one form or another among the upper classes, a crisis in the policy of the ruling class, leading to a fissure through which the discontent and indignation of the oppressed classes bursts forth. For a revolution to take place, it is usually insufficient for the lower classes not to want to live the old way. It is necessary that the upper classes should also be unable to live in the old way. 2. When the suffering in one of the oppressed classes has grown more acute than usual. And 3. When, as a consequence of the above causes, there is considerable increase in the activity of the masses, who unaccompaniedly allow themselves to be robbed during peace times, but in turbulent times, are drawn both by the circumstances of the crisis and by the upper classes themselves into independent historical action. Without these objective changes, which are independent of the will, not only of individual groups and parties, but even of individual classes, a revolution as a general rule is impossible. The totality of all these objective changes is what you can call a revolutionary situation." So that's where we'll end the first part.
Just a quick tidbit on socialism. What I'm concerned about is that there's still going to be a ruling class regardless. Bernie Sanders in 2016 said millionaires and billionaires, and now he's only saying billionaires because now he's a millionaire himself. So what I'm concerned about
is that true?
I noticed that. Yeah. So what I'm concerned about is how can you still trust the ruling class to make it work for the proletariats, for the working people that could end up getting the same amount of pay regardless of how much work they end up doing.
I think the thing is that Marx didn't, I'll answer that question. Marx didn't define the ruling class by their income level. He defined it by their relationship to the means of production. Right? And those who work for a living and sell their labor power are workers, and those who own for a living and own major centers of economic power and live by owning, by making profits from what they own, those are capitalists, and that's the ruling class. And the idea of socialism is to put society in control of the means of production. So they're no longer functioning just to make a profit for their owners, but they're functioning according to a central plan.
The Rockefeller family and the Rhodes Round Table Group and a lot of the wealthy British people, they argued that the problems of the capitalist system in the West were caused by overpopulation. And they began thinking of various schemes that they could develop to reduce the population and reduce consumption in order to stabilize the economy. And they started arguing that you need to degrow the economy. You need to have wars to drive down the population. You need to, promote birth control everywhere and have people, not have children. We've got to reduce the population because the problem is overpopulation. That's what they were arguing. The problems of imperialism and the capitalist, liberal system are caused by overpopulation. And that became a popular view among the ultra rich and among the British Empire and among the Rockefeller family, etc. So, we have the colonial wars. They're dividing, they're seizing sections of Africa, they're seizing sections of Asia, and they're fighting with each other. And all of that leads to World War I. And World War I was the war to end all wars. And it was the great war between the British imperialists and the French imperialists, and eventually the American imperialists against the German and the Austrian imperialists. And they were fighting over colonies, right? The Germans had chunks of Africa that they wanted. They had chunks of China that they wanted, and they wanted to build a global empire. And the Austrians and the Turks, the Ottoman Empire, they all had sections of the world they wanted, but they were up against the British and the Americans and the French. And so they had a war in which 20 million people died in World War I. And it was a war to redivide the world. It was a war between the colonial powers, or the imperialists were fighting over who got big chunks of the world. And Germany was stripped of its colonies at the end of the First World War, and Austria was stripped of its colonies, and Turkey was stripped of its colonies. And the British and Americans and French, they divided up the rest of the world, and they drew the map of the Middle East. The Sykes-Picot Agreement, is how the maps of the Middle East were designed, right? The Arab people are one nation, but the reason you have Iraq and Saudi Arabia and Yemen and Syria is because they made an agreement among themselves. The Americans and the British and the French, they drew the borders for what the Middle East would be, and they picked certain kings to rule certain areas. And Syria was under the control of the French, and Iraq had a king that was picked by the British, and the British picked the Saudis to rule Saudi Arabia. And that this is how the maps of the Middle East were drawn up. And Africa was carved up in a similar way. Do you think that those borders in Africa were drawn up just because, the people in Nigeria have always been different than the people of Gabon and the people of Namibia? I mean, no, those borders were drawn up by colonizers. And these countries, Angola was run by the Portuguese. And South Africa was under the domination of the British, and Zimbabwe, which was called at that time Rhodesia after a British guy named Cecil Rhodes, those borders were drawn up by the colonizers, and they carved up the world. And World War I was a big, giant war in which 20 million people, most of whom were white European people, died in order to carve up the world. And after World War I, there was a huge economic expansion because there'd been so much destruction. All of Central Europe had been destroyed. All of France, all of Germany had all been destroyed. Belgium had been destroyed. And so there was a speed up of production. And the United States had not had fighting on U.S. territory, on U.S. soil. So the United States was at the center of that. And so the United States experienced what they called the Roaring '20s, where the economy was doing well. And the United States had not lost its industrial capacity. So people were buying things from the United States. Henry Ford, had developed assembly line production and was selling cars to the whole world, and radios, and there was a boom in the Roaring '20s. And the slogan that they used in the 1920s is they said, Ford has overtaken Marx. Because they said Marx said capitalism is inefficient, but Henry Ford has developed this really, really efficient form of capitalism where he pays the workers a significantly higher wage, and that enables them to buy the products. And that Henry Ford has invented this new ultra efficient form of capitalism that does not have the problems that Karl Marx pointed to. Well, that obviously didn't work out. And in the 1930s, you had a long-term economic crisis, which was that all the assembly line production and all the very, very efficient methods for churning out products led to a big crisis of overproduction and all that stuff about, people not being able to buy back the products and overproduction. You had an economic crisis. But what made the Great Depression different than in the past was usually these economic crises ended in 1 or 2 years. They'd have a panic, they called it. The stock market would go down and people would be unemployed and starving. But after a year or two, we'd be back up and running again. That didn't happen in the Great Depression because the technological leaps of Henry Ford and the technological leaps that came after World War I were so big that the capitalist economy couldn't really resuscitate itself. And throughout the entire 1930s, they were still in the Great Depression. And it didn't get better. And it didn't get better. However, in the Soviet Union, you had a country that had broken out of capitalism and imperialism. And they had 5-year economic plans. And they were booming economically. And they were raising their people up out of poverty. And the Soviet Union was rapidly expanding its economy and electrifying and industrializing. and a lot of engineers and scientists from the Western countries were going to the Soviet Union and studying, and the Soviet Union was having a great economic expansion. The Koch brothers, their father, Fred Koch, was a chemist who worked with oil, and he went to the Soviet Union and he helped Stalin set up the oil industry. And General Electric helped set up, power plants in the Soviet Union, and that there was all kinds of business with the Western imperialists and the Soviet Union. And the Soviet Union was where the growth was happening. The rest of the world was stagnating. And in the Soviet Union, you had economic expansion. Well, in the Western countries, of course, a lot of people were unemployed and hungry, and the Soviet Union was booming. And a lot of intellectuals and scientists and others were going to the Soviet Union, seeing how great it was. And the Soviet Union was aligned with communist parties that built labor unions and built protest movements of the unemployed. So a lot of people in the Western countries started becoming communists because they said, hey, look, we're having this long-term economic crisis, and the communists, Marx, they explain this is the problem of overproduction. And so we're going to have a communist revolution. And in France and in Germany in particular, millions of people joined the Communist Party. In America, the Communist Party was very big and very strong and influential. You had a rise in communist influence, and millions of people started becoming communists. And then, the main people that were threatened by communists were factory owners, because communists built labor unions of people who worked in factories. And factory owners, they did not want communism because that would lead to their property being nationalized. It would lead to, the state seizing the means of production. And those communists were organizing unions of the factory workers that were forcing them to sign contracts and pay higher wages and cutting into their profits. So among the industrialists, you had another illiberal movement formed called fascism. And fascism promised to build a military state that would crush the communists and crush the labor unions as a mechanism for stabilizing the economy. So as the liberal system is, failing in the West, millions of working class people are becoming communists. And among middle class people, shopkeepers and factory owners, and among the rich and powerful, you have fascism arising. So two illiberal movements are arising. Nobody would have ever become a communist, and nobody ever would have become a fascist if liberalism worked. And let me repeat this, right? Because a lot of people don't get this. They think liberalism, it's fine. It's only fascism and communism that have problems. Nobody would have ever thought about either of those things if it hadn't been for the failure of liberalism, right? The liberal system, which is individualism above all else, would never have been would never have been, there wouldn't have been anyone opposing it if there hadn't been failure of liberalism. And communism offered class solidarity, right? The solidarity with your class, the working class. Fascism offered nationalism, the nation. And they were both collectivist ideologies that were saying you're not an individual. The communists are saying you're part of a class, the working class. The fascists are saying you're part of a nation, etc. But they're both collectivist ideologies, and they both are seeking heavy-handed control over the economy. Communists want a centrally planned economy. Fascists want, a heavy-handed state that imposes, breaks the labor movement and imposes militarism, etc. But both of them want heavy state control because liberalism isn't working. And they're both trying to build mass movements to lay the basis for heavy-handed state control to address the problems of liberalism. All right, next. So this is the Uhuru House, and the rally here is in response to the fact that the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement has been charged as being Russian agents. The trial begins Tuesday, September 3rd, and it is alleged that their activism in the black community is somehow acting as a foreign agent of Russia. It's a very dangerous case with very extreme implications for freedom of speech, freedom to protest, freedom to be anti-war here in the United States. It was a beautiful rally that was held. Here are some of the highlights of that demonstration.
Come on, put your hands together and stomp your feet. Come on and praise the Lord.
Yeah, we've been messing with each other for a very long time. And
Yeah, this is CPI. This is Caleb
okay.
Alvin and John. Yeah.
Good to see you.
This our guy John.
Thank you so much.
CPI and his swing party. These people are out.
He's green card.
This is just a sort of a research lab that opened up some.
Well, I'm with you. This is where I'm going.
This is ways. This system ways. She's Secretary General.
As was stated, my name is Jesse Neville. I am also a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee and the chair of our mass organization. And I am also one of the Aru Three, along with Chairwoman Penny Hess and our leader, Chairman Omali Yeshitela. And many of you have probably seen the video footage of what this very parking lot and area and staging ground where we are right now looked like on July 29th of 2022. It was filled with FBI agents, dozens, and if not over 100 FBI agents with vans, with armored vehicles, with battering rams, with flashbang grenades. At this location, here in St. Petersburg, at the home of Director Akile Anai, who also want to salute, at the home of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Deputy Chair, as well as at their home in St. Louis, Missouri, to have that many FBI agents and that many assault rifles when they could have sent one guy with a briefcase and a little badge and a warrant to say, I'm here to execute a search warrant. They did that because they wanted to intimidate Chairman Omali Yeshitela. And think about that.
On Tuesday, you have this trial coming up. You know, what sparked this, and what is the message you really want to get across?
The message is that black people have agency, that we don't require anybody to tell us that we are oppressed. We are not employees of Russia. And I think the big problem is that the U.S. government has is that we won't be employees of the U.S. government. We are free people. We are fighting for the freedom of African people.
There's only one interest for imperialism and colonialism, and it's seated right in Washington, D.C., whoever is sitting in the White House. So we got to understand that. So we just came to be here with y'all, and to be here with Comrade Omali, and the party, and the movement, and the supporters, because this is where we needed to be. This morning you clap your hands. Come on, put your hands together and stomp your feet.
So we got to find out what's happening. So they made me read Marx. They forced me to read Lenin. They forced me to look at Trotsky and all the others who represented what was characterized as scientific revolution. And it was helpful. I read Marx. And having read Marx, I came to damn different conclusions about so much using the science that Marx provided. Because Marx told us, he said, you have to have an understanding of how capitalism came into existence. He said, in order for there to be capitalist production, there must be accumulation of capital. He said, but how do you get an accumulation of capital if there's no capitalist production? He said, the only way we can get out of this is to presuppose that there was an accumulation of capital that preceded the production, capitalist production. He said that accumulation of capital came about as a consequence of turning Africa into a warren for the commercial hunting of black skins. He said it came and tearing the indigenous people in this land into the mines, bringing up gold and silver and what have you for the Europeans. He said it had to do with the attack that was going on at what they call East India at the time. We're talking about the India in that particular area of South Asia. Hell, he just described the mode of production. That is a mode of production for the first time in history with the enslavement of African people, with the attack on Africa, the Portuguese. 600 years we've been fighting this struggle. 600 years ago, 1415.
I have a question. If Jesse and Penny and the chairman are foreign agents, then who are the elected officials who are receiving money from AIPAC? Are they not foreign agents also? Why aren't they going after them? The hypocrisy of this government is absolutely, it makes you want to toss your cookies, to coin a phrase, okay?
People understand what this means in terms of the threat to free speech of everybody. So that's why people are here, and that's why we are here. So we expect many, many more people to arrive here, and people like Charles Barron, who you may know for years and years was on the City Council in New York and the State Assembly in New York.
Turning 50 plus years old, I can't keep singing outside on the street corners. And then someone told me there was a new radio station called Black Power. I said, they called my name. Black Power. They called my name. I'm black and I got power. So I wanted to go out, and I came and I said, I want to be a DJ. And I never forget the person that was here, manager at the time, say, you want to be a DJ? I said, yeah. He said, aren't you blind? I said, yes, I am. He said, well, I don't know if you can do it. I said, well, give me a chance, man. Give me a chance. And he said, okay, I guess I'll give you a chance. And Deputy Chair, she urged me on. And next thing you know, I was playing music and I was DJing and I was finding love for my community. And they was finding love for me, most importantly.
Okay, CPI is honored to be here because we understand how important this case is. What's at stake is not just a life sentence for Chairman O'Malley. What's at stake is a death sentence for humanity. Because imperialism has pushed us to the brink of a world-ending nuclear war between the United States and Russia. And what these demons are saying with this prosecution is that it's illegal to organize to try to stop that war, and it's illegal to even talk about it. That's right. Go ahead. And we got to talk about it. We got to organize against it because it's a threat to everybody. We're not here defending Chairman O'Malley. He's defending us, our children, everyone we've ever met, and anyone we ever will meet from a world-ending war, from imperialism to colonialism, and the final war that they're leading us to. So we have to do everything we can to help him win that fight. We got to do it like our life depends on it, because it does.
This is a case that's using law in pursuit of political objectives, that this is a political trial. These are political charges that they're making against us, and they're using the law. So we have incredibly good lawyers who will represent us in the court.
There's not really much that I can add, but I just want to turn around and say, look what Chairman O'Malley built. Look what Chairman O'Malley built. Look what Chairman O'Malley built. Chairman O'Malley is not a hashtag revolutionary. He's a cement and bricks revolutionary. He is a builder, and he constructs and he lifts people up. And we look on him with absolute admiration for what he has done and what he has accomplished and why they are targeting him. Yeah, that's right. And I must say, if you look at what they're doing, this is a test case. They have already raided the home of Scott Ritter. They just recently targeted Danny Shaw, the journalist, at the airport when he was coming back to the United States. And they have gone as far as to prosecute Sue Mi Terry, the top Korea scholar, a longtime shill, just because South Korea won't go along with the provocations against North Korea that the United States is demanding. There is all kinds of abuse and efforts to impose and utilize the Foreign Agents Registration Act in the works. There have been calls to prosecute organizations that march for Palestine under the Foreign Agents Registration Act. And this is a test case. And that is why standing up and taking this to trial and saying that you will not surrender is so important. It's really important. And we should all look in absolute admiration to Chairman O'Malley, to the Uhuru Three, and all that they are doing. And I must say that Chairman O'Malley is a builder.
And that's why he has been targeted, is because he has built and he has constructed. And if you look at what their system is doing, monopolistic capitalism is in a wrecking, destructive period. But we are builders. We are people of the land. We are fighting back. We are resisting. We resist their global system based on fake wealth and usury and global domination of world markets. And we stand for building and construction and popular power. Thank you very much.
And if, in fact, this trial is based on law and the Constitution, we'll win it, hands down. But the problem is that it's political, and so therefore is extremely important for the people who are the most incredible, most significant factor in any kind of political situation, the people. And so that's what's really important, for the people to come forward and say that we recognize that black people have been historically oppressed in this country. The Russians didn't have to tell us that.
The party, the chairman has stood with every struggle. We recently found a photograph of Jainaba's father, the incredible Biko Lumumba, speaking at a rally in support of Leonard Peltier in San Francisco in about 1983, 84, the party stood with Leonard Peltier for his freedom then, who has been in prison for 50 years on his own stolen land. So I just want to say we are confident. We want everybody to be there who can. The trial starts next Tuesday. It is powerful to see the people. And it's just, we will win. We will win. Only the people can do this. Salute to Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Deputy Chair on this nation, telling the African People's Socialist Party.
And I'm saying this as somebody who's a communist. I'm as Comrade Charles Barry knows. I'm a materialist. You understand? I'm a materialist. But saying I'm a materialist does not keep me from appreciation of what we've seen here today. Because African people came to Christianity for different reasons. African people came to Christianity because it was the religion of the oppressed. Right. That's why there's go down, Moses, way down in Egypt land, tell Pharaoh, let my people go. You weren't hearing that in the white church. You were hearing that in the church of the oppressed. And that's the thing that brought us to this relationship with these wonderful people who bring the culture, African culture. We've had to learn how to even sing songs and express our feelings in ways that's not necessarily obvious to the oppressor. When Harriet Tubman come in the middle of the night to get the people, what she say? Steal away, steal away. And Africans understood exactly what that means. It's time to bounce. You understand? And so people got together and did exactly that. So that's our relationship. That's a different Christianity than what Trump is talking about. That's a different Christianity than what Biden is talking about. That's a religion that's based in resistance. That's the way we approach that.
I go to the movies and I go downtown. Somebody always telling me no.
Also, did I say anything about the Center for Political Innovation? I want to, because these comrades were some of the first out of the gate. When this attack happened, they were first out of the gate. They didn't ask any questions or anything like that. They were the first out of the gate, and not only in words. They began to take actions everywhere they were located. We can see the actions they were involved in, defending the Uhuru 3 and opposed to what the FBI was doing to us, trying to do to us. And they understood the relationship that it had to the whole question of free speech for everybody. In Brooklyn, New York, the first tribunal on reparations for African people, the first world tribunal where we use international law, including the Genocide Convention. This is so wild because they charged us with being under the leadership of the Russians around genocide. And Comrade John had a splendid response to that. He said the guy who the Russian we're supposed to be working for was only 7 years old when we had that conviction, so they've done some time trial, in Russia to be able to make that, that claim. But I just wanted to say that the CPI, John, and then Caleb and John, Center for Political Innovation, yeah, I saw Caleb in this video, Comrade Caleb, and he was on a Vladimir Putin, President Putin was on the stage, and Caleb was in the audience, and he raised his hand and was recognized, and he said that what was happening with the Uhuru 3, and that they were using the Russia kind of thing as the basis for that, and he put it, before them, and I thought that was really powerful and really good.
Things between our two countries are not good at this point. Before we left, we had to have a press conference at the United Nations. We are concerned about being prosecuted. There are 3 Americans that have already been charged and are facing prosecution, possibly 15 years in prison, simply because they attended a conference like this in Russia, the Uhuru movement, they're called. And we are concerned because I know that I speak for the majority of the American people when I say that we do not want our tax money dumped into this conflict in Ukraine any longer. We do not want our country to continue to deteriorate internally while our leaders waste money on prolonging this war. I'm frightened by what the Biden administration is doing, not just in Ukraine, but also on Taiwan and on the Korean Peninsula. And I really do see gatherings like this as a potential road to peace.
I don't want to say too much. I spoke earlier, but I just want to tell you that Tara Reid, the journalist who was sexually assaulted by Joe Biden and is currently living in Russia, wanted me to send her greetings to today's rally and to express her support. And I want to also say that, 2 years ago, I live in Brooklyn, but I was in Chicago, and we were going to have a conference, and we were going to honor Tara Reid at our conference. It was 2 years ago, and I was in Chicago helping prepare for the conference. And then my phone started blowing up because everyone started telling me from around the country about what was happening here in St. Petersburg and in St. Louis. And we heard about what was happening, and we immediately thought we need to do everything we can to support the Uhuru movement. And so we were all over social media raising the case and raising awareness. And we made a phone call, and we decided we were going to dedicate the opening of our conference to the case. And members of the organization drove from St. Louis to Chicago, and we opened our conference honoring the Uhuru movement in the aftermath, in the immediate aftermath of those raids. And Tara Reid was there, and she had not heard about the raids and what had happened, but she heard about it, and she was able to speak with many of her associates and people that she's known through her efforts to expose Joe Biden. And we were able to make some connections, and that's something we're very, very proud of. We have from the beginning seen how dangerous this case is. And I have yelled at many people that I know that are anti-imperialists, many people that are claiming to be anti-war, claiming to be against the FBI, about how dangerous this case really is. And we have seen one of our roles as an organization of just highlighting the importance of this case, because there are many people who just don't seem to grasp how serious this case is. The attitude of the anti-imperialist movement, the attitude of the anti-war movement and the labor movement was an injury to one is an injury to all. And if they come for one of us, they have to deal with all of us. And that is the attitude of solidarity that we've been trying to bring from the beginning about this case. And so I want to urge people to go to their networks and demand people take a stand around this case, explain to them why it's so important, and don't let the issue go. Don't let them drop it. Don't let them just put out one statement, okay, we support them, and then move on and do something else. Explain to them how all of our rights are on trial here today. That's what I want to make clear. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Caleb.
Now more than ever, it's time to get organized. You and I both know that institutions like the African People's Socialist Party are crucial in advancing our struggle for liberation.
That even the First Amendment that the prosecution has attempted to prevent us from using as a defense. Even that First Amendment was not ratified by the United States Congress until 1791, at the time where African people were still living in the worst kind of slavery imaginable. So it certainly wasn't even made for us, but African people in this country have been the ones fighting harder for the constitutional rights than anybody else. So we are the ones who made the struggle for universal suffrage. We are the ones whose churches were bombed, our children killed, our leaders assassinated, just pursuing the right for the democratic rights that's associated with the First Amendment and the Bill of Rights. So we didn't need any Russians to tell us that.
I go to the movies and I go downtown. Somebody always telling me no.
Real tweets that we've gathered over the course of the last week that we just think are incredibly unhinged on the subject of Ukraine. And I'm going to start off with one that just left us our mouths agape. I feel like I am watching George Floyd die again, only the country version. We all stand around knowing this is wrong, but are helpless to stop it. What can we do? Hashtag Ukraine is George Floyd. Wow. Yeah, that's when I saw that, I was just like, I can't believe that a person thought of that.
Another is give Ukraine their land back. Hashtag land back.
We thought you'd be particularly interested in that one. Oh, did you see this one? I feel like this one really made the rounds. This isn't discussed much, but Putin very much benefits from white privilege. I just can't see a scenario in which a black or brown man running Russia would be allowed to invade Ukraine with no devastating consequences.
I don't even know where to begin with that. That is, yeah. I mean, I guess this goes to show you how much the woke current is a pro-imperialist current. And that this illusion that these people and that this current, I don't know what you want to call it, wokeness, postmodern stuff, that the idea that that's part of the anti-imperialist Marxist movement, that we should try to accommodate it, that we should really, make it part of what our movement is about and really kind of, help bring these people into the Marxist movement and stuff. I mean, this goes to show you how much of a failed strategy that is.
Yeah, talking about the important protection necessitated for the neo-Nazis among the Ukrainian people. I think that's really important for our multiracial international proletariat to really support.
Calling Ukrainians Nazis is akin to calling black people a racial slur, said Terrell Germain Starr.
That's another one.
Well, I got to tell you, I was thinking about this kind of thing long before stuff with Russia escalated. For years, I was a communist activist in Cleveland, and I would sell communist newspapers on the street. And in Cleveland, especially Parma, which is a suburb of Cleveland, there are a huge amount of Ukrainian folks. And a lot of them are Ukrainian nationalists who fled the USSR and moved to Cleveland. And what's interesting is that, the Ukrainian diaspora is largely more nationalistic and right-wing than in Ukraine itself. And long before anyone was talking about Crimea or anything like that, I would encounter these people on the street. And they would say, oh, my God, communists are evil. Communists are controlled by the Jews. Communism, killed more people, and the Holocaust was made up. It was a fiction invented to justify what the communists did to you. I mean, these people were neo-Nazis. And what was weird is...
And you agreed with them because you're anti-Semitic.
Right, yeah. And I mean, you would talk to these people, they were straight up Nazis. And I met them over and over and over again. I would meet them. And they were not, they had no apologies about it. And what was weird was that, if an average American person who's not from like a special ethnic community was walking around Cleveland or Pittsburgh or one of these cities, Chicago, and was saying stuff like that, everyone would be like, you're a Nazi, you're a white supremacist, you're a scary anti-Semite, go away. But there was this weird, especially at my college, there was this feeling, well,
they lived under communism, and communism is just so bad. You have to understand, Caleb, that communism is just so evil that it makes sense these people would want to be Nazis. And you got to sympathize with them.
It's like communism has a special property to it that is somehow, maybe not necessarily if you asked them, they'd say it's worse than Nazism, but in their minds, it triggers something where it makes Nazism okay.
Yeah. And I mean, with the Ukrainian community, it is especially, exaggerated because of Stepan Bandera, the Nazi collaborator who's been made a hero by Ukrainian nationalists because of this.
They had stamps of him.
Yeah. And because of this allegation that a famine that took place that was very awful was somehow an intentional genocide of Ukrainian people, that's not what happened.
Yeah.
And because of that, with Ukrainians, it's particularly exaggerated. But you see this with Hungarians. You see this with some of the Polish anti-communist folks. There is this weird feeling that the Nazis weren't so bad, and American media gives them a pass. And the American society gives them a pass simply because, well, communism's bad, Russia's bad. And I find it particularly shocking from the woke left that thinks everyone's a Nazi. Everyone's a Nazi, by the way. You're a Nazi, I'm a Nazi. Every Trump voter is a Nazi. But actual Nazis in Ukraine who wear this like lightning bolt Nazi symbol, tear down World War II memorials, have torchlit marches for Nazi collaborators, right? Go around beating up Jews. They're just, Putin's bad or something. I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, a good friend of mine, Alex Rubinstein, has highlighted how there's an anti-Semitic themed restaurant in Kiev right now. I mean, you can read about this. There's a whole restaurant, and it is built on the ruins of a synagogue, and it is people dressed in like Orthodox Jewish costumes. And it is an anti-Semitic themed restaurant where they like don't have a menu and you have to like haggle for your food. And it is like a whole,
oh my God.
Wow.
Anti-Semitism, anti-Russian feelings, anti-Roma people. I mean, it's been given just a pass by these people that are woke because they take their directions from CNN. I mean, it's shocking to me.
I feel like this is a good time to bring up that official who was interviewed on the BBC recently. You were actually the one who posted that clip that I saw it from. The gentleman who said that they were sad that blonde-haired, blue-eyed European children were under attack. And it's like, you said that on BBC. Like, you'd think that they'd have the sense not to say something like that if they don't want to be seen as neo-Nazis on like the world stage. But then the guy is just like, let's get past that.
Yeah, the BBC guy has no fucking idea how to respond. He's like, oh shit.
Yeah. I mean, it is just utterly shocking to me. And I mean, they've just been beating this drum of fascists are everywhere, and it's like it's right in front of your face. I mean, they make no bones about it, and we're just, all these woke people just go along with it. I mean, it's really frustrating to see, and it shows you how manufactured a lot of this discourse is. Because if these people actually had concerns, they would at the very least be neutral in the conflict that's happening right now, at the very least. But they're not. And it's important to talk about this in regards to January 6th, because, Joe Biden, in his speech, that he made, his first State of the Union, he tried to link January 6th with Russia and China. He talked about insurrection and autocracy. But that crowd on January 6th, that was all of these right-wing extremist groups that the U.S. government has cultivated around the world. It's not just right-wing Ukrainians. It's the right-wing Miami Cubans. It's the Shahs of Sunset Park, the Pahlavi monarchists who fled Iran after the 1979 revolution. It's the Falun Gong, the Epoch Times, the anti-China fanatical religious cult that's been around.
Weren't there some Moonies there?
Oh, yes. Sean Moon, Reverend Sun Myung Moon's son, was walking around the crowd. This is the guy who has the weird ceremony where they bless the AK rifles. And the United States government has this policy of going around the world cultivating these extremist groups, these terrorist groups, these hate groups, these counter gangs is the word that the British intelligence officer Frank Kitson described them as. And we've gone around the world cultivating these groups. And then, Donald Trump basically built a rainbow coalition of these groups, right? I mean, from all around the world, who all have their short-term vendetta. and they don't really care about the overall interest of U.S. imperialism, right? You know, they're not thinking about like, how can we make sure the USA, you know, dominates the world. These Miami Cubans, they just want to overthrow Castro. They don't care, right? The Iranians, they just want to escalate with Iran. They don't care, right? And so the USA has kind of cultivated these groups. Donald Trump kind of, you know, found them all and made like a coalition of them, and then they stormed the Capitol on January 6th, and we saw the crowd was full of those folks. I mean, every one of these groups that you can think of was there, and you know that's who these woke folks are upset about, right? I mean, that's the Donald Trump movement is dominated by these folks, and you know if they're worried about Donald Trump, a lot of his base is these extremist groups, and that includes the Azov Battalion. Barack Obama would not send lethal weapons to Ukraine because he knew about, you know, there was some feeling that, okay, there are these extremist groups. Barack Obama was very anti-Russian, and he carried out that coup and destabilized the country, and we can get into that. But Obama wouldn't send lethal aid to Ukraine. Donald Trump did. He did send lethal weapons to Ukraine. So it just shows that they are building these extremist groups around the world, and these extremist groups are very right-wing. And if you're going to be a woke supporter of U.S. imperialism, you just kind of have to turn a blind eye to it. It's really bizarre, and it's an important part of what's happening in the United States right now. That, you know, when Donald Trump says America first, that hits home with a lot of people in the Rust Belt because they kind of notice that our government has a different agenda than you know the interests of the country, and that there is a feeling that our government is loyal to somebody else that has a more global agenda than it is to average working families in the United States. Now, we understand that in a, you know, Marxist terms, but they understand it maybe in vague nationalistic right-wing terms. But they're catching on to a real trend, which is that, you know, fighting for the Azov Battalion, fighting for the Miami Cubans, fighting for the Falun Gong seems to be more important than our leaders than making sure Americans can have clean drinking water and, you know, not have lead in their water.
And do you know what the Japanese Communist Party, that was majority Korean at that time, do you know what they did? They were making weapons, making bombs and torpedoes and all of that. You know what they did? They went out of their way to sabotage, to make sure that some of those shells didn't explode, to make sure that some of those bombs didn't go off, to make sure that some of those torpedoes didn't go off. When I heard that story, I had to think of my grandfather.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Think about it. Think about it. I might not be standing here if it wasn't for some amazing Korean communists. And it's realizations like that and weird coincidences like that with Carl Geiser over the years that have gotten me to realize that there's a reason I'm doing this. I'm here for a reason. I'm doing this. I think God put me on this earth for a reason. I'm here serving a purpose. And you know, I mean, we can tell the stories, but do you know why all those people are so great and so remembered? It's because of what they did, what they accomplished in the real world. Fred Hampton built a free breakfast program. He organized the people of Chicago into a rainbow coalition, and for that, he was such a threat to the American status quo that he was murdered. Huey Long, the leader in Louisiana, who Huey Newton, the founder of the Black Panthers, is named after, said, "Every man a king." He built roads and highways all over the state. He was so loved for the programs that he provided. He built a Share Our Wealth movement all over the country, and he was shot down. William Z. Foster, the leader of the American Communist Party, who organized an organization with unemployment councils and trade unions, and amazing dynamic leader, writer. You know, I always encourage people to study his works, but he was a brilliant trade unionist and organizer. Anna Louise Strong, I just read you her beautiful work. They're all great because of what they did. They're not great because somebody came along and gave them a title. They're not great because somebody came along and put a crown upon their head and said, "You are the one." That's not how it works. And folks, one of the saddest things I've seen in our movement is that there are people that have been doing this for a long time that know that it's time for somebody to step up to the plate. Right? When AOC got into office, remember that? I remember when AOC got in there, and you know, I met so many older folks who went on delegations to Cuba and went on delegations to Nicaragua, and they tried so hard to like AOC. They wanted to like AOC. You know, she's young, she's good looking, and she says she's a socialist. Maybe she can be good. Maybe she can be good. Well, she wasn't good, was she? No. But they tried. They wanted there to be somebody that they could believe in. And look, I have to say this, and it's not what people like to hear, and I've heard a million excuses from people about why it's not the case, but you just have to acknowledge it. People who've been waiting for years for a real socialist movement that is really trying new ideas and really expanding and really building deep roots among the community and really aiming high and not just in the same old, hamster wheel of doing the same old thing, those folks shouldn't be waiting any longer, because that organization is right here in this room. You're the ones you've been waiting for. This organization is what you've been looking for, and you can make so many excuses about why we're not it. I'm sure that we're all not the right kind of LGBTQ, XYZ. We're the wrong nationality. We're from the wrong part. We have the wrong words, whatever. But you cannot deny that we are here, and we are doing it, and we're getting better at it, and they have thrown everything they can at us to make us stop, and if we were going to stop, we would have stopped by now. Yeah. And if we were a fraud, if we were one of their plants, they'd be making it a hell of a lot easier for us, wouldn't they? They have thrown everything they can at us, but we keep coming back, and we have proved that we won't back down. We won't go away. We won't fade away. We are what people have been waiting for. And it's time that folks came forward and just recognized that we are the organization that they've been waiting for, and maybe we don't sound the way they thought we would sound. We don't look the way we thought they would look, but here we are. Yeah. We are here. Yeah. I want to say this. The reason that we're the ones cut out for this task is because we love our country. And there are some people, when we talk about patriotic socialism, they get kind of a clever look in their eye. And they're like, oh, people think socialism's anti-American, so you're going to be the patriotic socialist. I get it. No, we actually love this country. We don't love the government. We don't love the big banks and corporations, but we actually love this country. We love the people of this country. We love the optimistic glow of hope that flows through this society. We love the fact that people have come here from all over the world in all kinds of different circumstances. Some people dragged here in chains, some people jumping over fences, some people the generations past. There's people from all over the world, different corners of this planet, that have all been dragged to one spot by the imperialist system. We've come here. And we've come here because we have a will to survive. I talk about why are there so many amazing black musicians and black athletes? Well, think about what the black community has been subjected to. Genocidal conditions, the transatlantic slave trade, millions of people slaughtered. You think about, the death camp they had in Angola, Louisiana, where they were working people to death. And the reason that the black community in America, the reason people, Michael Jordan is known about all over the planet, the reason that jazz and R&B is listened to all across this planet, that's because there's a beauty in the American black community, because it represents those who had this amazing, unbeatable will to survive. Right, yeah. They survived all of that horror. Yeah. This is a strong people. And when you think about other nationalities that have come here, people have come to this country because they want to build, they want to grow, they believe that their kids could have a better life, and they go through all kinds of hardship in order to get onto these shores from different corners of the planet, all because they want to grow, they want to build, they want to construct. And now we're all gathered here, white, black, Arab, Asian, Latino, we're all here gathered in this one little tract of land between the Atlantic and the Pacific. And now the imperialists are telling us, well, we got to accept being poor. In order to save our system, you've all just got to be poorer. So, that American dream thing, turn that off, and just accept being poorer. It's for the environment, it's for COVID, whatever. Just accept being poorer, look at your phone and be dazzled. And they think this is going to work. Well, it's only a matter of time before they realize that they have been the stupidest imperialists in history. What they've done is they've gathered millions of people from all over the planet and they've dragged them all into one place so that we can all come together and kick their ass! I'm almost done, don't worry. '24 is coming up. Yeah. Woo. So we're going to the Youth Festival in March, right? Woo. Between the beginning, January and March, we're going to be focused on the Youth Festival. Yeah. But then after that, you know, our friends in Peace USA are having a convention, and we're going to do our best to participate. But in addition to that, so we all know about this. This is the manual, the educational manual of the CPI. And we have a series of classes now called the Saxton Lectures that are a basic introduction to anti-imperialism and socialism, right? And we've done them throughout the country, and we're doing them here in Portland next weekend, by the way. December 8th, 9th, and 10th, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. A week from today, we're going to be doing those classes here. So if you're local, or if you're around, or you want to drive back, or whatever, we're doing it. And it's available to anybody, free. You can come, and we're going to do
Socialism versus communism. It was about Vietnam, which is a deeply impoverished country historically, fighting in order to industrialize, fighting to take control of its country and build itself up. That they were under the domination of the French, they were under the domination of American and British corporations, and they wanted economic independence so they could build themselves up. That was really what the issue was. And Noah and I, we got to attend the World Youth Festival in Sochi, Russia. And we actually got to meet people from Vietnam, representatives of the mass youth organizations of Vietnam. And right now, Vietnam is experiencing what the World Business Forum has called an economic miracle. They have given their country a high-tech upgrade, internet access all across the country. They have provided education on a massive scale. Since the end of the Vietnam War, they've seen their life expectancy go up by 17 years, and it just continues rising. The Vietnamese government has proceeded to raise people up from poverty. And it's not just Vietnam. I mean, you go to another part of the world, part of the reason we're pushing this bridge is because there is an economic expansion happening very, very rapidly. The rise of the BRICS countries. There's whole sections of the globe that we were taught about in school that they just kind of glossed over. It was like they weren't even important. Big sections, big land masses in Russian Far East, Mongolia, Central Asia, all these places that they just didn't used to matter. They're becoming electrified. And there's railway going through them. And there's people rising up from poverty and getting running water and electricity and modern technology. And what is happening in the Far East is very, very exciting. Meanwhile, here in the West, our economy is getting worse and worse and worse. I tell people that they're unpaving roads in the United States while they're paving roads in the most rural, isolated parts of China. They're literally unpaving the roads here in the United States. 27 different states have situations where local municipalities can't afford to maintain paved roads. They pull up the asphalt. We saw the Francis Scott Key Bridge that collapsed. Remember that? That was in this part of the country. More recently, we saw the wildfires raging in Los Angeles. And then we found out part of the reason that the wildfires got so bad is because the local Democratic Party, Samantha Power and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris sent a bunch of the fire protection equipment to Ukraine. And that, I mean, and so rather than having it there to provide and protect people, the fires were raging because they didn't have the proper equipment. Absolutely outrageous. And it seems that our leaders in the United States are not loyal to the United States. They're loyal to an international financial system. They're loyal to defending this British Empire, globalist, imperialist way of doing things. They're loyal to Atlanticism and the international financial system that concentrates wealth in great cities like Wall Street, New York, like the London Stock Exchange. And not only does it suck the life out of the countries under its domination, but it's sucking the life out of the heartland of America. And we're getting poorer and poorer, and an internationalist elite is getting richer and richer and richer. And at this point, we have to ask ourselves what kind of country we want to be. When World War I broke out,
all over Europe. There was a woman living in Germany who was very, very opposed to World War I. She was eventually thrown in prison for her anti-war activism. Her name was Rosa Luxemburg. And Rosa Luxemburg, she wrote a pamphlet that she had to put out under a fake name because she didn't want to be arrested. And in that pamphlet, she said something very eerie. This was 1914, when World War I had just started. She said, "This world war is a regression into barbarism. The triumph of imperialism leads to the annihilation of civilization. At first, this happens sporadically for the duration of a modern war. But then, when the period of unlimited wars begins," think about unlimited wars, when the period of unlimited wars begins, it progresses towards its inevitable consequences. The triumph of imperialism and the collapse of all civilization, as in ancient Rome. Depopulation, desolation, degeneration, a great cemetery. She was saying that if the trends that began at the time of World War I were allowed to continue, the West itself would come apart, and Western civilization and Western society would deteriorate. And she compared it to the Roman Empire. As this war-based society became more and more individualistic and more committed to this global international financial system, eventually it just collapsed from within and deteriorated. And I think if we want to understand the role that we have to play as anti-imperialists and anti-globalists and people who want to see a new America where working families come first and speaking out against imperialism, I would like us to look at something very, very old, a very, very old text. Some of you might be wondering what this painting is. Well, this is a painting from 1844, and this is from Horace Vernet, the American painter, and it's his depiction of the Hebrew prophet Jeremiah from the Old Testament of the Bible. This is Jeremiah, the weeping prophet. And this is his depiction of this Hebrew prophet, Jeremiah. And if you read the book of Jeremiah, Jeremiah was born in the year 650 BC in the kingdom of Judea. And at that time, the kingdom of Judea was experiencing a lot of injustice, I guess you could say. At the time, the gap between the rich and poor in the kingdom of Judea was rising very significantly. And the rich people were becoming more and more ruthless. They were finding loopholes in the Hebrew law through which they could utilize poor people as slave laborers to build their great mansions. They also, according to the Hebrew law, they had provisions to care for widows and orphans, but those were being ignored, and widows and orphans were being left destitute and hungry. And at the same time, the rich were also engaging in human sacrifices, and they were burning infant babies, and they were engaging in all kinds of rituals and such. And Jeremiah was not from the priesthood. He was just an ordinary person. And he spoke up against the rich and powerful in the kingdom of Judea. And I want to point out something about that, because it's very, very easy to speak up against people who have no power. It's very, very easy to condemn people who have no power. And I hear that when you turn on CNN. You know, they'll sit there, some Hollywood celebrity. "I'm so morally opposed to these people who vote for Donald Trump. These people in Texas and Alabama, they're bad people. I condemn them. I morally oppose them. It's just so wrong." And they sit there, and then the cameras go down, and they're like, "All right, time to go party with P. Diddy. Time to get on Jeffrey Epstein's airplane." It's ridiculous. It's so easy to grandstand against people who have no power. But if you start calling out the rich, and you start calling the powerful, that's when the consequences begin. And Jeremiah did that. And in fact, one of the people who was the most opposed to Jeremiah was the priesthood. Why? Because he was calling out the priesthood. He was saying that the priesthood, they were complicit in the crimes of the rich. They were complicit. They were enabling the rich to get away with what they were doing. And so he called out the priesthood, and he built a movement. And all kinds of people in the kingdom of Judea started gathering outside the temples to listen to Jeremiah's preaching, to put on sackcloth. And the message was, we've got to change our ways. We've got to repent. If not, we're going to lose our country. And he said that if they could change.
Hence comes the warning, Caleb Maupin, an amazingly serious one from Lakhdar Brahimi. He has said that the crisis in Syria, quote, cannot remain confined within Syrian territory. Either it is solved or it gets worse and sets the region ablaze. What's your reaction when you hear that after his tour that he's made of all these different countries that are either directly or indirectly involved?
Well, he's certainly speaking the truth, because the greatest roadblock to peace in Syria is the United States and its proxy Israel. Right now, all over the world, wherever there are governments that defy the U.S., which the Assad government has defied the U.S. and has not blindly obeyed the U.S. orders, and as a result, when governments defy the U.S. engages in campaigns of destabilization and making efforts to overthrow those governments and foment chaos in order that they can come in and take over and get their way. And that's what's going on with this so-called Free Syrian Army. They're not fighting for human rights or anything like that. They're being backed and supported by the West in order to overthrow a government that won't obey Washington, D.C. That's what's going on, and it's really no different than what the U.S. did in Nicaragua in the 1980s when it funded the Contras, another group of people that was going around killing people and murdering people. But the U.S. media, of course, never spoke about the crimes the Contras committed, and while they were backed and funded by the U.S. This notion that's projected all across the Western media that the Free Syrian Army, a bunch of freedom fighters or something, that's a bunch of nonsense. These are people that are engaging in crimes against humanity, murdering civilians, but we never get to hear about them in the United States while they have a drumbeat for war in Syria. The U.S. is trying to foment civil war and unrest in Syria in order to get control of the region, and it's the people of the world must stand up against that. You know, if we want peace in the region, we need to stand against this war drive in the U.S. and this effort to destabilize the Syrian people.
Caleb Maupin, somewhat similar sentiments there that you have with Randy Short, but to conclude from the two viewpoints, yours and Randy Short's, you're saying, or maybe you could elaborate more, what is the plan that the U.S. and its allies have if we see all these inconsistencies that we have seen? It doesn't appear from what I'm gathering that the conclusion that I'm making that they want Syria, that they actually, by supporting indirectly or directly some of these groups and extremists, that the entire region will be at their disposal for them to then maneuver based on the mayhem that's created, since there are other countries that could be within their sights, such as, let's say, Lebanon, let's say Iran, or whatever other countries may be in their plans.
Well, the U.S. bankers and corporations that run the government here in the United States, they have a global outlook, and they're always looking for how they can continue to find every corner of the earth and use it to make profits for themselves. And the Syrian government is a government that has defied them. It has, in numerous cases, not obeyed them. And as a result, they are trying to destabilize it. But it's part of their global agenda. They don't like the fact that the Syrian government has an alliance with Iran, with Russia, with China. They don't like that. They want global domination and global hegemony. And they've learned that in order to get that, the best way to do it is to create chaos. You know, Libya, it was a similar situation with Libya. There was this so-called group of rebels that the media was hailing as heroes. But what happened? The country is destroyed. It was bombed into ruin. The people there are in misery. All over the world, the U.S. always beats its chest and talks about humanitarianism and trying to create peace.
I've been hearing you
false.
two this whole program.
Go ahead.
Excuse me?
Sorry, can I cut in here, right? Look, I am just as suspicious as anyone else about American intentions in the region. But that does not mean that you guys are just sitting there and supporting dictatorship after dictatorship in the region. Do you not support the people's right in the region to determine their own futures, to not live under autocracy and totalitarianism? I mean, you know, forget, I am also very suspicious of American involvement in the Middle East, but that doesn't mean that we have to keep the people in the Middle East suppressed just because their governments might have, differences with the U.S. Forget the U.S. We have to look here at the principle that people in the region have a human right to determine their own futures, to not be repressed, to not have their human rights revoked by their governments, to not live under this kind of authoritarianism. I mean, guys, let's get real. Conspiracy theories are one thing, but on the ground, people should be able to
forgive me. I was in Libya,
and they are not doing
and
that.
I'm going to be real. The people in Libya have suffered because of ideas just like yours. That Gaddafi was so bad that they had to destroy the whole country. The people are worse off. Even those who may not have supported Muammar Gaddafi are miserable because of the gangs and the violence and the people who've come back in to steal their natural resources. Of course, everyone would want freedom and self-determination, but don't tell me that this is going to be better, that the Al-Qaeda people and the other folks that are going to come in, they don't have a better choice. Their choice won't be better.
Well, Omar Nashbi, go ahead, ask your question. We'll get to you in a minute.
I'll say
Caleb
this.
Open, we'll get to you in a second.
So
go
you're
ahead.
saying that most Libyans regret now that Gaddafi is not there anymore?
Randy Short.
You know what? Because we don't get real media, like when they're taking press TV off in Europe, no one has really gone and talked to the Libyan people, but I can assure you, the black Libyans, the ones who look like me who are being murdered, while you talk about change and they're raping and killing people that I know my friends are dead, I'm certain that they miss Muammar Gaddafi. In fact, I'd swear my life on it. Will you swear yours that that significant number of Libyans that look like me don't wish Gaddafi was there over these people who've been killing them and stealing from them? I dare you to speak for them. When you don't look like one of them and you
I am
do something
absolutely against, I'm against any revenge killings, but that doesn't counter the fact that Gaddafi was an awful repressor of his people. I mean, you are supporting dictators here, guys. I mean,
Gaddafi was providing health care for his people.
Where's the moral argument
He's doing
here?
better for his people than the Saudis.
Forget the issue of
doing
American
better for his
intervention.
people than
Forget
what
that.
America does
That's
for most
another
of its
issue.
folks.
You are supporting like horrendous human rights evaders here.
Okay, Caleb Mopin, go ahead.
The United States government, my government, violates human rights.
It's
of
very
50 million
easier
people that
to
look
sit
like
here
me.
and
so you're telling
say,
me I live in a democracy?
You know, there's this one
when
government.
we
it's
can't
not,
walk
it's not
around
perfect
here.
and point
Okay,
out
Randy,
the flaws,
hold on.
know
when
anything
the
about
U.S. is trying
reality
to
of what it's like, in
destabilize
particular, to
them
be a
and
black
overthrow a
person.
government,
you
it
two,
is
I
our
can't hear
duty
you
to stand and
talking over
oppose
each other.
that. The U.S. will always make it worse. There's not a situation in the world that the U.S. has ever improved by bombing and destroying it. There is not a situation in the world the U.S. has ever improved by bombing and destroying. And every time the U.S. bombs and destroys a country, they do it with a big media campaign talking about human rights. Human rights, human rights, human rights. But the U.S. violates human rights all over the world. And when there's people that are defying a government that is obedient to the West, we don't hear about their concerns.
Agree,
we never get to hear about their concerns. Look.
So what you're basically saying is that if America wants to get involved in the region, then forget people's human rights in the region. America's involvement trumps everything else. I am just as much against any American bombing or invasion or intervention in any of these conflicts. But those people have human rights. Listen, if you look at every just cause, anti-apartheid, freedom for Palestine, anti-war in Iraq, they all had unscrupulous supporters. They all had supporters that we wish didn't support those causes, but that didn't mean that those causes were not just. The people in the Middle East have justice on their side. They deserve to live in freedom, to determine their own political futures, to not be repressed. Forget who else outside the region supports that. The fact is they have that human right.
Point their guns
and you guys
at
are basically saying
they don't have to pass any
because
test
the US
in my book
agrees
for me
with that
to
view.
rally against
Revoke
them.
This is ridiculous.
The
We
people who
can
are
be
under
against
attack do
American
not have to
involvement and
pass
still
any
say
test as
people
far as
should
I'm
have their human
concerned.
rights respected.
You know, when the greatest mass murderers have their weapons pointed at them and are getting ready to strike, it is the duty of the people of the world to come to their defense and stand against this attack. And I don't make any requirements of the victims. I don't blame the victims for what the West does.
Let's look at the victims, Randy Short, the fighters that are on the ground there. I mean, who are they fighting for? They're fighting for the Syrians? Are they fighting for their own agenda? What are they doing?
They're from 11 different
Let's bring
countries.
that into the mix.
Why are people from Benghazi fighting in Syria when there's fighting the Green Resistance, which is all over Libya, fighting the people who supported Muammar Gaddafi are fighting. There are people from Benghazi fighting in Syria. They're from 11 countries. They just killed a Saudi officer in Syria the other day.
Because the
What's
Assad
a Saudi
regime helped
person
Gaddafi
doing
militarily.
there?
That's
There's no
exactly
freedom for
why.
people in Saudi Arabia. I mean, this is obscene that these people, these gangsters that are being trained by the CIA, which I guess this other gentleman must like the CIA, training people in Turkey to be involved where they've been massacring and killing people in Syria, and it's all aimed at destroying the Islamic Republic of Iran. whether I
Don't
have
put words in my mouth. You
100%
have no
agreement with the
idea who I
government of
like and who I
Iran or
don't like.
not,
Do not
I
put
do
words
not
in my
want
mouth.
the
Do not
United
dare
States or any
assume that
country
you
to
know
act
what I like and
academic
don't like.
discussion.
This isn't just some hypothetical debate. People are dying right now in Syria, and it's time to pick sides. I'm on the side of the people of the world against the U.S. imperialists. I'm on the people's side. This isn't an academic debate about human rights. This is a real war that's going on, and I'm on the people's side. I support the people of Syria while the West is trying to destabilize and destroy
This
them.
is about
I've chosen
people's
sides,
rights,
and now the
human
people of the world
rights.
must choose sides.
Okay, final statement. Sharif Nashashibi, go ahead.
What would you like me to say?
Well, in closing, you have the floor. If you don't have anything to say, we're going to have to end the program.
What's the question that you want me to answer?
Well, I'm looking at
No,
the closing
what
of this
question are you
program.
posing?
Okay, I guess we're going to have to end it there. Thank you. Let me thank our guests. We had Randy Short talking there, also Sharif Nashashibi talking from London, and Caleb Maupin, who was talking from New York. Thank you for watching another edition of the Press TV News Analysis. We appreciate any comments or suggestions that you may have. Do send it to newsroom@presstv.ir. That's our email address. From me, Kaveh Taghvai, and the entire team, it's goodbye.
Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do, on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's going to be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's going to be musical performances, dance performances, there's going to be great speeches, and it's going to be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed, and CPI has always been committed to building an in real life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th, where we're gonna fill up the Midwest Convention Center, in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're gonna do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the
mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, and it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach. If you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges, but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you.
That's exactly what the feudal ruling class said when their system was under attack, right? When, in fact, Malthus, the man who coined the term overpopulation, was around at the time he was in England, at the time that the French Revolution happened, and he said, oh my gosh, there's just, there's too many poor people, right? And the population has outstripped the food supply, and there's just too many people, right? And at that point, the human population was so much smaller than it is today. And the ruling classes generally, when there's upheavals and protests and strikes, they generally respond by saying, oh, there's just too many of those poor people. They're breeding too much. And that notion, I believe, is fundamentally poisonous. I think we should be developing more technology, rationally operating the economy to support more people. You know, I think that ultimately, and that the concept of overpopulation is rooted fundamentally in the kind of the ruling class not understanding that their system doesn't work. I mean, that's been my understanding of it. But I know there's different views in the room. So do we want to go on to the next section, or oh, okay.
The last quote you read, was that who was it? Was that Lenin or Marx? Lenin? Yeah. Yeah. I just wanted to comment on that because the part where it talks about how for there to be revolution, there's multiple forces that are necessary. Not only the majority of the population, the working class or peasantry, to be basically fed up with the old system, but actually the second part of that we don't hear enough, and a lot of the left and communists and socialists and other leftists never really talk about the other aspect of what he says there, which is the aspect of that a section of the ruling class itself needs to be basically fed up with the old system. And I think that goes into what you've talked about a lot with the aspect of Bonapartism.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so I guess we'll then begin the next section, section 2, which is a case study of the Russian Revolution. So the Russian Revolution of 1917 did not happen randomly. A huge number of factors were involved. Unlike Western Europe, Russia had remained a largely agrarian and semi-feudal economy. And among the wealthy intellectuals and students in Russia, you had a long-standing revolutionary intelligentsia that had formed and sought to modernize the country, overthrow the Tsar, and create some kind of either democratic or ultimately socialist government. And among the Russian revolutionaries, the first group that came into existence was called the Narodniks, and it means peopleists, but I mean it's often translated as populist, but that's not accurate. We understand populism differently than that, but it's the Narodniks. And the Narodniks were Russian students, intellectuals, who thought that the peasantry would be the basis of the revolution. They were known for going out among the peasantry. In some cases, they would dress like the peasantry to look as if they were peasants, and they would go to the peasants and try to incite them to rise up against their landlords. And actually, in some cases, the Narodniks started building communes. They would buy pieces of land and start running like cooperative farming and things like that. And actually, probably one of the most well-known intellectuals among the Narodniks was an anarchist named Peter Kropotkin. And he was kind of the intellectual of the Narodniks. And then there was a political party that was formed to follow the Narodnik ideology, and that was the Social Revolutionary Party. And they existed, and they believed that the peasantry in Russia would be the basis of the revolution, and the revolution would come about with the peasants taking control of the land, holding it in common, and having collective farming. That was the Narodniks. Now, in addition to the Narodniks, after that you had the emergence of another grouping that saw what the Narodniks were doing and said, look, the peasants aren't rising up, they're not revolting. We dress like them, we talk like them, but they don't want to revolt. So you had another grouping that emerged, and they were called the terrorists. And that was actually their name, by the way. That wasn't a slur on them. They actually called themselves the terrorists. And their idea was that instead of trying to go to the peasants and convince them to rise up against landlords and build communes, that what they would do is they would engage in acts of violence. For example, Tsar Alexander III was killed by a terrorist. The terrorist threw bombs at his carriage, killed him. The terrorists engaged in acts of violence, bombing, and assassinations. And the idea was that that would inspire the people to rise up. They would engage in terror, acts of terror, and the people would see these acts of terror and they would be inspired, and then they would rise up. It was to incite the masses. They would engage in acts of terror. And it was Marxism that emerged among the Russian revolutionary intelligentsia. It was really the third ideological development. And Marxism came to Russia. It had been in Western Europe and France and Germany, and it came to Russia pretty late. And the difference that the Marxists had with the terrorists and with the Narodniks was that they didn't believe that it was the peasants that would make the revolution. They also didn't believe that acts of terrorism and violence would make the revolution. They argued that it was the factory workers and the industrial working class. In the Russian urban areas, you started to have the steel mills that were emerging and other factories, that they would be the ones to make the revolution. And they formed the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, which was part of the Second International. Marx had started the First International, and eventually it collapsed. And then there was the Second International, which was mainly centered around Germany and the German Social Democratic Party. And it was the world Marxist movement, like the Socialist Party of the United States was part of it. The British Labour Party eventually became part of it. It was the Second International. And the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party was the Second International affiliate, the Marxist Party of Russia. And they existed, and they were very much a loose political association. To join the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, you just had to say you agreed with some basic principles, pay your dues, and sign you were a member. And in 1903, Lenin argued that they needed a party of a new type, that the way that the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party was operating as this kind of loose association, that this was not sufficient, that in order to make a revolution, they needed what he called a party of a new type. And the very famous pamphlet that Lenin wrote, which is often quoted, called What is to be Done, was him arguing for the creation of this party of a new type. Lenin was basically arguing in his pamphlet, What is to be Done, that they needed a highly disciplined organization of people who gave, quote, the whole of their lives to the revolutionary movement. And many people look at this and they see this as kind of the distinction between the liberal revolutionary sentiments of Western Europe and the Eurasian traditions of Russia, right? Russia has a whole history of revolutionary secret societies and orders. They're like the Decembrists that were very famous. So they tried to bring down Tsar Nicholas I. You also have what was called the Old Believers. When the Russian Orthodox Church changed its rules and dropped a lot of its old rules, there's a group called the Old Believers. It formed a secret society with secret signs and kept the old teachings. And there's a long tradition of secret societies and revolutionary conspiracies in Russia. So in a lot of ways, you could argue that Lenin, with his party of a new type, was adapting Marxism to Russia's culture and Russia's traditions. And he argues in his pamphlet, What is to be Done, that essentially the party of a new type would engage in what he called propaganda and agitation. That first they would engage in agitation. Whenever there was an uprising among the people, or there was a strike among factory workers or a protest, the party would go there and it would agitate and it would make it bigger. It would blow it up into a bigger uprising and have it expand. They would agitate by stirring people up to revolt against their conditions. But they would also engage in propaganda, which was the opposite. Agitation was just stirring people up to go out and fight against the old order, but propaganda was teaching people Marxism. Right? And so they would agitate to the masses, and they would propagate to the advanced. They would find people who were smart enough to become communists, willing to become, and they would propagate to them and teach them Marxism. So they would engage in agitation and propaganda. They would build this party of a new type, and they would form what was called a central committee. And so Lenin basically approached all the prominent intellectuals and leaders of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party and asked them to join his central committee. It was like all of these leaders that we know about now, like Bukharin, Zinoviev, Stalin, all of them were very well respected. They were known for their writings, they were known for leading protests and strikes. And in order to hold the group together, Lenin came up with what he called democratic centralism, which was this idea that first they would have debate and discussion about what the right thing to do was, and after they made a decision, they would all be obligated to carry it out, right? So it would be broad discussion and debate, but then unity and action. If they ultimately took a vote and they decided we were going to be the opposite of what you wanted, you were obligated to keep doing what the group decided to do. It was democratic and centralist. And that was the way that Lenin got all these very, very well-known, sophisticated intellectuals to be in the same group. And another aspect of what he called democratic centralism was this idea that the party would have a united face to the masses. The disagreements within the party would only be inside the party. But when they approached the masses, they would all say the same thing. The disagreements were internal, and to the masses they had a unified face, and that was what was called democratic centralism. And so, Lenin convened this meeting in exile. I believe it was in London. He gathered all these all these prominent leaders of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party together and pitched this idea to form a central committee for his party of a new type. And the majority of the people in the meeting agreed to follow Lenin, and the minority did not. And so the majority, they became the Bolsheviks, that's what Bolshevik literally means. It means majority. And so they started calling themselves the Bolsheviks, or the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, parenthesis, Bolsheviks. And those who didn't agree with it and wanted to keep with the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party's old way of doing things, they were called the Mensheviks, or the minority. So they were the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, parenthesis, Mensheviks. The Bolsheviks, they had a theoretical newspaper called Iskra. And that was where they laid out their Marxist ideas. That was their propaganda journal that explained their Marxist and communist philosophy. But then they had a daily newspaper that was their agitational newspaper. And it was called the Pravda. That means truth in Russian. And the editor of the Iskra, I believe, was Lenin. He was the editor of the Iskra. And the editor of Pravda was Stalin. And Pravda did not have Marxist ideas in it. It simply had stirring people up and encouraging them to go out and struggle. And actually, Pravda was known for anonymous letters. And they would print anonymous letters by workers about their factory, right? If their boss was treating them very badly, they would write an anonymous letter. Other people would read it. They would write in and say, yeah, my boss is doing the same thing. And it was a way of spreading the grievances of Russian workers and kind of making them well known. That was the Pravda. And then you had Iskra, where they were writing out their theoretical perspectives. Lenin eventually developed this thesis about capitalism had become imperialism, which was its highest stage. He argued that it was important for communists to support nationalism, even though Karl Marx had rejected nationalism. That was all being done in Iskra, and Pravda was the agitational paper. So that was 1903 when the Bolsheviks were formed. And then in 1905, you had Russia's first revolution, the 1905 revolution. And the way the 1905 revolution had begun, it was basically, as conditions were getting worse and Russia was facing kind of an economic crisis, people were getting poorer, wages were going down, conditions in the factories were getting worse, you had this priest named Father Gapon. And he was actually a police agent. He worked for the Tsar's police, but he was a well-known priest. And he was organizing the low-income and poor workers to have a march to the Tsar's palace to beg the Tsar to give more food to the poor people, right? And it was a very religious march. It was asking the Tsar, on a kind of a religious, basis, can you please feed the poor? It was not a militant rally or demonstration, and Father Gapon was in touch with the Tsar's secret police the whole time as he was organizing it. At the same time, the Bolsheviks realized that Father Gapon had a big following. So on the day that Father Gapon called his big demonstration, January 22nd, 1905, the Bolsheviks had all of the unions that they were affiliated with go on strike. And so there was a strike all across St. Petersburg, and then Father Gapon had his peaceful march to the Tsar's palace demanding, not even demanding, just begging the Tsar, can you please feed your hungry people? Lo and behold, the peaceful demonstration was fired on by the military. They opened fire on it. At least probably about 200 or more people were killed. In response to that, there were uprisings all across the country. In the Navy, in the Tsar's Navy, sailors killed their officers and refused to obey, and there were strikes. And in St. Petersburg, they created a Soviet, which was a workers' council. They elected Leon Trotsky to be the leader of it. And it was temporary, and it was ultimately crushed. But it was what people called the dress rehearsal for the Russian Revolution, was this episode of 1905. And that the Bolsheviks, they operated within this 1905 revolution. They had been part of it, they were organizing it, they were agitating and propagating, and they were engaging in it. And they argue that this was how the Bolsheviks learned to organize what eventually came later in the revolution of 1917. So fast forward to 1917. Russia was involved in World War I. Millions of Russian young men were on the front lines fighting against the Germans in World War I. And Tsar Nicholas II was on the throne, and he was viewed as largely incompetent. He was losing the war, and he was also kind of the laughingstock of Europe, because he had come under the influence of this guy named Rasputin, who was like a magician or something, and he thought this guy had magical powers, and all of Europe was really laughing at the Tsar and how he was under the influence of this guy Rasputin, who was like a con man and a magician. And ultimately, it was other nobles who were so embarrassed that assassinated Rasputin in hopes of saving Russia's reputation. They were losing the war. So in February of 1917, and that's according to the Russian calendar, there was a strike by Bolshevik workers. They went on strike demanding, down with the Tsar, right? And usually when there was a strike, the police would rush in and just arrest everybody, and that was it. But this time, the police went in to arrest them, but then the Cossacks, which were like the cavalry, the mounted horsemen, they went in and protected the strikers. And in doing that, they sent out the message to all the workers across St. Petersburg that the military of Russia, the Cossacks, the mounted cavalry, they basically approve of you going on strike. So all over St. Petersburg and in the other cities, everyone went on strike, demanding down with the Tsar and wanting a democratic government. And so the Tsar stepped down. At that point, it was pretty much a consensus, even among the richest people in Russia, that they wanted to get rid of the Tsar. The Tsar was incompetent, he was losing the war, they needed to get rid of him. But during the toppling of the Tsar, these Soviets, or these councils, they emerged once again to be the centers that the Bolsheviks were using to organize the people to resist the Tsar and to fight for their interests. So in the aftermath, you had Kerensky was appointed, and they started what they called the provisional government. The idea was eventually they'd have a constituent assembly, and it would be this new government that would be just kind of a regular capitalist democratic government. But there was a big division among the Russian capitalists at the time, among the wealthy people in Russia, because some of them were financially tied in with the wealthy corporations and banks of the United States and Britain. And they wanted to continue fighting in World War I and be an ally of the Americans and the British. But there were a large number of Russian capitalists that were tied in with the Germans. And they wanted to end World War I and stop fighting the Germans because they were tied in economically with the Germans. So there's this big division, right? Should we continue the war or should we not continue the war? So Lenin came back from exile, and he basically, that's where you get the peace, land, and bread, the slogan that we all know made the Russian Revolution. And the Bolsheviks were basically known as the anti-war guys. It was, if you're with the Bolsheviks, end the war. We want to end the war. I mean, it was peace, land, and bread, but peace was the main one. We are the party that wants to end the war. That was basically the message of the Bolsheviks. So as the year of 1917 is going on, you have the July days, there's a whole lot of strikes and uprisings demanding an end to the war. So then, among the military, you had this individual named Kornilov. And Kornilov was a general in the military. He wanted to continue fighting World War I. And he basically announced that he was going to overthrow Kerensky, and he was going to establish a military dictatorship, and that would continue World War I. And he was basically going to kill all the people that were opposing World War I, all the wealthy corporations and bankers that were tied to the Germans and all that. If Kornilov came into power, they were done. They were finished. So it was announced that Kornilov was going to take his army and march it to St. Petersburg, and he was going to declare himself to be the military dictator. And this army was coming. So the Bolsheviks, who were in St. Petersburg, started organizing all the people in St. Petersburg to build barricades and to get guns and to start protecting St. Petersburg from Kornilov, who was coming to take over and establish his military dictatorship. And it got to the point, the provisional government was so weak, they started opening up armories and handing the guns over to the Bolsheviks. And the Bolsheviks were the ones organizing this military defense of St. Petersburg against Kornilov. And it got to the point that the Bolsheviks' army was actually bigger than the army of the provisional government. So as Kornilov was marching, they got word that the city was so well fortified and the Bolsheviks had built such a big, effective army to beat back Kornilov that Kornilov turned around, right? And he in September of 1917, Kornilov turned around and he didn't attack St. Petersburg, didn't come in and declare himself the military dictator. And then, October, a couple months later, the Bolsheviks realized they were strong enough, they just seized power. They took over the telegraph offices and they took over the Winter Palace, and they announced that the Soviet, or the council that they had built during the revolution, that this Soviet was the new government. It became Soviet Russia. A couple years later, you had the Soviet Union. That's how the Russian Revolution happened. Not a lot is written about it. People often think of it in a very romantic way, but it was a series of long alliances that ultimately made it. And I wanted to just end, I don't want to get into too much about the Soviet Union here, but Lenin very famously said that socialism, that his definition of socialism is, he said it was Soviet power plus electrification, right? That it was, these councils that they had organized, these Soviets, if they could control electrification, which was cutting-edge technology, and bring, power and electricity to the whole country, and bring running water to the whole country, and make Russia into an industrial power on the basis of these Soviets, that's what socialism was. And Stalin is the one who ultimately carried that out with his 5-year plans. And the whole world watched as Russia went from being an agrarian, impoverished country to being a global superpower. The biggest hydroelectric power plants in the world. The biggest steel manufacturing apparatus in the world. They were the first country. Later, they eventually became the first country in outer space. So that all took place. That vision of Soviet power plus electrification was ultimately brought into being. And the Soviet Union had huge achievements in industrializing the country, despite the fact that they were constantly under attack. I mean, they were constantly surrounded. They had the Nazi invasion that killed at least 20 million. We're going to do these classes. But this is just the introduction. And this was the basis. This book is the companion volume that goes with the Saxton Lectures. And that's the introduction to what we're all about. Marx, Lenin, the synthetic left, etc. However, it's been realized that the wisdom of this organization and the intellectual project that we've created together has produced a lot more wisdom. This was just basic. We're past this now. So what we need is another volume. We need volume 2, and we need a second level of classes. So after the World Youth Festival, we're going to be gathering at a new property in Vermont that we have access to. And we are going to have class level number 2, the second installment, level 2, and we're going to have volume 2 of our educational manual. And there's another level that's been added. I want to clarify another point, which is that, Comrade Jyoti, she emphasized the issue of peaceful transition to socialism. And I know why she did that.
because she very much sees and has been a critic of what Khrushchevite revisionism and the Sino-Soviet split has done. And part of that was Khrushchev insisting on a peaceful transition to socialism and telling people in Africa and Asia and Latin America that they couldn't pick up a gun for their national liberation, right? That when Khrushchev came in after the death of Stalin, he said, well, America has the atomic bomb, so all you people around the world that are fighting for your freedom can't do it, it's too dangerous. And he tried to call off the world revolution in the name of the USA having the atomic bomb. And Mao said, no, we're not going to accept that, right? And Mao was very critical of Khrushchev and his statement about a peaceful transition to socialism. And, you know, it's not that we disagree. We don't disagree with Jyoti at all. It's a matter of emphasis, because it's one thing to say that a peaceful transition to socialism is unlikely, because the capitalists don't really believe in their democratic ideals. And that as the people organize, they will set up a fascist state and they will repress people. That's one thing. That's very different than saying that you advocate a violent revolution. We need to be clear on this, right? This is nuance. Nuance is something that people on the internet don't seem to be able to handle, but I know you all can handle because this is in real life. Is it possible that we could have a situation in the United States where our ability to peacefully organize is suppressed, where democracy is turned off, or we'll be forced to do what Abraham Lincoln did and defend our democratic rights and carry out a social revolution? Is that possible? And would that involve violence? That's possible, sure. But we don't want that, and we don't advocate that. We advocate a peaceful transition to socialism. The question is, will they allow it? And if a violent revolution happens, it doesn't come from us. We want a peaceful transition. It comes from them and their refusal to allow it. John F. Kennedy said, those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable. And we have to be clear about this, and this is important in our particular context. And the reason that it's important in our particular context is not simply because of this nuance, it's because of the fact, and it's not simply a legal question either. I mean, you know, people, is it legal to advocate the violent overthrow of the US government? I don't know. I mean, technically no, but then the Supreme Court has ruled, Brandenburg versus Ohio, we don't know, okay? It's legally questionable, but even if it weren't illegal, right? Working class people right now are having chaos brought into their communities by this system. They're having instability brought into their communities by this system. The ruling elite are fighting with each other. There's all this fear of civil war. And what working people want is stability. And if we approach them saying that what we want is civil war, what we want is violence, what we want is chaos, we're looking like we're on the wrong side. We want an end to the chaos. We want an end to the violence. We want an end to the instability. We want to bring order to the United States of America. And our 4-point plan that we've written out, that is much like the Bolsheviks. What did they offer? Did they offer chaos and violence? No, they offered peace, land, and bread. And that is what our 4-point plan is. 4 economic programs, 4 policies that would change the nature of U.S. society, that would empower the working class, that would weaken the power of the capitalists. That is what we advocate. And if those 4 points were implemented, that would be a huge push on the road to socialism and emboldening the working class. And we advocate that, those programs, those 4 points, as a way of bringing stability. And we have to be clear about this. However, I've always pointed out that all the great communist revolutions of history, they're not made by communists going around and advocating violence. They're acts of self-defense. And nothing is more American than the right to self-defense. This is what Henry Wallace said during the Second World War. He said, the people's revolution aims at peace, not at violence. But if the rights of the common man are attacked, it unleashes the ferocity of the she-bear who has lost a cub. When Nazi psychologists tell their master Hitler that we in the United States may be able to produce hundreds of thousands of planes, but that we have no will to fight, they are only fooling themselves and fooling him. The truth is that when the rights of the American people are transgressed, as they have been transgressed, the American people will fight with a relentless fury. They will drive the ancient Teutonic gods back into their caves. The god of Damarung is coming for Odin and his crew. The people are on the march toward an even fuller freedom. than even the most fortunate peoples of the world have hitherto enjoyed. The people's revolution is on the march, and the devil and all his angels cannot prevail against her. Woo! So I'm going to end with this. You can join CPI, you can not join CPI. You can get involved in the work that this organization is doing, or you can choose not to. But this train is heading out of the station.
That's right.
So it's time to get on board, because we're headed no one knows where. Thank you very much. All right, now Killian's going to close us with Charlie Chaplin's great speech from the great dictator, and that'll be our closing ceremony. So take it away, Killian.
All right. I don't want to give much of an intro for this, but I'll just say, if you have not watched The Great Dictator, you can watch it for free on YouTube. Very funny for what it is, but the speech is something else. I'm sorry, but I don't want to be a dictator. That's not my business. I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I should want to help everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that. We want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We don't want to hate and despise one another. And in this world, there's room enough for everyone. And the good earth's rich and can provide for everyone. And the way of life can be free and beautiful. But we have lost the way. Greed has poisoned men's souls, has barricaded the world with hate, has goose-stepped us into misery and bloodshed. We have developed speed, a way to shut ourselves in. Our knowledge has made us cynical, our cleverness hard and unkind. Machinery that gives abundance has left us in want. More than cleverness, we need kindness. More than machinery, we need humanity and gentleness. Without these qualities, life would be violent and all would be lost. The aeroplane and the radio have brought us closer together. The very nature of these inventions cries out for the goodness of man, cries out for universal brotherhood, for the unity of us all. Even now, my voice is reaching millions across the world. Millions of men, women, and little children, all victims of a system that makes men imprison and torture innocent people. To those who can hear me, I say this: do not despair. The misery that is upon us now is but the passing of greed, the bitterness of men who fear the way of human progress. The hate of men will pass, and dictators die. And so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Soldiers, don't give yourselves to brutes, men who despise you, enslave you, who regiment your lives, who tell you what to do, what to think, what to feel, who drill you, diet you, treat you like cattle, use you as cannon fodder. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines, you are not cattle, you are men. You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate, the unloved and the unnatural. Soldiers, don't fight for slavery, fight for liberty. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke, it is written, the kingdom of God is within man. Not one man nor a group of men, but in all men. And you the people have the power to create machines, the power to create happiness. You the people have the power to make this life a wonderful adventure, to make this life free and beautiful. Then in the name of democracy, let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world, a decent world that will give you men a chance to work, that will give youth a future and old age a security. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise. They never will. Dictators free themselves, but they enslave the people. Now let us use that power. Let us fight for a new world. Let us fight for a world of reason, Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all unite!
CPI, 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 CPI.
I just want to let everyone know I have a table back there. While I do, you may have seen some of my merch, I do want to make sure everyone is aware. I have a fundraiser for the Uhuru movement where I'm selling these Pan-African necklaces and some Pan-African flags. All of the money raised goes directly to the Uhuru movement to help with their legal funds.
Ice hockey will never be the same, and the streets of Washington, D.C. are jubilant, celebrating the new record holder for career goals. Alex Ovechkin is the pride of the town. Fans are lined up around the block here in Washington, D.C., outside the Capital One Arena. They're hoping for a chance to meet the new record breaker. Do you think there can be a U.S.-Russia hockey game soon?
I hope so. That'd be amazing.
Yeah, you think Ovi can make it happen?
I believe in miracles.
Yeah. Well, President Trump wants to set up a Russia-U.S. hockey game as part of the negotiations. Have you heard?
I would love that.
Yeah?
I think it can happen.
Trump wants to set up a U.S.-Russia hockey game as part of the negotiations.
Sounds like an exciting game. I think everyone would love to watch.
Yeah, well, you think Ovi can help make it happen? He's Russian.
Who knows? I think it's a political game, but, the players have a lot of influence, but it'd be a great game to watch.
Yeah, you'd like to see it, huh?
I'd love to see it. Why not?
Yeah, you think sports can bring Americans and Russians together?
In a peaceful way, yeah.
Now you'll see Ovechkin's jersey number all over the auditorium. He's number 8, and they've decided to make that into a meme for great. Do you think there's going to be a U.S.-Russia game?
I don't know.
Would you like to see one?
I don't know.
Part of the peace talks, Trump wants to set up a Russia-U.S. game.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it'd be exciting.
You think it would be a good thing?
Yeah, I think it'd be exciting.
You think Ovi can help make it happen?
I'm sure if anybody could, he could.
But right here in the arena, we have on display the actual goal through which the record was broken. This is where goal 895 was scored. You think there might be a U.S.-Russia hockey game soon?
Hopefully.
Yeah, you think Ovi can help make it happen?
You can do anything.
Okay. Now, would you like to see that game? Trump wants to set one up as part of the negotiations.
Whatever Ovi wants, I guess we'll do.
Yeah. You think things could improve with hockey?
Yeah, hockey's a great way to bring us all together.
Yeah, Ovi's Russian, right? I mean, and it's a way of bringing Russians and Americans together with sports.
Yeah, all people across the whole world.
Well, President Trump is talking about a Russia-U.S. hockey game as part of the negotiation process. So, you think you're optimistic? You think it can happen?
I don't know. You never know. If it's gonna happen, it's gonna be from Ovi.
To my mom, my family, my beautiful wife, my beautiful kids, thank you. I love you so much.
Now, the GOAT is not here because Ovechkin is bad. It's here because he is the greatest of all time. Do you think there's going to be a U.S.-Russia game?
When?
Well, that Trump wants to have a U.S.-Russia game soon as part of the negotiations.
Okay.
Do you think that's going to happen?
Anytime soon, probably not. I don't know.
You think Ovi could help make it happen?
I have no idea.
Okay. Would you like to see one?
A U.S.-Russia game? Who would play in the Russia game?
Well, the United States would have a team, and the Russians would have a team.
Well, okay.
Would that be something you'd like to see?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think? I mean, Ovi is Russian. You think he could make it happen?
I don't know if we can make it happen. I don't know. It's a complicated geopolitical question right now. So it's not entirely clear whether or not an athlete has the ability to make something like that happen or not.
Well, we did it with ping pong with China.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah. Well, Trump wants to do it with hockey.
Trump wants to do a lot of things that don't make sense.
It's going to be a game with Russia. Celebrations continue here in Washington, D.C. now that Alex Ovechkin of the Washington Capitals holds the world record for career goals in ice hockey. Well, we had the opportunity to speak with him and ask him about the global implications of his victory and the potential for talks with Russia and peace.
What do you think the possibility of a U.S.-Russia game soon would be?
Answer in English or
English, please.
English? I don't know. It's an interesting thing, but you should ask NHL and KHL about this because the schedule-wise, it's difficult. But how I said, it's interesting. But now it's like I don't know. I don't know all the details, and I don't know how it's going to be.
Would you play in such a game?
Well, I would love to if I'm going to have a spot.
Right, because the history of sports diplomacy, what was done with
ping pong in China and other things, I mean, this could be pivotal in changing the course of world events.
Yeah, but
how I said, I don't know all the details, and I don't know when it's going to happen, and it's hard to answer.
Hey, can you sign? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are you hopeful for peace with Russia?
Huh?
Are you hopeful for peace with Russia? A better relationship between the United States and Russia?
For sure.
And do you feel like the media, the way they talk about Russia? Many are looking with hope and inspiration at Alex Ovechkin, not just because of what he's accomplished as a record-breaking athlete, but because he's got the potential to help bring the world closer together and ensure peace. Caleb Maupin, Washington, D.C.
What's keeping it sick is capitalism, and knowing that to be true, I have to be an anti-capitalist. There is no choice. Now, I have had the joy of friendship with Caleb for a few years now, so have some of you. But I won't preach to the choir about his brilliant mind, his originality, or his courage. I will say that I've never read, let alone met, anyone living who better combines such eloquence, deep learning, and passionate commitment into so timely and powerful a voice. And in fact, it's, I think, the very voice that our country needs right now to break its fever and wake up. Now, let's have a show of hands here. I know this sounds random, but who here has ever stayed up all night?
Has what?
Stayed up all night long.
Oh, yeah.
Many times, right? Now, so think about what the first sound before the morning is. I'm from the country, so maybe my experience is different than some of yours. But for me, breaking the sounds of the night, there's a new sound that's not the crickets or coy dogs or the owl. It's the first note of the first song of the first bird in the early, early morning. If you're outside, you look at the sky, you see that the stars have only just hidden themselves, and the sky's color has taken on the faintest suggestion of light. It's at that note that you know that the morning cannot be far away, and that nothing on earth can stop the rising of the sun. So my friends, let's hear it for Caleb Maupin.
Thanks, Paul. Wow. So, before we begin, why don't we all just stand up and stretch and breathe for just a minute? Stay at your seat and just stretch and breathe. Right? Right? I know a lot of us have a lot of stress in our lives. Some of us have midterm exams coming up. Some of us are involved in some of the important electoral campaigns that are going on right now. I know some of us, maybe you're worried about paying your bills. Well, you can forget all about that for the next 40 minutes or so. You're safe, and we're just going to have a short conversation about the problems facing the United States of America right now and what can be done about it. So, the theme for my presentation tonight is patterns, right? Patterns are all around us. The sun goes up, the sun goes down, the tide comes in, the tide goes out, spring, summer, fall, winter, then spring again, right? Then summer, then fall, then winter, right? Patterns are all around us, and part of the human experience, if you look at history, is people struggling to try and figure out those patterns in nature. The world is so full of chaos and insecurity, but people are trying to find out what they can know is going to happen next, to anticipate, to get some security, to get some peace. That's something we've been struggling to do. And one of the things that human beings have always done is they've told stories, right? We know about ancient Greek myths and legends. We know about some of the stories from the Native American tradition, some of the stories from Africa, some of the stories from ancient Europe. Myths and legends, stories, they have a special place in the human species. It's part of the way we point to higher truths. And I think that's just as true now as it was in ancient times. And there's one particular story that was written about 80 years ago that I think all of us here should still know pretty well. If I said to you, faster than a speeding bullet, faster than a locomotive, able to leap a tall building in a single bound, look up at the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's Superman! Right? Superman was first written in 1939. My grandparents knew who Superman was, and I think it's pretty safe to say that my grandchildren are going to know who Superman was, right? It's a story that just speaks to us, right? So Superman, He's an alien from another planet. He's crash landed on Earth. He looks just like any other human being, but he's got superpowers, and he could rule the world if he wants to, but he doesn't. Instead, he lives a humble life as mild-mannered Clark Kent. And he's got those glasses on, and no one can recognize him. It's like the perfect disguise, right? And you know, he goes around, and instead of using his powers to rule over people and to oppress people, he uses his powers to protect the innocent, right? And he's a humble guy. He doesn't like violence. He doesn't want to hurt anybody. He just wants to live a decent life and protect those who are in need. Around the world, Superman is actually considered to be a very American story, you know, and not just Superman, but the whole genre of superheroes, Batman, Spider-Man, all of that is considered to be very, very American. And that gives me hope. Because if Americans can love Superman, then Americans can love socialism. Bear with me, that might sound like a shock. I told you Superman was first written by 2 comic book writers in Cleveland in 1939. Well, one of Superman's first actions was to save a group of striking miners, right? These miners were on strike, their crooked boss was looking to go after them, so Superman flies in and rescues them. And those early Superman comics are full of statements against racism and condemning racism and bigotry. Now, today that might sound like just some lame liberal, you know, we hear that everywhere. Back in 1939, when Jim Crow segregation was still in effect and lynchings were taking place, the fact that this nationally syndicated comic book was denouncing racism was a very big deal. And don't forget that during the Second World War, in the radio version of Superman, Superman actually fought the Ku Klux Klan. Right? They called them the Knights of the Fiery Cross, and he fought against the Klan. Why? Well, the Second World War was going on, and fascism was the enemy, and the Soviet Union was the ally. And these Klansmen, they were admiring Hitler, and they were preaching racism, and they were dividing the country and helping the enemy. So Superman went into battle to fight the Klansmen. Who's Lex Luthor? Who's Lex Luthor? So he's a bald guy, a maniacally evil bald guy. He's using technology, but he's not using technology to make a better life for the people. He's using technology so he can rip people off and hurt the community and make super profits at the expense of everyone else. So basically, Lex Luthor is Jeff Bezos. And whenever Lex Luthor Bezos has another evil plot against the people, what does Superman do? He runs into the nearest phone booth, he changes his costume real fast, and he flies in to rescue the people. And who are the people? It's the working class, those of us who just want to survive, those of us who just want a decent life. Does anyone here know how you say the phrase man of steel in Russian? Yeah, and that wasn't an accident. At the time those comics were published in 1939, the Communist Party of the United States had tens of thousands of members. And among the unemployment councils and the labor unions and the anti-fascist associations that they led, they had influence over millions of people. In fact, not far from here, just a few blocks up, begins the district that Vito Marcantonio represented in the U.S. Congress. Vito Marcantonio was a friend of the Communist Party, a member of the International Workers' Order. He represented New York City, Harlem, in the U.S. Congress. At that point, you know, a lot of amazing people were associated with the Communist Party. Paul Robeson, a very famous singer. Langston Hughes. In fact, Langston Hughes, the famous African-American poet, for the 1932 convention of the Communist Party, he actually wrote a poem, and it went like this. He said, "Put one more S in the USA, let's make it Soviet. Put one more S in the USA, oh, we can win it yet. Once the land belongs to the farmers and the factories to working men, the USA, when we take control, will be the USSA then." That was Langston Hughes. And that was 1932. And back at that point, early in the 1930s, the communists were always talking about Soviet America. They had a book, Toward Soviet America. But interestingly, the leaders of the Soviet Union told them to stop doing that. They said, Soviet's a Russian word. It's not an English word. And if you ever have socialism in the USA, you're not going to copy our system. You're going to do it your own way. It's going to be an American form of socialism. So the Soviets didn't like that. Now, sometimes the most educational events that you can go to are funerals, right? And I consider it a great privilege that when I was an activist 10 years or so ago in Cleveland, that I got to know some older communists. And there was one older woman who was about this tall that used to go to peace rallies with us. And she was mid-80s at the time that I knew her. And I actually then got to go to her funeral when she passed away, and I got to learn her whole life story. She had immigrated to the country from Lebanon when she was like 4 years old. She lived on the west side of Cleveland, and her father lost his job, and they were actually kicked out of their home. But then she remembers very vividly, one of her most vivid...
Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do, on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's going to be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's going to be musical performances, dance performances, there's going to be great speeches, and it's going to be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed, and CPI has always been committed to building an in real life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. It's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th, where we're gonna fill up the Midwest Convention Center, in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're gonna do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, and it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach. If you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges, but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you.
weak nation can defeat a strong, small nation can defeat a big, if only they dare to rise in struggle, take up arms and grasp in their own hands the destiny of the country. This is a law of history. Oh yes, it's a law of history. History. The people take their destiny into their own hands. The wicked defeat the strong. It is a law of history.
We will, quote, Americanize the world. We will spread our American liberal values all over the world. So Zbigniew Brzezinski writes this, and then under the direction of Zbigniew Brzezinski, the CIA and the NSA and the Pentagon and all of that start loaning money like crazy to build Silicon Valley. And Apple and IBM and Microsoft and Amazon and all the tech monopolies were created by the government. And because they wanted to control information technology. And they had a treaty. There was a NATO treaty, the Treaty on Multilateral High Technology Controls, that you couldn't give any computer technology to the Soviet Union or any of the communist countries. And so basically, the West was pioneering and developing computer technology while not making sure that the Soviet Union didn't get any access to it. And the Soviet Union did a pretty good job with computer technology on their own. They developed their own home computer system in the 80s. They just didn't have the resources to mass produce it. Soviet people didn't have home computers in their homes because why would they mass produce that? And they didn't have the resources to really go all in with the computer revolution. But Soviet, computer technology was pretty good. Despite the fact they were cut off from all the Western innovations, the Soviet Union was able to do quite a bit in terms of computer technology. And they invented Sputnik and they had all kinds of technological advances. They just didn't have the ability to mass produce it and bring it to their society because they were on a much lower level of development. They had just built their country up from nothing. The West had been rising for many years. So Silicon Valley emerges in the West, and Silicon Valley, it's changing everything. Computers change everything in the economy. Well, what does that bring us to? The financial meltdown. Because what did I just show you all in that video about how technology leads to fewer and fewer people being hired? And you should go read High Tech, Low Pay by Sam Marcy. You should go read Low Wage Capitalism by Fred Goldstein. You should go read The Future is Up to Us by Nelson Peary. You have a huge technological leap. What does it lead to? A prolonged crisis of overproduction. And finally, in 2008, as a result of the computer revolution, the U.S. economy crashes. And why does the U.S. economy crash in 2008? It crashes because Americans can't afford to keep buying homes. And Alan Greenspan has pushed Congress to legalize all kinds of lending practices to keep Americans buying homes. But the reality is Americans just can't afford to keep buying homes. Our wages have gone down. Our living standard has gone down. The rate of household debt is astronomical because they've legalized all kinds of credit schemes to keep us spending money we don't have. Americans are just too poor in this economy that has no room for us. In this high-tech, low-wage economy, we can't afford to keep buying all these products that are being produced. And the housing bubble burst, and people in America became homeless because there were too many houses. There were too many houses. And, we couldn't afford to keep buying them. And so in 2008, all kinds of people became homeless and were spending their Christmas living in tents, their Christmas holiday living in tents outside of Nevada, and homeless encampments sprung up across Los Angeles, Skid Row, and all of this because there's too many houses. It's not ironic that so many people are homeless and there's so many empty houses. People are homeless because there are so many houses, and that overproduction with technology, they eliminated so many jobs, and that computer revolution that was created by the government to defeat the Soviet Union creates an economic crisis. So then, after the 2008 financial meltdown, U.S. society is, in a world of hurt. So there starts to be a fight among the elite. And the managerial wing of the ruling class, that's the Malthusian ultra-rich. They want degrowth desperately. And they are putting forward all kinds of very sinister schemes. They're obsessed with overpopulation. And they say the only way we can stabilize, the economy is we have to degrow like you wouldn't believe. And the World Economic Forum, which is the British Empire, and they're up there talking about, you'll own nothing, you'll live in a pod, you'll eat bugs, you'll own nothing, and you'll be happy about it. And they're sitting there saying we need to heavy-handedly control the world economy, and we need to reduce the population. And the only way we're going to get out of this crisis is with mass destruction. Whereas you have a number of capitalists like Elon Musk, like Hobby Lobby, like Betsy DeVos, that are saying, oh no, our profits have gone down so much, we need total deregulation. We need the government to just completely be cut out of the economy because that's the only way we can make any money, right? Our rate of profit has gone down. We need total deregulation. And as a result of that, you have a fight in the ruling class between the Malthusian ultra-rich and the libertarian new right. And that's what's going on across Europe. And the libertarian new right, they think, okay, let's do business with Russia and China. If we can make more money, they're just desperate to make more money. The managerial ultra-rich are saying the only way we can stabilize our system in the long term, we got to destroy Russia. We got to destroy China. We got to destroy all these countries and seize the whole world as our captive market. One group is thinking long term. How do we control and stay at the top? And the other group is saying we are so desperate to make money, we just need deregulation. If we trade with China, we trade with Russia, fine, as long as we can make money. That's the division. So what is the solution? We're saying that we don't need a Malthusian degrowth state, which is what the Democrats and the liberals and the globalists want. They want a state that will destroy the economy and destroy living standards and grind us all into poverty to stabilize the system while preparing for World War III. We obviously don't want that. However, we're not Elon Musk either. We don't believe that you can cut your way into economic growth, which is what they believe. They believe if you just get the government out, you get rid of all the jobs of government workers, you deregulate the economy, magically you'll have economic growth. And we don't believe in that either. You can't cut your way into economic growth. So we're not Malthusians in that we want a heavy-handed government to make everybody poorer. And we're not libertarians and free marketeers who think that the way to make economic growth is you just get the government out and you just, wreck the economy by getting rid of good paying government jobs and deregulating employment, etc. We're saying you need a government that punches up. And that's what we're saying is we say we need a government that will punch up and break the power of the big monopolies. We want a popular government, but we want a government that punches up, not a government that punches down and not no government. We want a government that punches up. And that's the concept of a government of action. When we call for a government of action, that's what we're calling for. The model for a government of action is all the economies around the world that are not part of the Western system. The BRICS countries, the Eurasian Economic Union, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the Bolivarian Alternative for Latin America, the Shia Axis of Resistance. All the socialist and anti-imperialist countries of the world all have governments that emerged from anti-colonial revolutions, and they have seized control of their economy with a state that controls the economy to create growth, not to degrow like the governments of the West, and not free markets, but rather they have a government that fights for the people against the big monopolies. They have a pro-growth, anti-austerity government rooted in an anti-colonial struggle, right? And, the Chinese Communist Party came to power fighting against the century of humiliation, fighting against the British Empire. The Eurasian Economic Union, that's, after Russia was devastated after the fall of the Soviet Union, Putin came in, he put oil and gas under public ownership and stabilized the economy with oil and gas revenue and rebuilt, you have the Bolivarian countries in response to neoliberalism across Latin America. Hugo Chavez came in and created a state that was controlling the oil revenue and was using the oil revenue to build things. The Islamic Revolution of Iran, they had a revolution and they kicked out the Western imperialists and they started using the oil to build up the economy. And that these are governments that emerged in struggles against colonialism and struggles against the Western system. And they are pro-growth governments. They're states that are basically have come to power on the basis of we're gonna organize the economy. And it's not the Soviet model. They have all kinds of private corporations. They've got all kinds of private businesses, but the state really controls things. And in Iran, it's about 50% state ownership. Even the private companies have to do what the state says. The biggest sector of the economy is the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. In Bolivarian countries, Venezuela, Nicaragua, they're Marxists and socialists, but there's a lot of private businesses, etc. But there's state banks that control the credit strings. There's state-controlled natural resources, and they're constantly planning. And if they could start caring for the widows and orphans, and if they could, start having a society that was not tricking people into cheap labor, and if they could actually go back to their principles, they could save their country. He said, for if you thoroughly amend your ways and your doings, if you thoroughly execute judgment between a man and his neighbor, if you oppress not the stranger, the fatherless, the widow, and you shed not innocent blood in this place, and neither walk after other gods to your hurt, then I will cause you to dwell in this place, in this land that I gave your fathers forever and ever. That if you can turn things around, we can stay here. But if not, we're going to lose our country. And Jeremiah was building this movement of people in the kingdom of Judea, calling out the rich and powerful, and he got a great boost in social media terms. There was somebody who really liked what Jeremiah had to say, and that was the king, Josiah. The king Josiah was seeing that they had enemies and that there were other countries that could attack them, and that the way the rich were behaving and conducting themselves was tearing apart the social fabric they would need to resist a foreign invader. So King Josiah, who was himself from the rich and powerful class, decided he was going to boost Jeremiah. So he began promoting Jeremiah and encouraging people to listen to Jeremiah's speeches and promoting him. And Jeremiah was able to thrive and build this mass movement because he was trying to hold the country together. But then the king died. And after the king died, the new king who came in was somebody who was in with the rich and their human sacrifices and their parties and didn't want to hear what Jeremiah had to say. And so this new king did not protect Jeremiah from the priesthood. And the priesthood moved in to very ruthlessly begin to persecute Jeremiah. Jeremiah was publicly flogged, and he was placed into a pillory in front of the temple. And his family abandoned him and denounced him. And the priests even forbid him from ever getting married because they wanted to just stick it to him, right? Imagine such an awful thing to do to somebody, to deny them the right to get married. And if you read the book of Jeremiah, chapter 20, he's crying out to God as he's in the pillory, as he's being humiliated, as he's being persecuted. He's crying out to God and saying, I wish I didn't have to say this. I wish I didn't have to speak the truth. And he says, I wish that I could just have held it in and not said these things that would get me in so much trouble. He says, then I said, I will not mention him nor speak any more his name. But his word was in mine heart as a burning fire shut up within my bones. And I was wearying of forbearing, and I could not stay. He couldn't hold in the truth. He knew what was going on. He knew how unjust it was, and he just couldn't hold back. He had to keep speaking despite all the persecution he was facing, despite losing his family, despite being put in a pillory, despite not being allowed to marry. He had to keep speaking up. And he's saying to God, why can't you just let me not say it? Why are you not letting me just hold back? That's Jeremiah. And what happened? Well, After Jeremiah was subjected to all this persecution and was isolated, was made into a social pariah, what happened? Well, Babylon invaded the kingdom of Judea, and the Israelites were subjected to 70 years of enslavement. And everybody knew that Jeremiah was right. And the whole reason we have the book of Jeremiah is because somebody, it's funny, this painting is inaccurate. Jeremiah was illiterate, so there's no way he could have been writing. This is an inaccurate painting. Back then, most people couldn't read or write. But Jeremiah, at that point, everyone realized he was right, and he fled to Egypt, and a scribe named Baruch transcribed his very poetic sermons so they can be preserved. And for the 70 years that the Israelites were held in captivity, they were all saying, Jeremiah was right. If only we had listened to Jeremiah. He was right. He was warning us that if we didn't turn around, we were going to be destroyed. We were going to lose our country. But we didn't listen. And look what happened. Now, it's kind of a sad story. But the reason it's important is because Jeremiah became kind of the archetype, right? Fast forward 600 years to when John the Baptist was going around, the voice crying out in the wilderness, wearing camel skin and eating locusts. Well, everybody knew he was modeling himself on Jeremiah. Jeremiah was the archetype that all the Hebrew scholars studied. And later, we've all heard that one of the famous deeds of Jesus Christ is driving the money changers out of the temple. Well, what did Jesus Christ say as he was driving the money changers out of the temple? He says, "You have converted my Father's house into a den of thieves." Well, he was quoting Jeremiah. And to the people that were listening to him in the temple, the scribes, the Pharisees, that word ringed well because Jeremiah had said those very same words in that very same place. So Jesus was quoting Jeremiah. But what does this all have to do with America, right? We're thousands of years in the future. Well, I think that has quite a lot to say about our time. But why do we have the Second Amendment in the United States? Why do we have the right to bear arms? We have the right to bear arms because our country was started by English religious dissenters. In England in 1649, there was a war between the Parliament and the King. And the King aligned himself with the Church of England. And so the Parliament, which represented the emerging capitalist system overthrowing feudalism, aligned itself with the Puritans and the Roundheads and the Muggletonians and the Ranters and the Quakers and all kinds of radical street preachers who didn't go along with the Church of England. And they rallied and they protested and they built an army and they defeated the King of England and they cut his head off in 1649. They cut the head of the King of England off. Oliver Cromwell led the English Civil War in which the King of England was beheaded. The English Civil War was quite wild. There was one of these religious dissenters was the Diggers. And they seized control of St. George's Hill. And they created an agricultural socialist commune in England. Very temporarily. And it was just a radical uprising. At the time, information technology had really changed because this thing called the printing press. And there were thousands of pamphlets being distributed all over England as people were reading the Bible for themselves and reading pamphlets about politics and arguing about who should have the right to vote. It was an upsurge of democracy that these radical preachers, these English religious dissenters were part of. So after all of that was over, and after Oliver Cromwell died, they wanted to kind of cool things down in England. So what did they do? They brought the son of the king that had been beheaded, they brought him back, Charles II. He was fled to France, they brought him back and they put him on the throne. One of the first laws that Charles II...
My first question I'd like to put to our guest in New York, Caleb Maupin. Let's look at those figures again. In this year's election, the estimates over 207 million people eligible to vote, 150 million are estimated to have registered to vote, and 90 million are expected not to vote. But what is the reason for this decision?
Well, why should they vote? It's very apparent to many people that these elections are a sham. I mean, just basic things that are carried out in other countries, like having a national holiday for the election, so people who are working can take the time and go vote. That doesn't happen in the U.S. People who have jobs have to vote after work or before work, and sometimes stand in line for hours just to get the right to vote. Just other things. For any party that's not the Democrats or the Republicans to even get on the ballot and have a chance, they have to go through all all kinds of legal hurdles. With the Electoral College, if you're a Democrat in Texas or a Republican in New York, your vote is basically irrelevant. What it really gets down to is this electoral system was designed by slave owners. It was designed by the founding fathers of the United States, the slave-owning, capitalist, super rich, in order to maintain their rule. You know, the Democrats and the Republicans are just two parties of the ultra-rich. You know, the Republican Party began as a revolutionary party that fought to abolish slavery, but that's not the case anymore. It's now just another party of the super rich, and the Democrats have always been a party of the super rich, whether it was back in the days of Andrew Jackson when they committed genocide against the native people, or whether it's today when they've carried out the bombing and destruction of Libya. But I will say that really elections they're not what determines the way things go on in this country. It's in the streets that makes a difference. The discourse in this country was changed by the fact that workers all throughout this country, Occupy Wall Street activists have gone out into the streets and made a difference. The elections are just a fraud. It's a way to give consent to the repression we all endure. Real democracy would be something like they had in Libya before it was bombed and destroyed by NATO, where popular committees actually made the decisions. You know, you go to Cuba, the committees to defend the revolution, the trade unions, they all have a role in how things are set up. You know, that's what democracy is about. It's about, it's about community involvement. It's not just about some sham every 4 years where we get to pick which representative of the super rich gets to determine our future. You know, this whole concept of the U.S. being a democracy is false. The super rich have the power and the people don't. And if the people want the power, they need to pour into the streets and fight for it.
Right, and regarding the question I asked you about the independent candidates, what do you think? Do they have a chance?
In some cases, there have been some independent candidates who have gotten in. For example, Vito Marcantonio in Harlem, historically, he took office and was able to represent people. But the structure remains the same, even if you get a good person here or there. Ultimately, maybe here or there one can get in, but ultimately the rich will remain in power.
People who are in America and who are voting, we take, for instance, the idea that they are against the current foreign policy. How can they bring about the changes that they want through the elections? Can they even do that?
No, they can't, because both candidates are in favor of continuing wars and repression. One of the most sickening moments in this whole election campaign was when, during the vice presidential debate, Joe Biden bragged about how he was crippling Iran with sanctions. And then Paul Ryan said, no, you're not crippling them. And Joe Biden said, oh, yes, we are. Yes, we are. We are. And the idea that it was wrong for the U.S. to harm the Iranian people was never allowed to be part of the discourse. All of the debate on foreign policy starts with the premise that the U.S. is this great democratic power that acts out of the goodness of its heart, helping other people. But that's not false. You can ask the people in Libya who've had their homes destroyed after having the highest life expectancy in Africa. You can ask the people of Iraq who've had their country destroyed. Yeah, I mean, you can ask people all over Latin America who've had U.S.-backed thugs run their country what the U.S. is about democracy. But that kind of discussion is never allowed in the discourse. All the polls are showing that people in the U.S. oppose these wars. They oppose the continued occupation of Afghanistan. They oppose these wars, but they're not allowed to vote that way. The two ruling parties, the Democrats and the Republicans, which are just one party, the capitalist party, the party of the super rich, they will continue to rule, and that's why we can't count on the elections. You know, if you want to vote a protest vote, vote for one of these third parties, that's a great thing to do. But in the end, what will really make the difference is resistance. You know, there was a mass movement in this country to end the Vietnam War, and that really put pressure on the government, and we need to break out of the mindset that we're going to have a savior in the Democrats or the Republican Party. We need to take history into our own hands and challenge the status quo and fight for justice.
All of our comrades, let's give a round of applause for all the great voices. So I'm just going to be presenting an award, and I'm really honored and excited to do that. And this award is called the Voice of Resistance Award. Wow. And this goes to a comrade that we met very shortly after the FBI raids in July 29th of 2022. There was a conference held by the Center for Political Innovation in Chicago. Yeah. Len and several other comrades went out to that conference where we met this person that I'm about to present this award to. The mystery is growing. And from that day forward, this comrade was, he was, as like Penny's poem, two-fisted in the fight for anti-colonial free speech. Every opportunity there was, to say the Uhuru 3, drop the charges on the Uhuru 3. You need to be talking about this case. Right. He was there. Right. Julian Assange's brother and father came to Chicago. He was there. Right. Any politician that was holding forums or anything online that was going on in the chat, it was flooded with comments from this comrade talking about the Uhuru 3. He's been to St. Louis many times, marched for reparations with us, been to our convention now year after year since then. We love this comrade. Yes, he is incredibly witty, incredibly bold, and incredibly principled. And we present the Voice of Resistance Award to John McCarthy.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I'm supposed to say something tomorrow, so maybe I should save. But thank you for this, and thank you for giving me something to fight for. Yeah, it's been an honor to fight for you, because you're fighting for everybody.
Moving right along.
Of the slave owners, and so you cannot look for justice there. What you have to fight is the political thing that it revolves around. This is what we took to help the lawyers to understand. The lawyers kept saying, I've never seen anything like this before. I've never seen them do this kind of thing. I don't know why they take so long to make this ruling. I don't know, except because it's a political struggle. And they're dealing with the political situation in the world. Even that's why they're talking about Ukraine. Why in the hell are they putting me in jail because of Ukraine? Because we went against their objectives to dominate the world. They talking about, and I appreciate what John was able to talk about. Because you're on the precipice of a third world war that can destroy the whole damn planet, and they want to put me in jail for being opposed to the fact that they are using Ukraine as a war to make against Russia. And Russia is armed to the teeth. I saw a report, a Russian at one juncture was talking about, this is before Trump came to power, that Russia is the only country that could reduce America to a parking lot. You understand? So this is the thing, they're going to put us in this situation, and with the NGA being right down the street from here, if Russia decides to strike back, who the hell are they going to hit? You understand what I'm saying? Where is it going to fall? Right in my neighborhood, where we're trying to do the Black Power blueprint. That's it. Finally, this. The right to speech, free speech is precious. But we're talking about anti-colonial free speech. And one of the biggest problems we've had historically is the fact that the colonizer white left, the colonial left, the left colonizers have also fought against the right of African people to define our reality. They fought harder. They've given logic. They've given ideology. They've given all of this to the reason why African people should not be able to fight for our own freedom on our own terms. This is what the biggest fight we have, and that's one of the reasons this is important. One of the reasons you're important, and one of the reasons we have more than 130-odd cities right now, and people don't even understand some of what they see. The growing influence, the growing ability of white people to support reparations. People see this data, they don't know where it's coming from. They don't know that it's a part of the strategy of African People's Socialist Party to break us out of the isolation they've imposed on us. They don't know that in the middle of the most oppressed sector of the population, black people are coming together under some difficult circumstances to talk about the critical questions that's impacting the whole world. This is happening under the leadership of the advanced attachment of African And we made it hard for them. We made it hard for them. How do you say that in St. Louis? Come on, say it hard. Is it hard? Hard? How do you say that? We made it hard. We made it real hard for them to do that. I mean, by the time we got back to sentencing, the judge had received more than 1,600 letters supporting us. They're not accustomed to that. The dope pushers don't get 1,600.
And the Center for Political Innovation. And to start the day, we will be hearing a solidarity statement from the Center for Political Innovation.
Right on.
and yes, who have stood with the Uhuru Three since the day of the FBI raids on July 29th, 2022. John McCarthy is a longtime activist from the Chicago area, associate of Caleb Maupin, and member of the Center for Political Innovation. He's a fierce advocate for anti-colonial free speech and supportive of Hands Off Uhuru. Please help me welcome Comrade John McCarthy. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru. The Center for Political Innovation is deeply grateful to the Uhuru movement for standing up to the FBI, for fighting back, for winning, and for showing the rest of us how it's done. The fact that you stood up to the FBI and won has given hope and courage to a lot of other people. Now here comes the controversial part. The fact that you stood up and fought and won has given courage to a lot of other people, including, it would seem, to the President of the United States. Like Chairman was talking about yesterday, when Trump ran in 2016, he promised to repair relations between the United States and Russia. Then all hell broke loose. The Atlanticists sent their intelligence community and the Democratic Party against him with all this lawfare. And his response was to cave. Yes. His people cut plea deals. They turned on each other. They ratted each other out. Instead of a fight back, they did damage control. This time, though, it seems to be quite different. He's meeting with Putin. He's defending parts of Putin's argument. He's negotiating a ceasefire, and they're restoring the consulates and the embassies that had been shut down or de-staffed. So what's different? The world has changed. What changed the world? The courage of the Uhuru Three and the fight back of the African People's Socialist Party. Now, this isn't settled. We still may not change direction or stop this war. But what you have done has given us a fighting chance to stop this world-ending war. And the Center for Political Innovation thanks you. We salute you, and we vow not to waste the opportunity that you have won for us. Uhuru. Uhuru.
Thank you so much for that solidarity statement. I mean, it really just shows how the party and the chairman is leading this revolution and is influencing the world as he always has been doing. But this is such an incredible time to be a part of the movement. And now I'm excited.
And political leadership, we had the ability to be able to start meeting with them. I think it was about a year in advance. So we went through a lot of pre-trial political education by the chairman, and I just think that the legal team, I just saluted it. They were magnificent. They did hear it. They internalized what the chairman was saying, and we can hopefully people can talk a little bit about that. But it was very, very important. I just want to, by the way, before I start, I want to really salute John and CPI, and I really appreciate that statement. I really appreciate that, and I think that was a really profound, insight into the significance of the Uhuru 3 case. I think S.G. Mwezi, the Secretary General of the party, Mwezi Odom, who is also the chair of the Hands Off Uhuru, made that second video. And that is just, I think, is very, very dynamic and really gives a sense of the whole movement.
We made it a point to say that we're not going to try to convince the court, the judge, that they should be African internationalists, that they should be opposed to colonialism. That's not our task. Our task is to raise up the fact that you say you have a constitution. That's your constitution. You wrote it when I was enslaved. It's not mine, First Amendment, it's yours, etc. And we're going to put it to the test. Do you actually believe in it? And guess what? There were a lot of people who we were talking about the cross currents that was happening in this country, the contest between sectors of the bourgeoisie. Tucker Carlson. I was seen and heard by more than 3 million people in just a couple of days on Tucker Carlson. People say, you're talking to Tucker Carlson? I say, you're damn right I'm talking to Tucker Carlson. They say, you're talking to Scott Ritter. If he'll talk to me, I'm talking to Scott Ritter. I love talking to Scott Ritter because Tucker Carlson and Scott Ritter had a relationship with white people. The white left does not have a relationship with white people. They just have a relationship with other white leftists. I say if I can talk to white people, I know I can convince white people better what's in their best interest. And we can join this thing together. Fight on free speech. Fight on free speech. Do you believe in it or not? And so the white left say, hell no, I don't believe it. Shut up. That's what they would say. Say, we believe it as long as you don't listen to, as long as you don't have anything to do with Tucker Carlson. If somebody came up to us, and when we were in Washington, D.C. at a demonstration and said, because we had a relationship, I think might have been with John's CPI, that they were not going to have anything to do with quitters. I said, bye. CPI was first out of the damn gate in terms of defense of this movement and defense of the right to free speech. And we got people who are now, they're so thin-skinned. White people are thin-skinned. They're the ones who created niggers and goops and all these other terrible things, but you can't say anything. They're so thin-skinned, their feelings were hurt. I'm living under the worst kind of terror, and all my food is in your refrigerator, and you mad at me because I tell the world that's the case. This is the most ridiculous situation. That's what we live with. You know, that's what we used to live with, but we don't play that no more, and we ain't scared.
Really gets down to it, what the woke stuff is, when you talk about the identity politics or the oppression theory, it's very similar to anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is an interesting thing. If you look at anti-Semitism from a Marxist perspective, the phenomenon of hating Jewish people in Europe, often what it really was the ruling class racializing and weaponizing the resentment of the working class against the middle class. Right? The stereotype of Jews is that they are middle class, and the working class generally does not see the bourgeoisie. Rockefeller doesn't walk through our neighborhoods. The Carnegies and the DuPont don't walk through our neighborhoods. But if you're a factory worker, the lawyer who lives down the street, or the shopkeeper who owns a store in your neighborhood, you see them. And working class people and middle class people often have a different perspective on things. For example, what's one of the anti-Semitic stereotypes about Jews is that they're cheap with money. That's one of the stereotypes that's perpetuated. Well, one thing that is a difference between working class life and middle class life is that a working class person, they probably have less money than a middle class person, but they get a wage. They get a paycheck every 2 weeks. So when they have money, they can spend it. Whereas a middle class person might have more money, but it all goes back into their business. So even though they have more money, they're going to be tighter with it because they own their own business. And so a working class person might look at a middle class person and say, what a cheap bastard. I get paid every 2 weeks. What is going on here? He's got way more than me, but he's so tight with his money. That's how the anti-Semitic stereotypes were promoted. Working class people tend to be more socially conservative. Middle class folks tend to be a little bit more open-minded. And if one looks at, in Asia, in the Pacific Islands, the stereotypes about middle class folks of ethnic Chinese heritage is very similar to the anti-Semitic stereotypes that proliferated throughout Europe. And it's a similar kind of thing. It is weaponizing working class resentment against the middle class, which is easy to do because you can see the middle class and you can't see those who really have the power. And what wokeism is very similar. Because wokeism is telling you don't hate the ruling class, don't hate the billionaires, don't hate the monopolies, hate the person who's got it slightly better than you. Hate the person who's got 5% more than you, or 10% more than you. And not only that, it's not really offering any solutions. Wokeism isn't about offering solutions. It's just about giving you permission to be angry. Aren't you upset about it? Aren't you angry? And it's about stoking up that rage and that hate and just stoking it up and not offering any real solutions. Just stoking up anger and resentment. And that's what wokeism is. It is an attempt to set the stage for some kind of degrowth fascism by weaponizing people's resentment against people who might have it slightly better and taking the onus off the system itself, and also through spiraling into a cycle of rage and not bringing people together to offer real solutions. That's what the ruling class is doing. Now, that said, recognizing that wokeism is the main danger, that doesn't mean that I'm going to unite with the right on everything or anything, really. If someone comes to me and they say that the Chinese Communist Party and Joe Biden are involved in a secret plot against our precious bodily fluids, I'm going to tell them they're wrong. And if someone comes to me and says, well, the solution to the crisis of mass migration is to terrorize immigrant communities with raids, I'm going to tell them they're wrong. If somebody comes to me and says police brutality is made up, it's a conspiracy against white cops, I'm going to tell them they're wrong. However, if someone says that socialism is just an employee stock ownership program, I'm also going to tell them that they're wrong. And if someone says that anyone who dares oppose the war drive against Russia and China should be equated with the Nazis, I'm going to tell them they're wrong. And if someone tells me that anyone who questions that 5-year-olds should be put on gender hormone therapy, if someone tells me that anyone who questions that is an evil, unforgivable bigot, I'm going to tell them they're wrong. I have no loyalty to the synthetic left. I have no duty to help them protect their system and impose their degrowth on working families. I have no reason to do that. No reason to protect them. They don't want us, we don't want them. Out of the movement to the masses. Yeah.
Memories of childhood was when in 1935, when Roosevelt created the Works Progress Administration and hired millions of unemployed people and gave them jobs, how they got their home back, the very home they'd been evicted from, they got back into their home. And I remember riding in the car with her to a peace rally and her explaining me and telling me this story about how Roosevelt had gotten them their home back. But then I pressed her a little bit and she said, well, it wasn't just Roosevelt. It was a mass movement of people behind him. And that's why she eventually joined the Communist Party, because there was no other organization in Cleveland on the west side in the late 1930s that did more to fight for unemployment, to fight for the rights of working class people, to oppose racism and bigotry, to stand with Roosevelt. No other organization did that stronger than the Communist Party. You know, at that point in world history, to admire the Soviet Union wasn't a hard thing to do, because at that point we were having the Great Depression in the United States. People were literally starving to death and hungry. But the Soviet Union had gone from being one of the poorest countries in the world to, in 1936, they had electrified the entire country. They'd brought running water to the entire country. It wiped out illiteracy. They had done so much. You know, it's this crazy thing. It's like a cliche. You know, people say things without thinking about them, right? They repeat the same phrases over and over. This whole thing about socialism failed. I'm sure you've all heard that, right? Socialism failed everywhere it's ever been tried. The next time somebody says that to you, just say Sputnik, right? You know, who was the first country in outer space? The next time somebody says that to you, say AK-47 rifle, the most efficient rifle in history. Next time someone says that, say Tetris, right? You know, it's the weirdest thing. You get people saying, well, in socialism, no one ever produces anything. The Soviet Union produced more steel than any other country in the world. And today, half of the steel on Earth is produced in the state-controlled steel industry of China. So this idea that socialism just doesn't produce anything is absurd. Why is it that all over the world, people know about Cuba, a very, very small island? That's because of the medical volunteers that they send all over the world. In fact, people all over the world are studying their achievements. But no one acknowledges this, right? Even some of the voices defending socialism, well, they just won't go there. It's one of the most absurd things. But I came here tonight to talk about patterns, right? I don't want to get too far into that. So patterns, right? Patterns are one of the most important things in human mental health, according to some schools of psychology. I believe classical psychoanalysis tells us that there's two kinds of mental illness. There's neurosis and psychosis, right? People that are psychotic, these are people that are in so much pain and so much suffering that they start seeing patterns that aren't there and trying to create a narrative, like a fictional narrative that they can write up about the world in order to protect themselves from their suffering. And then the more mild form of mental illness that's far more common is called neurosis, right? And people that are neurotic have the opposite problem, right? That's that old cliche that they have about people who make the same mistake over and over and over again, right? They can't notice any patterns. They keep repeating the same mistakes in their interactions with other people and in relationships, and they can't notice, they can't learn from their errors. Well, we live in a neurotic country, if there ever was one, right? I mean, look at what happened. So do you remember George W. Bush telling us that those poor Iraqis, they were just so oppressed, right? They were just so oppressed. And he just wanted to go invade Iraq, just get those weapons of mass destruction and liberate those poor oppressed people. But look how Iraq has been ever since then. Can anyone in their right mind say that what the USA did in Iraq was liberation, made their lives better? But look at Afghanistan, right? We were told that the evil Taliban is there just oppressing people, and it's just so horrible, so awful. Look at Afghanistan now, like Maddie pointed out. It's the center of the global drug trade. Not only is the Taliban still there, we got ISIS, we got Al-Qaeda, we got the drug dealers. Has Afghanistan gotten better because of U.S. military intervention? Look at Libya, right? It was evil Gaddafi. He was making people so miserable. Actually, they had probably the highest life expectancy on the African continent. But, evil Gaddafi was making life miserable. So now look at Libya. Now that Libya has joined the global capitalist system and become part of the global capitalist market, things are so bad that people are getting onto rafts and fleeing in the Mediterranean trying to get to Europe. I mean, this notion that the Pentagon is a humanitarian rescue organization that just goes around the world saving people is a fiction. And how many more times are we going to fall for this? But, people are also neurotic, I would say, not people, but the country's leadership when it comes to economics, right? So the first major downturn in the U.S. economy after the Second World War was in 1978, right? And when that happened, Ronald Reagan came in and he said, I'm going to make America great again by privatizing things, reducing the role of government, attacking labor unions, right? There was deregulation, and overall the standard of living in the United States started to decrease. And then there was an economic downturn in the 1990s. And again, Bill Clinton, who said he was a progressive, came in, got rid of welfare as we know it, right? He signed NAFTA, a horrendous trade deal that devastated not only this country, but also Mexico, Canada, all kinds of countries. And so then, leading up to the financial crisis, and this is the 10-year anniversary of the financial crisis, which I think, the 2008 financial crisis is going to be a definitive moment. I mean, it's definitive for me. I remember being in college and seeing the global capitalist economy collapse and having so many conversations about it. Well, 2008, what was happening in the lead up to it? So you had Alan Greenspan. And Alan Greenspan was sitting there in the Federal Reserve watching the standard of living in the USA decrease. And he was starting to panic because the spending power of average Americans was going down. People couldn't afford to buy things like they once had. So Alan Greenspan was there in the Federal Reserve, and he's saying, we've got to keep Americans spending. How do we keep Americans spending, right? You remember after 9/11, George W. Bush got on television. He said, if you want to defeat the terrorists, you got to go shopping. That's what you got to do. You got to go shopping. Run up that credit card. You got to defeat the terrorists by going shopping, right? That was George W. Bush. Right? But not only that, Alan Greenspan legalized all kinds of mortgage lending so people could keep buying houses even though their incomes had decreased, legalized all kinds of credit card practices that had been completely illegal before. The desperation was to keep Americans spending. And what's that about? Well, the reason for that is because at the very same time that our standard of living was decreasing, our wages were dropping, the good paying industrial jobs were being eliminated, at the very same time that was happening, technology was advancing, right? The ability to produce products was greatly expanding. A global apparatus of production was growing, right? Human workers were being replaced by machines, and now we are producing products more efficiently than ever before in history. Right? It's amazing what they have done with artificial intelligence. I mean, they can churn out iPhones and iPads and all kinds of stuff. They've created this global system of production that is producing loads and loads and loads of products with fewer workers ever before. And this is a crisis of overproduction. And there's a book about it that was written a long time ago explaining it. It's called Capital by Karl Marx. And he explains how the capitalist is always trying to make production as efficient as possible. Hire as few people, pay those people as little as possible, make the jobs unskillable. And this leads to what's called the falling rate of profit, because eventually the people can't buy back the products that they're producing. And you have a glut. The market is full of products that cannot be sold. And this is the built-in self-destruction of capitalism that Karl Marx wrote about. And, you know, right now, Wall Street's doing pretty well. The stock market is doing great, right? And people look at that and they say, oh, the economy is doing well, right? Well, you know, the stock market is doing great. The stock market's rising. And Trump says, I'm doing it. I'm making America great again. It's coming true. Like, I'm fulfilling my promise. The stock market is rising. It's happening. But answer this question. Is your life getting any better? No. Right? As our wages go down and so many young people are stuck in low-wage jobs, is your life getting any better? As there's record debt in the United States, I'm talking household debt, I'm talking student debt, is your life getting any better? No. Well, if you answer that question, then you should realize that what we're having right now in the United States is not real economic growth. When the stock market is going through the roof, but average Americans are stagnant and not getting better, that's growth based on debt. That's fake economic growth. And that is the kind of growth that leads to a big fallout, because it's not real economic growth. But Trump says, you know, he's going to make America great again, right? And that he's going to put this big tariff on China. He's going to cut us out from one of the fastest moving economies in the world. He's not going to collaborate with them on technology. And somehow that's going to make the economy better. And I know there are a lot of people in this country that really want to believe him. They're not here in New York City, obviously, but there's a lot of people around the country who are in neighborhoods devastated by opioids, who have seen a rise in crime in their neighborhood, have seen the good-paying industrial jobs go away, and they want to believe him, and they're rallying around him. And there are some of us also, some of us who've gone down that, that Howard Zinn, Cornel West, Noam Chomsky corridor, right, that little rabbit hole. And we know about the history of the United States, and we know about slavery, and we know about the slaughter of the indigenous people, and we know about the Korean War and the Vietnam War. And some of us, when we hear that slogan, "Make America Great Again," it just hits us in our gut. It just makes us sick, and we just get angry. It's like, what does he mean, make America great again? Is he going to do slavery all over again? Right? Is he going to do the Korean War again and kill another million people? Is he going to bring back Jim Crow? What is he talking about? Make America great again. It just bothers us. You know, it just, there's this rage. You know, all my life, I remember when I was a college student, I would argue with people about politics. We'd be arguing about like the Iraq War or economics or something. And somebody would just blurt out, "America's a good country, okay?" And I'd be like, what does that have to do with anything? Right? And they'd be like, well, America, and it's this stupid jingoism that we get in the U.S.
In Bolivia, the oil and actually the water of Bolivia was sold off to American corporations. So it was actually a crime in Bolivia if you collected water on your roof. They were stealing from like Nestle or Coca-Cola, like American companies. In Venezuela, most of the revenue from the state-run oil companies stopped actually going into the public budget. It basically just went to American corporations. They were getting all the profits from Venezuela's supposedly nationalized oil company. And as a result of that, garbage collection kind of stopped in a lot of areas. You couldn't get your garbage collected. The electricity in a lot of neighborhoods would just go off for weeks because the government didn't have enough of a budget to actually pay to keep the electricity on. And that all over South and Central America, you got these really free market extreme policies that were being implemented. And very famously, Milton Friedman of the Chicago School of Economics, who was the one who was associated with these policies, he famously said that his enemy in Latin America was not Karl Marx, it was Juan Perón. And he was referring to the fact that there were these large kind of social democratic welfare states that were aligned with the United States that were not communist, that had sprung up during the Cold War. And he wanted to get rid of that. He wanted all the countries of South and Central America to be completely unregulated free market countries, and that it was no longer necessary to allow these countries to develop more social democratic systems. That was the first big change that happened in Latin America after the fall of the Soviet Union. The second, though, is that the military juntas and the Bonapartist dictatorships that had sprung up during the Cold War, they started to loosen up because there was no threat of communist revolution. So, you know, this idea that you needed to have an absolute military rule, that started to fade away. And that there were a lot of sections of the ruling classes of these countries that did want things to be more loose. And so the communists had been protesting for democracy and for free speech and things like that. All of a sudden,
throughout South and Central America, they had a lot of allies among the richest people in countries like Chile and Argentina and Colombia, for example. All of a sudden, they had a lot of allies who wanted to have a more liberal democratic model and not have an absolute military dictatorship because there was no need for it, because there was no danger of communist revolutions happening. So at the same time you have economic neoliberalism spreading through South and Central America, you also have, you know, the free elections taking place. And suddenly, you know, it used to be, there were times in these countries where if you so much as said that you were a communist or were caught with a communist leaflet, you could be killed. Well, now, suddenly they're having free speech and they're having free elections. So, based on that, the communists of South and Central America drastically reoriented their tactics, right? During the 1970s and 80s, Cuba and other socialist countries and various communist parties throughout South and Central America had been pushing for guerrilla warfare. You know, they had the Tricontinental Congress that was in Cuba, and you had the FARC in Colombia. You had various armed groups throughout South and Central America that were encouraging people to take up guns and try and wage some kind of rural people's war or Che Guevara-ness kind of thing. Well, now, as these countries were moving toward, you know, toward more of a liberal democratic state, and at the same time that economic neoliberalism was devastating the urban areas, instead of being in the countryside and trying to organize some kind of armed uprising in the countryside, the communists started operating in the urban areas and building united fronts against neoliberalism and cuts in social spending. For example, I went to one neighborhood in Caracas in Venezuela, and they talked about how in the 1990s the electricity wouldn't come on for weeks. So the local church and the Communist Party and the Social Democratic Party and local people that weren't involved in any party, they organized a strike. So everyone in the neighborhood didn't go to work until the power came back on. It was understood that everyone who lives in this area, they're not going to go to work until the power comes back on. And lo and behold, the government had to then turn the power back on. They talked at one point, the garbage wasn't being collected in this particular neighborhood. So the Communist Party started collecting all the garbage, and they took it and they dumped it on a major highway, and they poured gasoline on it, and they lit it on fire. And so, lo and behold, the government started collecting the garbage. And basically the idea was to build a coalition against neoliberalism and against the IMF and the World Bank, which were loaning money to these developing countries and then mandating that they completely gut their public sector, right? So, you know, they basically polarized these countries between, you know, are you for neoliberalism and the cuts in social spending, or are you against it? And there were a lot of very wealthy people in Latin America that were against it, right? Because it was devastating the local economies. A lot of the people that had big corporations in Venezuela, for example, they were being put out of business by American corporations that were just coming in there, and they wanted the Venezuelan government to protect them. They had an incident in Venezuela called the Caracazo, and that was after there had been cuts in government funding for public transportation. They were forced to raise the costs of public transportation drastically. The people went out and rioted and rebelled against it. It was after that you had a Venezuelan political figure known as Hugo Chavez who attempted to carry out a military coup and overthrow the government in response to these cuts in social services. Now it failed, he was then thrown into prison. And Hugo Chavez, interestingly, did not call himself a socialist at that point. He said he was against both capitalism and socialism. He was for what he called the third way, which would be the government doing whatever was best for Venezuela. It would be neither capitalist or socialist. He went to prison in 1992, got out of prison, and announced that he would never try to overthrow the government again, never engage in violence, but instead he would build a political party. And so they built a new political party called the Movement for a Fifth Republic. And it was a very popular political party, again, not advocating socialism, advocating the third way, what was best for Venezuela. He got elected. He won the election in 1998, took office in 1999. Shortly after Hugo Chavez was elected, there was huge mudslides in the country, and a lot of homes were destroyed. And so Chavez, being a former leader of the military, he got on television and he said that he was sending the military to help the people who'd been afflicted by these mudslides. And then he called on people all throughout the country to be patriotic and to do everything they can to pull together to help their brothers and sisters who'd been, had their homes destroyed by these mudslides. And doing that had never been done in Venezuela's history. The military had never been mobilized to go and rescue people whose homes had been destroyed by a natural disaster. And a lot of people really responded to this and were deeply moved to have the president of their country encouraging them to go out and volunteer and help people. You can remember a couple of years later, after 9/11, George W. Bush got on TV and said, if you want to help the victims of terrorism, go shopping. Well, Chavez wasn't telling people to go shopping. In fact, he had them organize these things called Bolivarian circles in their neighborhood, where they would coordinate volunteers to go into the area. And the whole country just got kind of worked up into this fit of patriotism, and they just loved what Chavez was doing. And so then, in the aftermath of this mudslides incident, Chavez got the country to ratify his new constitution,
And Venezuela changed its name to the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. It was the 5th republic in Venezuela. A new constitution was created. He actually had a TV program called Hello President, where he got on TV every Sunday and he took calls from average citizens, he answered their questions, and lo and behold, he became very popular. After 9/11, the U.S. invasion of Afghanistan, he showed pictures on his television program of innocent children who'd been killed by the bombs in Afghanistan. He said, you know, obviously 9/11 was a horrendous crime, but it doesn't justify the killing of these children in Afghanistan. What George Bush is doing, invading Afghanistan, it was actually the Saudis who did 9/11, this is wrong. Shortly after that, Chavez then appointed a member of the Communist Party to his cabinet. Because the communists had been so key in getting Chavez elected, he appointed one of them to be in his cabinet. So then in 2002, there was an attempted military coup against Hugo Chavez, and the rank-and-file soldiers rose up and put Hugo Chavez back into power. And shortly afterwards, 2003, Chavez announced that the country was moving toward what he called 21st century socialism. And they became a lot closer with Cuba. Chavez changed the nature of the state-run oil company so that all the profits from Venezuela's oil would go into the public budget. He then started using the money from the public budget, from this oil that was being sold, to build free healthcare clinics. Brought in Cuban doctors that would give free healthcare clinics to people in low-income areas. He also brought in Cuban literacy teachers and he ultimately wiped out illiteracy in the country. In 1998, when Chavez was elected, Venezuela at that point only had 12 public universities. Today it has 32. He used the oil money to build these public universities. He also started funding small businesses and enabling people in Venezuela to start their own businesses. And he built these things called colectivos or communes, which are kind of cooperatives and areas where people kind of held things in common and lived. And shortly after that, you had Bolivia taking a very similar transformation. In Bolivia, there had been a wave of protests and strikes by miners. There had been a mass movement calling for the natural gas to be nationalized and the profits from the natural gas to go into the public budget. And just as the election of Chavez in 1998 was a referendum on neoliberalism, the election of Evo Morales, that was also considered to be a referendum on neoliberalism. And he also passed a new constitution in 2008. The Morales government built a massive amount of roads throughout the country. In Bolivia, there's a lot of sections of the country that had no roads. So he, used the public budget to start building roads. They brought electricity to parts of the country that had never had it before, and they started providing assistance to small farmers. They regulated the price of food and fuel, and poverty has been greatly reduced. They nationalized the oil and natural gas, and it's interesting to note, Venezuela has been having quite a few problems lately. But actually, the highest rate of gross domestic product growth in South America in 2018 was in Bolivia. It was the Evo Morales government has actually presided over the highest rate of economic growth. When Morales was first elected, 16% of the people of Bolivia were illiterate. But now UNESCO confirms that at this point Bolivia has no adult illiteracy. They've cured adult illiteracy. They also opened a huge number of hospitals. A similar situation happened in Nicaragua. You had the Sandinistas, right? They led the revolution in 1979. They led the country throughout the Civil War in the 1980s. They'd been voted out of office in 1992. Well, in 2006, they ran for office once again. They were elected, and they eventually joined Nicaragua with Bolivia and Cuba and Venezuela in what they called the Bolivarian Alternative of Latin America, or the ALBA Bank. The Sandinistas, they oversaw huge reductions in poverty. They created a state-run bank that started lending people money. They had a policy of actually enabling people to be what they called micro-entrepreneurs. That's to start their own business, but they would get a subsidy from the state. Just like in Venezuela, they had the Bolivarian circles. In Nicaragua, they have these things called citizens' power councils. The community is mobilized, they distribute food, and they've overseen an overall increase in the living standards. And actually, in 2016, the World Happiness Index of the UN said that Nicaragua had the highest rate of happiness growth of any country in the world. It was in Nicaragua. And they're also, at this point, working with China. China is pouring a lot of money into Nicaragua to build a new canal that would counter the Panama Canal. So the United States kind of, sort of has control over the Panama Canal. They could block it off in some kind of military situation. Well, now China is working with the government of Nicaragua to build a canal through Nicaragua. That would be an alternative to the Panama Canal. There's a pattern that plays out. There's like 4 things that happen. First, the election takes place as a referendum on neoliberalism, with communists, social democrats, and domestic capitalists unifying into a single bloc against the World Bank, the IMF, and domination by US and Western corporations. Then, A huge state apparatus is created for the purpose of stimulating the economy, with the state ultimately controlling revenue and subsidizing corporations and ultimately controlling them that way. 3, you have the creation of a mass movement in the country to support the state's agenda and carry it out on a local level. And then 4, the state overall begins setting the economic agenda for the country and planning the economy. So that's section 3 on the Bolivarian Revolution in Latin America. Go ahead.
And without further ado, I would like to welcome to the stage the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
We just got to the Libertarian Party's National Convention. Look at that. Look at that. Here at the Washington Hilltop. What do you think, Peter? This is pretty swell.
So far, it's been pretty awesome. Met a lot of great libertarians. Trying to find a home here, seeing if there's a place in this party for me. If a guy like myself who's kind of like a libertarian socialist of sorts, who believes in central planning, that it can work, who believes that Medicare for all is a human right, where do we have a home here? Do we have a place here? And there are some people in the old guard who don't like me, don't like my ideology. They still say that stupid stuff like, you want to kill us. Like, no, we don't. I got a lot of friends, you'll meet them. My good friend Caleb will be by. We don't want to kill you. We just want to find a way we can come together to fight back against this machine.
Hi, everybody. My name is Nick, and I am a libertarian because I am pro-peace. I am pro-whistleblower. That is people like Julian Assange, Edward Snowden, the Boeing whistleblowers.
Julian Assange should be freed, being locked up for heinous reasons. He has released information that has led to the discovery of atrocities in the Middle East and corruption all over the world. If we can't have good, actual information like that, there's no reason that we should have any free speech in the first place.
Free speech is under attack. He did nothing wrong. Reporting shouldn't be a crime.
Free Assange.
Free Assange.
So your button says abolish the FBI, abolish the CIA. Tell me about that.
Well, I just think we need less federal government and less federal agencies.
They're driving for World War III. They're attacking our civil liberties. They're allowing the United States to crumble economically. They're January 6th, they should all be free. Blanket amnesty at this point. The FBI made that happen. Sure, a lot of them may have done things they shouldn't have done or whatever, but when we know the government set that up, at that point there should be a blanket amnesty for all January 6th people.
So your buttons say abolish NATO and abolish the UN. Tell me about that.
Well, both NATO and the UN work for the military-industrial complex. They're both about spreading wars. They were established and they lie and say that it's about keeping peace, but have we seen peace? We have. There's not been a year of my life where the United States has not been at war.
I agree with the libertarians. Our freedoms are being taken away, right? I mean, the government is tapping our phones and listening to reading our emails and violating our freedoms left and right. You know, they had stop and frisk in New York City. That was a gun control policy. Yeah, right. Now they have these no-knock raids and all of that.
No kids in cages. They have abolished the NIAID, which you know a lot about, all these CIA covert wars. They even had a pin that said, no human is illegal. So there are leftist libertarians here, and it's kind of awesome meeting there, and this thing is just growing over here. This is the third party.
What are the disagreements within the Libertarian Party? Because I know there's a lot of internal strife and stuff. What's going on?
It's whether to embrace Donald Trump or not. Some lots of people don't like Donald Trump. Fine. Some people like Donald Trump. That's fine. It's on a high level. It's a strategic difference. Lots of people say that Donald Trump, his brand is eventually it's going to crash and burn. And where does that leave the Libertarian Party?
So we're in the hall where Donald Trump is going to be speaking in a few minutes. Who's going to give his speech in a few minutes. So big crowd of people here. Not all of them Trump supporters, I'll tell you that much. It's going to be interesting to see how the crowd reacts to Trump.
Trump has done a lot for the United States. I think he's probably the best president we've had, in my opinion, since Ronald Reagan.
Do you think he can stop World War III?
I think he could stop World War III. And I think when he was in there, I mean, you saw other countries respect the United States. Now the United States is a laughingstock.
Angela McArdle, chair of the Libertarian National Convention.
What a beautiful crowd. Thank you guys so much for being here tonight. You know, I also invited Joe Biden, and he did not attend. We have an incredible opportunity tonight, and I'm really grateful for it. Never in the history of the Libertarian Party has a former president and front-runner candidate for the presidency come to speak specifically to our concerns. Thank you all for making history with us. I want to continue this trend, so let's work towards that. I really appreciate you all. And without further ado, I would like to welcome to the stage the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much, everybody, and thank you, Angela, for that introduction. And I am truly honored to be invited here tonight as the first president in American history to address the Libertarian National Convention. We believe that the job of the United States military is not to wage endless regime change wars around the globe, senseless wars. Biden's radical left Democrat Party is a fascist movement that wants to throw you in jail if you post a meme they don't like. They want to throw you in jail if you do something that isn't quite to their liking. And I am proud to be the only president in 70 years who started no new wars. I took on the military-industrial complex. I broke the stranglehold on neocons and warmongers on the Republican Party. And instead of war, I made peace in the Middle East, something nobody thought was possible, and dealt with Kim Jong-un of North Korea, where a nuclear war was guaranteed to start in a very short period of time if Hillary Clinton became president. I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled, so we quit spending hundreds of billions of dollars to fight other people's wars, and so that we start immediately saving thousands and thousands of lives. And I am committed to restoring peace and restoring stability. And if you vote for me on day one, I will commute the sentence of Ross Ulbricht to a sentence of time served.
Ross is a campaign to pardon Ross Ulbricht. Ross Ulbricht is serving, I believe, 2 consecutive life sentences for creating a website where people happen to sell drugs and guns and things like that. But frankly, given the way that Facebook is treated or anything like that, wouldn't Zuckerberg be in prison for the same damn thing? Anyway, the campaign to free Ross Ulbricht is about the fact that he created a website. What people chose to do with that website is their own business, and he should not have been in prison for it. FreeRoss.org, check it out.
Right, and economic growth is what it means to be human, right? We were hunter-gatherers in the woods, and now, just 8,000 years later, we've invented space travel and iPhones, and we've done amazing things. And we, at this point, the problem is not growth, as some people would say. The problem is that we have a system where abundance creates poverty.
Yeah.
Poverty is created by abundance. You know, people are homeless because there's too many houses. People are hungry because there's too much food. Self-driving cars should be a great thing. In a rational society, it'd be great if no one ever had to drive. That human labor was no longer necessary. But in our system, that would lead to mass unemployment, etc. This is not rational. We need to do what they've done in China and in Nicaragua and other countries, rationally organize the economy so that small businesses can flourish, so that working people can have economic security, so people can start their own enterprises, you know. I've heard a lot of libertarians who think China is good, who think Russia is good. Like, is that a common view?
Yes, it's like these are not our enemies. Maybe it's governments are the enemy and oppression is the enemy, and it is very much individuals unite.
What do you think of high-speed railway?
Oh, I love it. I love high-speed railway. I would love to ride a high-speed rail from LA to Las Vegas.
Very good. Yeah.
All right.
Be good for our economy, right?
Yeah. Amen.
You like fusion energy?
Yeah, I love it as well. I've dipped my hand in the cooling tower reactor of 3 Mile Island.
It's interesting because, years ago I wrote an article really criticizing libertarians. And I said, how can libertarians like Russia and China so much when both those countries have a very state-run economy? And I got a very astute response from a libertarian. And they said, well, Caleb, yes, Russia, their economy is centered around state-controlled oil and gas. China has 5-year plans and state-run industries. But you have to admit, both Russia and China have a way bigger middle class and way more small business owners than America does. And they treat their middle class and their small business owners way better than America does. And I thought that's actually a really good point. All right, so we're out of all the pamphlets we have. We got the last stack of them in the car. It's been going really, really well out there. A lot of sympathy. What did you guys hear?
Really great things. People are very interested.
I thought people were really enthusiastic about this idea that growth is good, that we need to stop spending so much damn money fueling this forever war that rages all across the world.
The response to the leaflets and the pamphlets has been phenomenal. I have never talked to so many people who support Julian Assange, who want to end the wars. This is the place to be.
Yeah. Actually, that's one indication. That's one. They're pretty good. I mean, they're very interested. A lot of them like growth.
And then a lot of people that are libertarian, they see the government as a tool of the big monopolies to crush small business owners, right? And so I don't blame them for wanting to get the government off our backs, right? Unfortunately, I think that they're going to have to come to the conclusion that just kind of getting the government out is not going to cut it. They need a government that punches up, right? A government of action that will fight for working families. That's ultimately what they're going to need, and they're going to have to learn that through the course of seeing, what's in store and as the crisis intensifies. But I think the road out of the crisis we're in right now is an anti-monopoly coalition.
And I think that a lot of leftists who believe in freedom of speech, freedom of press, and they're non-interventionists, they can find a home here in this party here. This is the third party, and this is the party of nuance, is at least what I say.
Angela, I think that these are the people that are worthy of a certain level of, hey, can we allow ourselves to give these folks that are working very, very diligently a little bit more grace, empathy, energy, and support. I want to run that back. You're an adult male that is grabbing the mic and telling a woman in a public space, that's just low class shit. And I'm not saying you can't think it, and I'm not saying you can't even say it, but I can say, if you're gonna say that, it's art. You're putting your art up and the world can critique your art. And we're gonna critique your art, and you may not like the outcome. So those people are kind of special to me.
It does kind of confound me that you consider yourself a communist, and I really want to try to understand you, and I'm going to do my best not to put words in your mouth. I really want us to be an example for other people on how to have a productive dialogue, and I hope that if the communist revolution ever happens, you'll remember that, and I'll be one of the last ones up against the wall.
Sure.
But why don't you tell me a little bit about yourself and your background, and let's kind of dig into just kind of the basics.
Well, I guess I'll start out by saying I don't think it's just opposing war that we agree on. I'm also against the vaccine mandates. I'm also against tech censorship. I'm against the surveillance that's going on and the violation of our civil liberties. I'm against the emerging police state. I'm against a lot of these trade deals that hurt American jobs, et cetera. So I think that there is quite a bit of overlap beyond simply the issue of anti-war. But I'm an Irish American. I'm from a small town in Ohio. Are you Irish as well?
I am.
Yeah. I years ago, I met an Irish cop in Cleveland, and he said that he heard an expression that when an Irishman gets off the boat in a new country, the first question he asks is, does this country have a government? And if the answer is yes, he says, well, I'm against it. So I think we're both true to our heritage in our own way. Obviously, that all leads to World War II. World War II happens, and World War II is an epic disaster, hundreds of millions of people killed. you know, the Holocaust, 27 million people die in the Soviet Union, you know, tens of millions of people die in China and in Korea and in Japan, and it's an absolute disaster. So after World War II, you have what's called the Keynesian consensus. That's because of John Maynard Keynes. Here, I'll show a picture of him. John Maynard Keynes. And John Maynard Keynes is the main British economist. He's not a communist, not a socialist, but he's not into the free market either. And John Maynard Keynes, his thinking is, he says, World War II happened, fascism and communism arose because of the fact that that liberalism, that we need the government to spend money. Right? That the capitalist economy, he doesn't call it overproduction. He says the problem is underconsumption. But he says that, there's this problem of underconsumption. So we need the government to spend lots of money. He doesn't care what they spend it on, but you need the government to spend money so we don't have something like the Great Depression again. And John Maynard Keynes, his philosophy is often summarized. They talk about ditch digging, right? Is that, the government hires somebody to go and dig a ditch, and then it hires somebody else to go fill the ditch back in. And somebody says, well, that's a waste of our tax money. And John Maynard Keynes says, no, good sir, it is not a waste of our tax money, because the men who are hired to dig the ditch and the men who are hired to fill it in, they go and spend their money, and that gets the economy going again. And that's the Keynesian economic philosophy. The government should spend money in order to make sure that nothing like World War II ever happens again, the Great Depression, communism, fascism. To prevent both of those things, we just have to have the government constantly spending money. And that was what they called the Keynesian consensus. And after World War II, in the West, it was understood, okay, we obviously don't need communism, we don't need fascism, but we got to have the government spend lots of money. And that's what happened. And in America, we had the military-industrial complex, which is after World War II, the U.S. government just started buying military equipment and spending huge amounts of money on the military. And in Britain, you had the rise of the welfare state and National Healthcare Service created. And you had all kinds of government employment schemes. In the United States, we built a university system. And we built, a modern highway system. And this was, the government just has to keep spending money in order to stabilize the economy. And they call it the Keynesian consensus, that, it was just absolutely necessary that the government spend money. Doesn't matter what it's on, but in order to offset the irrationality of the capitalist system, the government should spend money. That's Keynesianism, and it wasn't until the 1970s that people started saying, well, maybe we don't need the government to spend money. And it was in the early 70s, you had the rise of people like Milton Friedman, Friedrich von Hayek, Ludwig von Mises, Ayn Rand, Alan Greenspan, who started saying, well, actually, you don't need the government to spend money. The capitalist system is just magical. It just works on its own. You don't need the government to spend money. Now, all the academic economists said no. They said, without the government regulating, you get what's called natural monopolies. Without, antitrust legislation, the economy gets monopolistic stagnation. Without the government pumping money into the economy, you have gluts on the market. That, no, you need the government to spend money to stimulate the economy. But there was a layer of people in the 1970s, the Chicago school, the Austrian school, that started becoming popular, that said, no, capitalism is just magic. It doesn't need that. You don't need the government to spend money. And this is flim-flam. And it's not taken seriously by academic economists. It's gobbledygook, but it is just believed. It is like a religion with these people. No, capitalism is just magic. It's just magic. And, and it's like you have to ask these people, why did World War II happen? And why did communism become popular? And why did fascism arise? And what was the Great Depression? Oh, all of that was because of government. If the government had just not been there and had just stayed out of it, none of that would have ever happened. I mean, it's like they live in an alternate reality. But what's really going on is, why are these people becoming popular? Right? Or is everyone just forgetting it? No, it's that this communism is becoming weaker. And especially in the 1980s and 90s, after the fall of the Soviet Union, part of the reason that the welfare state had been created, and part of the reason that the Keynesian consensus had been created, was because there was a feeling that communism was the alternative and that you had to hold off communism. Well, communism was getting weaker and the Soviet Union had fallen and all of that. So there wasn't fear of communism any longer. And so neoliberalism was brought in. And largely during the Cold War, while the West was preaching freedom, economic free markets, and freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, etc., there had been various authoritarian military regimes they had propped up in order to fight off communism. And, Marcos in the Philippines was a great example. Park Chung-hee in South Korea. In Indonesia, you had, I think, was it Suharto? And you had, in many Latin American countries, you had, Rios Montt in Guatemala, and you had Pinochet in Chile. You had all these authoritarian strongmen. And the way those guys were able to stay in power, nobody's going to tolerate a dictator unless he's handing out the goods. And this is just the truth. People generally are not willing to tolerate a dictator unless the dictator is making their living standard go up. And the way that these dictators were able to stay in power in South America was that, they killed all the Native American people. And if anyone was talking about being a socialist or a communist, they got dragged away in the middle of the night and killed. But the dictator, with the military, all kinds of people had very easy jobs where they were in the military and they could just sit in an office and they got paid a really high wage. Or, the military would build new highways in the country, or the military would arrange for a factory to be built somewhere. The dictator was obsessed with economic growth because if people weren't seeing their living standard go up, they weren't going to tolerate the dictatorship. Trujillo in the Dominican Republic was like this. And that the dictators were awful, and they were especially awful to darker-skinned people in Latin America. They genocided them and killed them in big mass. In South Korea, Park Chung-hee had a concentration camp for homeless children. If there was homeless children, they'd be dragged off the street and they'd be worked to death in a concentration camp. They had no problem murdering and exterminating people they considered to be undesirable. Native Americans, poor people, homeless people, etc. But there had to be a layer of people that were getting paid and were seeing their incomes go up, or they wouldn't tolerate the dictatorship. Well, what happened with neoliberalism was after the fall of the Soviet Union, the U.S. government said, we don't need to tolerate this anymore. We don't need to pay these dictators. We don't need to let these dictators grow their economy any longer. And they started saying, you know what, we can just let these countries be impoverished. So one by one, these dictators started getting overthrown. And George Soros, who had funded like liberal activism against communist governments, he also funded liberal activism against pro-Western dictators, right? In like Marcos in the Philippines, like Pinochet in Chile, and he funded people to go out, and the USA overthrew the various dictators that they'd propped up, because they didn't want these dictators to hand out the goods anymore. They wanted liberalism. They wanted an open society, which means the government is not involved in the economy and the economy is looted, but it also means freedom of speech and freedom of assembly. So at the same time the USA is overthrowing the communist governments with George Soros, they're also overthrowing the authoritarian regimes that they had propped up in the name of fighting communism and allowed to carry out economic growth to stabilize themselves. And all over the developing world, and even in the Western countries, there's this notion that we can just privatize everything. We can get the government, out of the economy because, the Keynesian consensus is over. We don't, the idea we need the government to spend money, that's not necessary anymore. And, we start seeing radical free market policies being implemented. Now, what was going on at the same time was the computer revolution. And what was the computer revolution? Well, it was government action, right? It started out during World War II. There was a math whiz, a math genius, a math professor, really smart, autistic, weird guy named Alan Turing. And Alan Turing was a math genius. And the British government hired him, and they had him design a decoding machine. And Alan Turing was really, he was really good at, and he developed the decoding machine, which was the first modern computer, and it was the decoding machine he used to crack the codes of the German spies and the German submarines. And Alan Turing's decoder machine was not created by the free market. It was created by the British military. He didn't have a choice. They basically found this math professor and they said, make us a decoding machine. And he didn't have a choice in the matter, and the market didn't incentivize him to do it. The government told him to do it. And after World War II, they covered up that he was able to do that. He ended up, he was gay. He was arrested for being gay. He ended up committing suicide. It's a very sad story. But after that, the USSR and the USA both had decoding machines. And they both started developing modern computers. And then you had Zbigniew Brzezinski, who came along. And Zbigniew Brzezinski, who was the main strategist for the USA during the Cold War, he said that the main way we can defeat the communists is with control of information technology. He wrote a book called Between Two Ages, America Enters the Technotronic Era. And in 1970, he's saying basically, the way we're going to defeat the Soviet Union is with control of information technology. And with TV and with information technology. Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do, on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's going to be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's going to be musical performances, dance performances. There's going to be great speeches, and it's going to be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed, and CPI has always been committed to building an in real life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th, where we're gonna fill up the Midwest Convention Center, in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're gonna do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, and it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach. If you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges, but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you. Say that because of America, because of patriotism, you're not allowed to question the government. You have to go along with it. You're not allowed to oppose capitalism because of this stupid jingoism. And it makes you angry. And if you're somebody who can see through the lies, it makes you angry to hear that, right? And that's why a lot of leftists, I think, are out there burning American flags and are out there saying things like America was never great, right? It's a reaction. It's rage in response to that stupid jingoism that says you're not allowed to question the government because of American patriotism. You know, but you won't ever catch me doing that kind of thing anymore. And I'm going to tell you why. I'll tell you why. In 2015, I went to the Islamic Republic of Iran, and it was a life-changing experience for me. And in 2015, not only did I get to visit Iran, but I participated in a humanitarian mission. I went on a boat from Iran to Yemen, and it was a boat from the Red Crescent Society, and we were trying to bring humanitarian aid to the people of Yemen who are being bombed, and still to this day, bombed and destroyed by Saudi Arabia. I mean, I was on this ship for 13 days. And when you're on a ship for 13 days and you're the only American on the ship, and there's only about 10 people on the ship who can speak any English,
And you're seeing American warplanes flying above, and you're seeing Saudi jets, and you're hearing reports about what's happening, and you're on your way to a war-torn country. That makes you think a lot. And your mind really starts to delve into spiritual matters, and what does your life mean, and what is it all about? And we never reached Hodeidah, which was the port we were going to. And the reason we never reached it was because they bombed the port of Hodeidah 8 times in a single day on the day we were supposed to arrive. Killed all kinds of dock workers. And on top of that, they bombed the medical university in Hodeidah. And they killed medical students who were doing nothing but wanting to help other Yemeni people. And they killed them. And obviously, with the port that we were going to destroyed, and so many people dead, and reports that we would be attacked when we arrived, we had to turn the ship around. And we ended up going to Djibouti. And that was quite an interesting experience, my escape from Djibouti. I'll tell that story someday, but I'm not going to tell it today. Anyway, I got back to Iran. And when I got back to Iran, they gave me the opportunity to do something that very, very few Americans have ever done. And I actually got to see the supreme leader of Iran, the Grand Ayatollah Ali Syed Khamenei. And I was in this auditorium with about 20,000 people, and I was about 100 feet away from the supreme leader of Iran. That's something very few Americans have ever experienced. And I remember, I was there, and I was with a lot of Chinese diplomats and diplomats from Africa, and we all had our earpieces on, and we're standing there in our suits, and we're very formal, and some of us had chairs, and we're standing there. And usually when I would go to Iran, I was surrounded by the wealthiest people in the country, like artists, writers, people that worked at TV networks, and people who worked for think tanks. But when I was in this auditorium, with 20,000 people there to see the leader of the Islamic Revolution, I wasn't seeing the rich kids of Tehran. I was seeing working class Iranians. And when he came out onto the balcony, when the supreme leader of Iran came out onto the balcony, he just walks out onto the balcony, the most gentle, he wasn't doing anything dramatic, just walks out. This audience just screamed in adoration. And people started sobbing and moving back and forth. And it was like the most dramatic moment when the supreme leader walked into the room. And the reason for that was because if it weren't for the supreme leader of Iran, these people wouldn't have running water, and they wouldn't have electricity. They saw the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, they saw him as the one who fought for their interests against the rich and powerful. And so I stood there in this mausoleum with my earpiece on, and I listened to the speech. And it was interesting, because at the time, negotiations were taking place between the USA and Iran. The nuclear deal was taking place. So I stood there, and I'm listening to the conversation. And, he's going on. I remember he said that we oppose both the crimes of ISIS terrorists and the crimes of police brutality in the United States, because they're both the same, and you must always oppose brutality. And I remember he said that the westernized Islam that works with the USA and terrorist Islam are both distortions, and we have our true version in Iran. But there's one moment that I will never forget. One moment that just touched me, because he was talking about the negotiations that were taking place between the USA and Iran. And he said that, these negotiations are taking place, that he was allowing the USA and Iran to negotiate around the nuclear issue. He said, but the USA and Iran would never be allies, he said. And he said that Iran would never align with American imperialism. And then something happened that I will never forget. Is he said that, which is commonly said in Iran, he said that the USA was the great Satan. And then I was the only American in an audience of 20,000 people who all began chanting in unison, "Death to America, death to America." And I stood there, and I froze, and tears went down my cheeks. I was just overwhelmed. And I think back on that moment. You don't forget a moment like that. You don't. And I stood there and I thought how horrible it is that this is what America means to people all over the world. They weren't chanting death to my family. They weren't chanting death to people who just want to get by. To them, America meant war, and it meant grinding countries into poverty, and it meant destruction. That's what America meant to them. And when I heard them chanting death to America, I thought, God damn it, how dare these people call themselves America? How dare the billionaires and the bankers that run this country call themselves America? These are the forces that would cut food to children in the Bronx so that they can build drones and destroy people and kill people in other countries. How dare they call themselves America? These are the people that sold America down the river with so many trade deals. These people have nothing to do with America. What they stand for is global financial dictatorship. And what people around the world need to know is that there's two Americas. Yes, there's an America of Wall Street billionaires and bankers, of militarists and prostitute politicians, sure. But there's another America. There's an America of people who just want to survive and feed their kids and live a decent life. There's an America of all the people who fought for social justice around the world and stood against empire and war. There's an America of all the people who've organized for women's rights and LGBT rights and so many struggles for justice that have taken place. There's another America. And no, now is not the time to say, make America great again. Now is the time to build a new America. I think that we need a government of action that will guarantee Americans the right to education and health care. That's what I think. I think we need a government of action that will nationalize the oil. Right now we're in the middle of an oil boom. You know, they're producing 11 million barrels of oil in the United States, more than ever before. With fracking, there's so much oil. But yet we don't see any of the profits from the oil. The people who get rich from our oil and from our gas are people named like Rockefeller, DuPont, and Carnegie. Well, we need a government of action that will say that's America's oil, that's America's gas, that's America's coal, that's America's timber, and it should be managed and the profits made from it should go to serve the people of America. We need a government of action that will work to provide education and actually, you know, there was a time where the United States was churning out some of the greatest scientists and engineers in the world. Why can't we be doing that now? Why are we so focused on bombing and destroying other countries? And why are we so focused? You know, I wasn't going to bring this up, but, you know, China is doing this amazing project with the Belt and Road. They're going to developing countries. They're building infrastructure. Just recently, Trump signed a $60 billion deal, not to build infrastructure here, but to build infrastructure to compete with the Belt and Road. Meanwhile, China has offered, they want the United States to join the Belt and Road, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. They want the United States. Rather than join with China's efforts, rather than have win-win cooperation, we're spending $60 billion to help build infrastructure somewhere else just to compete with China, to make it, you know, us or them. It's a stupid, stupid idea. But, you know, there's so much that needs to be said here. Eugene Debs, the great socialist leader, he was arrested for giving an anti-war speech. He was put in prison for speaking up against World War I. And the speech that he was arrested for, which he gave, I mean, it's about the 100-year anniversary, contains this paragraph. And I want to read this paragraph from Eugene Debs' speech. And I do apologize, some of the language here is not modern. It's, you know, sexist, I guess you could say. But I'm just going to read this paragraph. He said, if you want to be respected, you have to begin by respecting yourself and look yourself in the face and see a man. Do not allow yourself to fall into the predicament of the poor fellow who, after he'd heard a socialist speech, concluded that he ought to be a socialist. The argument that he heard was unanswerable. Yes, he said to himself, all the speaker said was true, and I certainly ought to join the Socialist Party. But then after a while, he concluded that by joining the party, he might anger his boss and lose his job. And then he concluded, I can't take that chance. And that night he slept alone. And there was something on his conscience, and it resulted in a dreadful dream. Men always have such dreams when they betray themselves. But a socialist is free to go to bed with a clear conscience. He goes to sleep with his manhood, and he awakens and walks forth in the morning with self-respect. He is unafraid, and he can look the whole world in the face without a tremor and without a blush. That's Eugene Debs. Now, people don't talk that way anymore. And I think the reason, you know, that people don't talk that way anymore is because we've lost that notion. He's referring to the idea that people can make themselves better people by being part of a mass movement and organizing to build a better world. That's been lost in our society at this point. You know, people still worry about themselves, people worry how they are, but instead it feeds into a kind of chronic narcissism with Facebook and Twitter, and you know, people worry who they are, but this notion that we can be better people by coming together and organizing for a better world, it seems to have been lost in our society. And actually, I wasn't sure I was going to do this, but Sander actually inspired.
My wife and I went to go see the Best Christmas Pageant Ever, the movie that came out recently, the children's movie. And I was particularly excited to see the film because I was familiar with the short story that was published. I remember reading the book as a kid, reading it in school. It's a classic children's text. I believe it was originally published in 1972. Tells the story of a Christmas pageant in a small town that becomes taken over by a group of juvenile delinquents, troublemaker kids, and in the process, the town learns something about the true meaning of Christmas, Christian love, acceptance, that kind of thing. Set in the past, in the 1960s, and it is very much a story of small town gossip and rumor, children bullying each other, the judgment that is poured down on people, and how all of this plays out and culminates in a very interesting Christmas pageant in a small town. The short story itself was already a very, very religious story centered around the Christian story of Christmas and the birth of Jesus Christ. However, what I noticed about the film was that they amped up the religious aspects even more than the original short story did. They really seemed to emphasize not only the religious aspects and Christian acceptance, but also the notion of a community and how important it is to be in a community, how the needs of these juvenile delinquent children could be fulfilled by joining the local church, how the local church could be an accepting place and how it should learn to be accepting of them. Now, this comes as Netflix is obsessed with the notion of a cult, authoritarianism, dictators, illiberalism, and we're constantly being inoculated against any notion of an illiberal movement, a movement that pushes collectivism, could push to reinvent U.S. society beyond the irrationality of the market and the irrationality of the liberal order. It's certainly no secret that our society is becoming less religious than before. Church attendance is dramatically low across America, especially since the pandemic. Americans are just not involved in religious communities as they once were. And yet, it seems that at this point, Hollywood is churning out a number of films that are not simply aimed at Christian viewers, but almost kind of advertisements saying, get involved in a religious community. Unlike the book version of The Best Christmas Pageant Ever, in the film version, the children, the juvenile delinquents, end up joining the church, and it emphasizes that they needed a community. This reminded me of the film Jesus Revolution that came out a few years ago that seemed to have a similar vibe to it. It was not simply telling a story, and it was not simply entertaining people that were already primed to appreciate the message. It was almost a go-to-church advertisement, get involved in a religious community advertisement. Now, my feeling about what's going on here is this. I think across America, there are a number of people that are very dissatisfied with their conditions, also very upset and unhappy about the economy and the state of affairs, and also feeling very isolated from other people. They want to be part of an organization, and that there is a fear on the part of big sections of the U.S. foreign policy establishment that they may join some kind of illiberal movement. We saw what happened with January 6th and QAnon. We see how negatively they're reacting to the re-election of Donald Trump. And I feel like these films that all have a kind of join a religious community, join a mainstream church message to them, these films are more or less saying this is a safe outlet for your anti-establishment sentiments. If you're feeling alienated from society, if you're feeling angry at the government, if you're looking for a community to belong to, the safe thing to do is to join a mainstream church, a mainstream religious community. Ultimately, what millions of Americans, especially those living in small Rust Belt towns who are angry with the political establishment and seeing their living conditions go down, need is a mass movement of anti-imperialists. They need to join the Center for Political Innovation. They need to join the movement we are creating to mobilize Americans to reinvent the country as part of the emerging economic order that is in opposition to the decaying Atlanticist, imperialist economic system. We need a new America with a government of action that fights for working families. And I don't think liberal churches are going to fulfill the
deep frustration, needs, and desires of so many Americans. But that seems to be what the establishment is currently trying to do. And a wave of films that are pointing Americans toward the liberal churches, the mainstream churches that they have largely turned away from in recent years, seem to be coming out from Hollywood. This enjoyable children's film was yet the latest example.
Second made was that no religious dissenter could own a gun. No religious dissenter may own a gun. Why? He didn't want to get his head cut off, just like his father. Well, at that point, a lot of the English dissenters said, now they're taking away our guns. And that's because they don't want us to be able to defend ourselves when what comes next. And they started packing up and fleeing to the New World, to the United States. And when the American Revolution happened, we had the Constitution. But you'll notice that the first time the Constitution was proposed, the 13 colonies didn't accept it. They wouldn't ratify the Constitution unless it had 10 amendments to it, changes. And the First Amendment was, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, meaning there will not be a church imposed on you, no church in England imposed on you. You have the right to be religious in your own way, and you will never have a state religion imposed on you. Or restricting free exercise thereof, meaning we will never repress your right to practice your religion as you choose. And then the Second Amendment was, you'll never take our guns away, and you'll never render us defenseless. Yeah. We fast forward to the time we're living in now, and we think about the moment that we're in now, where it seems like the question of the American Revolution, and a question that has hung over U.S. society, is once again back. Are we going to be an imperialist country, or are we going to be a country where working families come first? Are we going to embrace the English system, or are we going to embrace the American system? Or are we going to be a civilization of the sea, or a civilization of the land? Because the rich and powerful, they look at the United States, and they don't see a country full of vast resources and population. They see overpopulation. Too many people. We need to drive down the population, reduce consumption. And they don't look at the population as having potential and having the ability to innovate and invent new things. They see us as an obnoxious horde that needs to be managed. And there is a real divide. Donald Trump gave a speech before he came back to office during his time during the Biden administration. He gave a speech where he talked about the quantum leap. And he talked about building cities all across the American heartland.
We should hold a contest to charter up to 10 new cities and award them to the best proposals for development. In other words, we'll actually build new cities in our country again. These freedom cities will reopen the frontier, reignite American imagination, and give hundreds of thousands of young people and other people, all hardworking families, a new shot at home ownership and, in fact, the American dream.
And he also talked about increasing, paying out a bonus to every family in America that would have children.
And lowering the cost to build a single-family home. And they will be beautiful homes. And I will ask Congress to support baby bonuses for young parents to help launch a new baby boom.
This is very, very interesting because at the same time, the World Economic Forum and the Club of Rome and all of the rich and powerful are talking about overpopulation and reducing the population. There are two distinct alternative views before the world right now. And so what we need is for Donald Trump to be King Josiah. We need Donald Trump to see that it's time to have a mass movement to oppose imperialism. Because he's got to see that the country is coming apart. He's got to see that we're headed in a bad direction. We need Donald Trump to boost anti-imperialism for his own reasons. That's what we need him to do. We need him to do everything he can to boost the kind of mass movement. Because if Donald Trump is actually serious, if he's actually serious about opposing the FBI, opposing the deep state in their wars, he's going to realize that the only hope he has is to have millions and millions of Americans who will have his back when he does it. There's no way he can do it without a mass movement. And so he's going to need people like us to build that mass movement. The best hope for him is to realize that as soon as he possibly can. We need Donald Trump to boost an anti-imperialist movement to help him stand up to the FBI. You know,
I've said before that if a parent was not feeding their child, was not providing them with proper clothing in the wintertime or something like that, they would be arrested. And they wouldn't be arrested for what they did, they'd be arrested for what they did not do. Criminal neglect. Well, the government of the United States, if you look at the wildfires in California, you look at the crumbling infrastructure, children drinking lead in their water, the power grids collapsing, the government of the United States is guilty of criminal neglect. Absolutely guilty of criminal neglect. And we've put forward a 4-point economic plan that you can look at on our website. Public control of banking, public control of natural resources, a mass mobilization to rebuild the country, an economic bill of rights. If you implemented those 4 things, you could transition the United States toward being a healthy, prosperous society. But again, there is an economic question that is here, which is central to the Malthusian worldview of the ultra-rich, is this idea of what they call non-productive consumers, or to put it more globally, useless eaters, more graphically. This idea that human beings are just a leech on society, etc. Well, the reason that we're innovationists is because we celebrate human creativity. Ants have been making their ant farms the same way for thousands of years. Beavers have been making their beaver dams the same way for thousands of years. But in just 5,000-6,000 years, human beings have gone from hunter-gatherers in the woods to space travel, iPhones, and artificial intelligence. And it is human creativity and our ability to reinvent our relationship with nature that defines what it means to be a human being. Human innovation is beautiful and it should be celebrated. We have a piece of godlike creativity, a gift within us. That's beautiful. Henry Charles Carey, he also said in that pamphlet that I referenced, he said, to raise the value of labor throughout the world, we need only to raise the value of our own. To raise the value of land throughout the world, it is needed only that we adopt measures that shall raise the value of our own. To improve the political condition of man throughout the world, it is needed that we ourselves should remain at peace, avoid taxation for the maintenance of fleets and armies, and become rich and prosperous. To raise the condition of woman throughout the world, it is required us only that we pursue a course that enables men to remain at home and marry, that they may surround themselves without the economy to have economic growth. They have 5-year economic plans. All these countries basically have governments that came out of anti-colonial revolutions, that came into power fighting against the Western monopolies. And their entire selling point, the only way the Islamic Revolution in Iran is able to stay in power, the only way the Bolivarians are able to stay in power, the only way the Chinese communists are able to stay in power, the only way Putin and the Russian government are able to stay in power is by creating economic growth. They are obsessed with economic growth, and they have whole rooms where they sit and plan all day. How can we get the economy to grow? They are pro-growth governments. And we need such a government here in the United States. And the way to get that is to build an anti-monopoly coalition. It is only the big monopolies that want to degrow. They want the heavy-handed state that will degrow. And a lot of the people who oppose the big monopolies, they believe in deregulation and austerity. Well, they're delusional. That's not going to create economic growth. What we need is a government of action, a pro-growth, pro-humanity government. A government of action is a government that is opposed to the big monopolies, opposed to the imperialists, and organizes a block of different people from different classes, including some capitalists and corporations, small business owners, but the working class, the labor unions, etc., and organizes them to have a pro-growth state, a government of action, a government that is pro-economic growth, that will break the power of the big monopolies and ensure economic growth. That is what we need. And that is why we are innovationists, is that we want to unleash growth and innovation, but we know you need a government of action to do it. And that obviously the degrowth government, the Malthusian climate change liberal government isn't going to do it, but getting the government out of the economy and just having the government sit back and firing all the government employees, that's not going to do it either. Ultimately, we call for a government of action. A government that will get things done in order to ensure economic growth. So when we have our slogan, we need a government of action to fight for working families, what we're saying is we want a government that comes into power, breaks the power of the big monopolies, and uses the state, control of the banking sector, control of natural resources, and uses state control to stimulate innovation and stimulate economic growth. It has a 5-year economic plan and will make it its mission to oversee and facilitate economic growth in alliance with the various anti-colonial governments that have emerged throughout the 20th century, in alliance with China, with Russia, with Cuba, with Iran, with Venezuela, etc. We need a government of action that will fight for working families, that will break the power of the big monopolies, that will inject wealth and credit and stimulation and invest in America so that America can expand. That's what a government of action is. And that's why we call for a government of action. Ultimately, a government of action is a repudiation of liberalism. Liberalism says that the only thing the government should do is ensure your rights, is make sure no one messes with your property, make sure no one tells you what to think or what to say. We argue differently. We say the state has an obligation to mobilize society and facilitate economic growth. The state should be trying to make you a better person. The state should be trying to make you smarter. The state should try to make you healthier. The state has an obligation to try and make human beings better and stimulate productivity and make sure humanity can soar to new heights. We should have a pro-growth, pro-humanity state, a government of action. And that's what we're calling for. So when we say we have a government of action, we want a government of action to fight for working families, we are calling for something that is the opposite of neoliberalism, and it's the opposite of Malthusianism. It is a pro-growth government. And ultimately, we want to build the anti-monopoly coalition that will bring that into being. So I hope this was informative, and I hope this was educational. Because we live in very, very confusing times. But ultimately, liberalism is at a dead end. The ideology of liberalism, it doesn't work anymore. And it's interesting because in Russia, Alexander Dugin, the Russian philosopher, he talks about what he calls the fourth political theory. He says that liberalism is the first political theory, and that communism was one attempt to deal with it. Fascism was another attempt to deal with it. And he argues that we're now entering, he says, what's rising around the world, in Russia, in China, in Iran, in Venezuela, that this new opposition, he calls it the fourth political theory, that is not purely communist or purely fascist. It's neither. It has elements of the left and the right, but it is against liberalism. And that's an observation that it's true. And the reason that, when I was in Venezuela and people told me to read Dugin, when I was in Iran, people told me to read Dugin. And when I actually read Dugin, I said, this guy knows what he's talking about, is that's true. And if you go to China, Mao Zedong and Confucius are everywhere. And the two guys were opposite of each other. Confucius was this traditionalist who was the father in a lot of ways of Chinese civilization. But he was a traditionalist. He believed in class society. He believed in patriarchy and filial piety and all this. Mao Zedong said it is right to rebel against reactionaries. But Mao and Confucius are both collectivists. They're not celebrating individuals. They're not liberals. And they're both part of China's unique identity that is in opposition to liberalism. And if you go to Russia, they admire the great czars, Ivan the Terrible, Catherine the Great, etc. But at the same time, they also admire Stalin, and they admire the Soviet Union and everything they did. Well, the Soviet Union, those are the people that overthrew the czars. But they both believed in something that is not Western and is not liberal and is collectivist, right? The czars were fighting for the great Russian nation, feudalism, the Orthodox Church. Stalin was fighting for the international working class against imperialism, socialism, communism. Both of them are not liberalism, right? And that this is what is happening. And if you go to Latin America, if you go to Nicaragua, the government of Nicaragua, it's a Marxist government, a socialist government, but their slogan is Christianity, socialism, and solidarity. They have some of the strictest anti-abortion laws in the world, and indigenous religion is blossoming there. A lot of indigenous, groups are sponsored by the government, etc. A lot of Pentecostal Christians, but also a lot of communists and Marxists. And they all kind of walk hand in hand because they're not Western, right? And in Iran, they're the Islamic Revolution of Iran. They are very opposed to communism and Marxism, very religious and very conservative, but they say not capitalism, but Islam. And they view their revolution as part of, the wave of anti-colonial revolutions. They have pictures of Malcolm X everywhere. They have pictures they have a street named for Bobby Sands, the IRA fighter. They admire, all kinds of anti-colonial fighters throughout human history. They funded the IRA. They funded Nelson Mandela. And their revolution that is anti-colonial, but also deeply religious and Shia Muslim, is collectivist and not Western. And I'm telling you that this is the way the world is going. Liberalism, the Western ideology that celebrates individualism above all else, it did some good things. Freedom of speech is great. Freedom of religion is great. Freedom of association. I believe you should be able to live your life as you want to live it. And ultimately, I believe you should be able to start your own business if you want. And I think the state should facilitate you being creative and starting your own business. However, in order to do that, there needs to be economic growth. And the free market does not create economic growth. It has this built-in problem of abundance created by poverty. And in order to develop economic growth, in order to have freedom, in order to have freedom of association, in order to have people live a comfortable life, you need a government of action. A government of action to control the means of production, to stimulate the economy with credit, to plan out the economy. You need a popular state that is in opposition to the big monopolies to make sure that that kind of economic growth happens. And that's what they have in the BRICS economy and in Russia and in China and in Venezuela and Iran, etc. And that's what we need. We need a government of action that will fight for working families. We need to defeat globalism, imperialism, and we need a state that will oversee economic growth. And the road to doing that is building an anti-monopoly coalition, which is what we should be striving to build. And the ideology that understands everything I just explained to you, right? Because these are all very important breakthroughs. The ideology that understands this is called innovationism, right? If people are just doing the communist thing, they're right about a lot of things. And this was Marxism. I talked about all of these Marxist concepts, all these Leninist concepts. But if you're just doing the Marxism thing, you don't quite get it. Innovationism is what I just preached to you. The understanding that you need a state to unleash human creativity, the understanding of neoliberalism, the understanding of the liberal ideology and its flaws. All of this is a unique perspective that comes from the Center for Political Innovation. We are tuned in with what they're doing in Russia. We are tuned in with what they're doing in China and Venezuela and Cuba and Iran. And if we were just doing the same old communist thing, we wouldn't be. And the reason all kinds of communists are confused and they're not supporting Russia in Ukraine and they're, obsessing over the trans thing and liberal cancel culture is because they don't have this understanding. They're stuck in the 20th century. We're not in the 20th century anymore. This is the 21st century. This is 2025. We're 1/4 of a way into the 20th century. In the 21st century, the world is very different than it used to be. A lot has happened since the fall of the Soviet Union. A lot has happened since World War II. A lot has happened since the 1930s. And we need an up-to-date understanding of what is going on. Where did the computer revolution come from? All of this. This is a new synthesis, right? Innovationism is a new stage. And if you are an innovationist, you are on the cutting edge. You are doing something new and exciting. And that's why we're at the center of everything important. And that's why all the phonies and frauds are always trying to catch up with us and copy what we're doing and find a way to do what we do, but weaponize it against us on social media or whatever. No one is innovating in the way that we are innovating. We are innovating because our entire philosophy understands that innovation is the future and that the brilliance of human beings is our ability to innovate. We are innovationists. Long live innovationism. We need a government of action to fight for working families.
Drones are unconstitutional as well as inhumane from the inception to use. I'm horrified at the minds of the men in governments. War creates hate, no matter how one slices it, and peace can never come from it. No drones, no wars, and no more forced democracy.
George Lambrakis, no drones, no wars, and no more forced democracy. What do you think your answer would be to Abby Jennings, who wrote this?
Well, my answer is that if you'd rather have bombs than drones, you're going to kill a lot more people. A. B, what you said earlier, that most of the people killed by drones are innocent, is not proven by anybody. A number of things you have been spouting, and the person you spoke to, an American who thinks that the United States is run by Wall Street. I don't particularly like Wall Street any more than he does, but I am not stupid enough to think that Wall Street runs the United States of America. Now, that may sound like good propaganda on this particular program because you've chosen someone who likes to talk that way, but if you're trying to get to some of the facts for your listeners, I think you should stop sort of having the same line which says the CIA caused all the world's faults. It would have been better, according to the previous speaker, if the CIA had not stopped the Soviet Union and communism from taking over Europe. The world would have been a lot better if communists had taken it over. That's the only way you can explain what he said, but he hasn't gone to that point. Now, as far as your other speaker about drones goes, we've talked about drones on this program. This is my third time talking about drones. Drones are another type of weapon like missiles, which a lot of countries are preparing, like airplanes. Drones are supposed to cause more specific damage because they're smaller. They don't blow up as big an area. That doesn't mean that they're somehow terrible things that you cannot control. Drones are used when you cannot take over somebody, when the people that you're going after are in parts of the world where you cannot get at them, and the government, which is supposed to control them, cannot control them. The government of Yemen, the government of Pakistan, at times, in certain areas, is unable to keep its citizens from attacking American targets. So the Americans have to do it themselves. And drones are a very simple way of doing it, much better than sending in jet planes, or for that matter, tanks, which would, of course, be much more of a violation of sovereignty.
Well, Caleb Maupin, if you have a response to Mr. George Lambrascus there.
Oh, of course. He raises this false dichotomy. It's either bombs or drones. I say self-determination. I say the people of the Middle East have the right to run their countries without Washington, D.C. and Wall Street intervening. And if they fight for their country and fight for national sovereignty and independence, the U.S. should stay out of there. And he says that Wall Street doesn't run the United States. I disagree with that. The people in the United States don't want another war in Syria. They don't hate the Iranian people. They want their mail to come on time. They want libraries and hospitals to stop closing down. That's what they want. All across this country, there's unemployment and there's suffering, yet there's more and more money for groups like the CIA, for things like this drone program that lead to people being murdered. And that's outrageous. The people of this country are clearly upset with the economic situation. It's Wall Street that wants wars. It's Wall Street that wants chaos. That's how it is. That's what's going on. And you look at this. He talks about, the CIA prevented communists from overtaking Eastern Europe or overtaking Europe. Well, in Italy, the reason the communists could have won the election in Italy was because they had been the anti-fascist fighters. While the U.S. bankers were doing business with Mussolini and Hitler, the communists in Italy were resisting, and they were held in high admiration by the Italian public. And the CIA went in to prevent democracy because the Italian people wanted to elect communists to their government. All over the CIA, while the propaganda, he talks about propaganda, while the propaganda is that the U.S. loves democracy and freedom, whenever people want to vote in a government that the U.S. doesn't approve of, all of a sudden all that talk of democracy falls out. The CIA was absolutely involved in what happened in Venezuela, the coup attempt against Hugo Chavez, again, a democratically elected leader. Everywhere democracy doesn't serve the 1%. Everywhere democracy doesn't serve Wall Street, the CIA, the armed forces are there to enforce their will. That's what the CIA is all about. It is an armed wing of the capitalist government of the United States which serves Wall Street. That's what it is, plain and simple. And I will also point out, he mentioned SAVAK. Savak, you know, the organization that served the Shah of Iran, was trained by the CIA, backed up by the CIA. In fact, there were so many, in the United States during the Iranian Revolution, when Iranian students would go out to demonstrate against the Shah, they had to wear bags over their heads in the fear that the CIA would take their picture and send it back to Iran, and then their families would be tortured by Savak. So don't try to separate the CIA from what Savak did. The CIA is a criminal organization. Its crimes are well known to the people of the world. And the people of the world, like I said before, they admire Che Guevara. They admire the people who fight against U.S. imperialism, whether it's from the Pentagon, the CIA, or whatever
you're
forces.
repeating
And this drone
yourself.
policy is a murderous policy.
You're repeating yourself,
Wall
and you can go on all night. Please get a little education before you start throwing your ideas around. I realize you have very strong feelings, and you're just picking up whatever facts you can and creating facts that don't exist just to get your argument out. I'm sorry, this shouldn't be a war between two Americans on Iranian TV. I think you should learn a little more about how governments operate. You should know better than to say that Wall Street runs the government. You have absolutely no way of proving half of the things
Wall
you've
Street
said.
runs the United
You're
States.
just throwing
the banks
them
and
out
the corporations
there.
run the
They're ridiculous
Democratic and Republican
statements,
parties,
and
that is very
you have a
apparent to
point of
anyone who
view.
does any
You're a young
research.
man who's very angry.
I absolutely have a point of view, and I'm opposed to what this government does around the world. I'm opposed to the policies of murder going down. I'm opposed to it.
Let's switch gears.
This government is absolutely
Let's switch gears.
This government of the United States.
Gentlemen, let's switch gears to John Brennan.
From the sanctions, from the bombing, from the murder, from the continued support of Israel that murders Palestinians. Everywhere the U.S. government has murdered people. We need to stand against it. We have a responsibility as people living in the United States to oppose the crimes our government are committing and to stand with the people of the world against the crimes of the U.S. government. That's our responsibility. We have an important responsibility. You know, I'm not going to be a good German and sit back while the government commits crimes.
How about the crimes
I'm
of
going to
other
stand
governments?
and speak
Do you have
against
any
what this government is doing.
Let's look at let's look at what the CIA has done.
I live in the United
Let's look at what the CIA has done. Gentlemen, Caleb Maupin, let me just address this to George Lambrakis. Caleb Maupin, let me address this to George Lambrakis. The use of torture, secret prison system throughout the world, rendition policies, which effectively, circumvented the due process and outsourcing America's torture regime to client states. Are these prerequisites to be a CIA director?
Are they what?
Are they prerequisites to be a CIA
What was
director?
your question?
The question is the use of torture, secret prison system throughout the world.
That's a very silly way of asking the question, don't you think?
Well, John Brennan was appointed to the CIA director. This is what he was involved in.
To be okay, are you arguing with me, or do you want to hear an answer?
I'd like to hear your answer.
If what you're arguing, if you're discussing the program that was very tough interrogation, I agree. It has now been, it's decided, first of all, that it's probably not very effective. It probably is a little effective sometimes, but for the most part it isn't. It's morally wrong. The United States doesn't want to be in the torture business. Some of the techniques used, people have since decided they are torture. They are not being used anymore, any more than they are used in some situations overseas. But there are an awful lot of countries around the world that do torture people, and sometimes people get carried away. That's true. They shouldn't, and morally it's wrong. And the United States government believes it's wrong, and so does Mr. Brennan. Mr. Brennan was available at the time, knew what was happening. He is now in a position where he is going to carry out American policy. He doesn't make American policy, as I said earlier. He realizes that American policy under this president has moved from where it was before. I think there's been an awful lot of Americans arguing against this policy in America. We didn't just need your young speaker to go off telling everybody how everything the Americans do is criminal. There were a lot of Americans who were against this policy.
George
I was
Lambrakis,
against this policy.
we're running out of time. I'd like to hone in on our last viewer comment if we can. I'm sorry to jump in. Arif Hussein is our commenter on the Facebook page. If we can get that on the screen, just to get an idea of what some of our other viewers think about these assassination drones that are practiced by the U.S. If we can get that going on the screen right now, I would appreciate it. This one is by Arif Hussein. The U.S. government is equally dangerous for the people of the U.S.
Equally dangerous for the people of the U.S. and the world outside. Their war isn't against a specific community, rather against humanity and human values.
Caleb Upton, in closing, over to you. 30 seconds, please.
Well, there was one thing that their guest said, which I agree with, which is that there are millions of Americans who oppose the policies that are coming out. There are millions of people living in the United States who do oppose the policies. They are being implemented to serve Wall Street, and that is why millions of people are hating the government in the United States. That's why there's mass protests and demonstrations like the Occupy movement, and that is absolutely the truth. And people need to stand up, and they need to be in the streets, and they need to stand with the people of the world against Wall Street and the bankers and fight for peace, jobs, democracy, equality, and all the things that the CIA attempts to rob from people around the world. Well, we need to stand with the people of the world and fight for justice.
Very well. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much. Let me thank our guest, former U.S. diplomat George Lambraskis there from London. Thank you for your comments. And Caleb Upton, thank you from New York. He's from the International Action Center. And thank you for watching another edition of The Debate. Any questions or comments, newsroom@presstv.ir is our email address. From Mikova Tahway and the entire team in the capital, Tehran, it's goodbye.
Me. So, you know, I'm from a small town in Ohio originally. Almost everyone I knew in my little town was Republicans, conservatives. And people there were very, very religious. And I've had a lot of people, when you ask them about socialism or communism, the first thing that they say is, oh, well, you know, that's anti-God or that's anti-Christian. So I wanted to just reflect on that for a moment because, you know, I grew up in a Christian church. I was baptized and confirmed. And when we were getting confirmed, interestingly, we took 2 years of classes. And the first year we read the Bible. And the second year, then we learned about the Reformation, Martin Luther, and all of that. But interestingly, you know, we read the Bible, but there's a couple verses that we missed. To the north and the south, this is one of the verses that we just missed for some reason. To the north and the south, I saw a sign proclaiming death to the weakling and wealth to the strong. Anyone ever heard that voice before? And there's another one that said, there is nothing wrong with being greedy, as it only means that he wants more than he already has. Envy and greed are the motivating forces of ambition, and without ambition, very little importance can be accomplished. Anyone ever heard that voice before? Or the last one, man is just another animal, sometimes better, but more often worse than those who walk on all fours. Four Bible verses, I guess you could call them. We never read them. And you know why we never read them in my Sunday school class in Ohio? Because they're not from the Christian Bible. Those are from the Satanic Bible written by Anton LaVey. But I do have here with me the actual Bible, and I'll read you what the actual Bible has to say on the issue of socialism. Go now, ye rich, and weep, and howl for your miseries that shall come upon you. Behold the hired laborers you have reaped in your fields, which you work for by a fraud. And there was a multitude that believed and were of one heart and of one soul. And neither said any of them aught to of things which he possessed, or his own, and they had all things in common. And neither among them was lacked, for as many possessors of lands and houses sold them, and brought the prices of the things that were sold. And distribution was made unto every man according to his need. Wow.
Acts chapter 5.
Yeah, and one more. He hath showed strength with his arm. He hath scattered the proud in the imagination of their hearts. He hath put the mighty down from their seats and exalted them of low degree. He hath filled them hungry with good things, and he has sent the rich away empty. Now, I know there are people here tonight who are Christians. I know there are people here tonight who are Jewish. There are people here tonight who are Muslims. There are people who have no faith whatsoever. And that's all fine by me. I think religion is a personal matter. It has no place in American politics. However, I'm reading that simply to point out that this notion that one has to be a follower of Jesus, one has to believe in capitalism, this is false. In fact, I would say based on what I just read you, there is no reason that any follower of Jesus Christ should defend a system where profits come before people. you know, there's a lot of 1960s radicals still walking around, and they're a lot different than those 1930s radicals that I just got to glimpse with my eyes. You talk to some of these old 1960s radicals, and they say things like, if you talk about Ho Chi Minh, they'll be like, well, Ho Chi Minh was a freedom fighter, man. He was, fighting against imperialism, so of course the American media was demonizing him. But then you say, well, what do you think about what's going on now? And they'll say, well, Assad is killing his own people. We got to invade Syria. And, that Putin, he fixed our elections and all of that. And you say, well, they lied back then to justify wars. You think they might lie now to justify wars? They say, no. Back then our reporters were a bunch of squares like Walter Cronkite. Now we got hip reporters like Rachel Maddow. She's a lesbian, it's the weirdest thing. But on a more serious note, there's a 1960s radical leader named Jerry Rubin. I don't know if people are familiar. Well, Jerry Rubin, he was being interviewed, and they asked him what was the greatest accomplishment of the 1960s generation. And he said, the greatest thing we did is we got rid of the World War II mentality. And I hear that and I think, got rid of the World War II mentality. During the Second World War, the United States aligned with the Soviet Union to defeat fascism. There was a feeling, that was the beginning of hope for the civil rights movement, because there was opposition to racism and fascism in the United States. During the Second World War, Roosevelt was the president, and he created Social Security and unemployment insurance. And towards the end of the war, Roosevelt even called for a new Bill of Rights to guarantee everyone jobs and housing and education. Why in the world would we want to get rid of the World War II mentality? It's the McCarthyist mentality. It's Joe McCarthy. That's the mentality, the 50s mentality that we need to get rid of. And to make matters worse, I'll even tell you this. There was a radical group in the 1960s they called the Weathermen. I don't know if people are familiar with them. Well, one of the leaders of the Weathermen was giving a speech at one of their conferences in 1969, 1970. And he said, we want to appeal to the part of every kid who sympathizes with Lex Luthor and hates Superman. Well, forgive me if there's any children in the audience. I'm going to use some hip 1960s terminology and say, no fucking way! Right? I have no interest in aligning with Lex Luthor Bezos. I'm with Superman, I'm with Roosevelt, I'm with the Soviet people, I am for defeating fascism, and I am for building a better America for the people of the country. I got to tell you, it's been quite an interesting evening. A lot of interesting words exchanged. I know all of us don't see eye to eye on every issue, and that's fine. And, I want people to be able to come together, but I must say, as much as I'm opposed to racism, as much as I'm opposed to sexism and homophobia and every form of oppression, I'm not a socialist because I want to destroy the United States of America. I'm a socialist because I want to save the United States of America. This country needs to be saved from the greed of Wall Street imperialism and bankers and bosses. I want a better country, and I don't want a violent revolution. Violent revolutions are nightmares. Read some actual history books. Don't watch action movies. Don't watch Hollywood movies that fill you up with adrenaline and make you feel all fired up. Read some actual history of what goes on. When the situation gets so dire that there's a violent revolution, that is a situation none of us ever want to be in. I would prefer very much so that the people of this country come together and peacefully organize and get progressive folks elected and build a better country and fight against the Wall Street rich in a peaceful manner, right? Violence, left adventurism that they call it, punchism, Blanquism. If you read some actual Marx, if you read some actual Lenin, you read the writings of Stalin, others, they opposed that kind of thing. They weren't for that kind of thing. The understanding was that Marxists were opposed to violence. They favored a peaceful transition. However, they were not opposed to people's right to defend themselves, which is a basic human right. And if you look at the great revolutions of history, and I'm running out low on time, so I don't want to get into all of that, but if you look at the great revolutions throughout history, they're basically acts of self-defense. It's when people are backed up against a wall and have no choice, they defend themselves. And I desperately hope that we never get into that situation here in the United States of America. Now, on that point, I wanted to say, there's a lot of people who feel very apocalyptic these days, right? They feel like it's the end of the world. There's a lot of end of the world movies coming out, right? People have seen that. Well, I don't feel like we're in the apocalypse, but I can understand why people might feel that way. I don't know if folks are familiar with the Marxist narrative of world history. But it goes like this, basically. You know, for most of human civilization, we were hunter-gatherers. We were in the woods, hunting and gathering. But then with our creativity and our brilliance, we got too good at hunting and gathering, right? We developed spears so we could hunt those animals very effectively. We were paying attention to the patterns and how berries were growing and fruits, and we knew how to gather very effectively. So with our brilliance, we got too good at hunting and gathering. And there was a scarcity. The animals were dying off. We weren't hunting them. The berries and all of that weren't growing. And there was a scarcity, and it was a crisis, and people started starving to death. It was a crisis, and the only way it could be resolved was with the first social revolution. When we started farming, domesticating animals and growing crops, right? That was the first social revolution that resolved the first big civilization crisis. Fast forward a few thousand years, right? The Silk Road from Asia and the invention of the printing press and other great, brilliant, human creative inventions made us too good at subsistent farming. We were too good at subsistence farming. And there came a time that people were starving and there was a political crisis, and then we had the second great social revolution. We overturned feudalism and we got the capitalist world. And the problem that we're in today is that we've gotten too good at capitalism, right? They don't even need assembly line workers anymore. We have developed computers and artificial intelligence and 3D printers, and the global assembly line is empty of workers, and the global market is glutted with products that cannot be sold. We are in the greatest civilization crisis in the history of humanity right now because we have developed the mechanisms to build a beautiful, prosperous world. But the only way we can do that is if the major banks and factories and centers of economic power come under public control and are no longer operated to make a profit for a small group of billionaires and bankers. We need to have control over the economy. The means of production, to use Marxist terminology, must be controlled by the people. And until we get to that point, this civilization crisis that we're in, with people fleeing from developing countries, with wages dropping, with opioids, with war, it's only going to escalate until we can resolve this continuing civilization crisis, until we can have popular power control the economy. But I want to back up even further. Because, you know, I talked about human creativity making feudalism no longer sustainable. Well, that really began because throughout the Dark Ages, there was a feeling that human beings were animals. Serfs existed to serve the nobles, right? Commoners existed to serve the king. People were property, people were chattel, and those who ruled above them had no obligation to them. But human history started to advance, and we got to see some great advances in human history. We got, you know, Johannes Kepler and Bach and Leonardo da Vinci. We got all of that when there was a change in consciousness. The Renaissance was created when there was a change in understanding about how the government should operate. And the feeling was this, that not only did people have to serve those above them, but the government, the rulers, had an obligation to serve the people, right? Populism, that's what populism is. They tell you populism is a bad word. That's what populism is, the notion that the government should serve the people. And that had a lot to do with the founding of this country. What are the first words of the preamble of the U.S. Constitution? We the people. And who is it who pays the taxes that pay for all their ugly wars while our country crumbles? We the people. And who is it who goes and does all the work of this country? We the people. And who is it who goes out and suffers as they continue to gut the place with their trade deals? Who is it? It's we the people. Well, it's about time we had a government of action that fought on behalf of we the people against the billionaires and the bankers. And I want to just quickly close with this. I like to talk about Superman. I like to talk about superheroes, but please don't get me wrong. The notion that there's going to be some superhuman flying from another country that's just going to come save us all is not what I want you to get out of my presentation tonight. That is not the message. We need millions of people in the United States to start talking about these ideas and to start getting involved in the political process. I could say I think we need millions of supermen and superwomen if we're going to get out of this crisis. I hope you'll get involved, and I hope that you've been inspired by what I said tonight. I hope I didn't go on too long, and I know Paul is going to play another song for us now that I've finished my remarks. So thank you very much.
Now, the tariff that Donald Trump has just slapped onto China is no joke. Around the world, it's being called a trade war. And Donald Trump says he's doing it to bring jobs in manufacturing back to America. But what about the consumer and the small business owner who's being hit with the bill? Now, we are here in New York City, in Chinatown. We decided to speak with some local business owners about how the neighborhood's being affected and what this tariff could mean not just for them, but for the whole country.
The Chinese stuff is increase the price, everything. The people asking is too expensive. People nothing buy.
And do you think it is it going to hurt the whole neighborhood?
Yeah, all neighborhood.
Yeah, we get a lot of our frames from China, so a lot of our manufacturers are there, our factories are there. So to be seen, we have some cases coming in, and they don't know what, like in 2 months. So we'll see what will happen. I mean, we don't. Yeah.
Specifically glasses, because this.
Yeah. Okay. So a lot of our glasses are made there. So you know, we'll see what our suppliers say. Yeah. We probably negotiate them with them. They take half, we take half. We need to increase some costs. Yeah. So
I'm also curious about, do you think the neighborhood overall is going to be affected by the tariff?
I believe so too. Yeah. A lot of people are grocery stores, dry goods, all import their stuff from China. Bubble tea. I could see a lot of effects on that.
Yeah. Now, what about the country overall? Do you think Chinatowns around the country are going to be affected, or it's the whole country's economy? Like, what do you think?
I think they'll be affected. Yeah, definitely. Like, it's 145% now. I'm not sure. It's hard to follow, keep in track of that. But again, I think there'll be negotiations and yet to be seen. We'll see. I think in 2 months is when our shipments comes, and that might change from today.
Okay. And why do you think President Trump is doing this? What is he trying to accomplish?
What I think he's trying to accomplish is to bring a lot more manufacturing back to the U.S. But it was very hard, I think. It's especially for fashion, clothing items, that would be very difficult. Yeah, he's trying to bring some more manufacturing, and also maybe box out China because the geostrategic competitors. So that's two strategies. One is to bring manufacturing back to U.S., and one is to try to curtail this geopolitical adversary.
Okay, and if you could say anything to President Trump, what would you say?
No comment there.
Tell me, what products?
All Chinese product, not only Chinese product, Bangladeshi, Indian, all product.
Like what, shirts, or just which?
Clothing item, or the souvenir item, all.
And what about, the neighborhood? Do you think the neighborhood could be affected?
All item. Everybody say, no, we are increased 20%, 15%, 10%, like this.
Now let me ask you, how do you think, this will affect the country overall?
Actually, I can't explain to you. I suffer, so...
Why do you think President Trump is doing it? What is he trying to accomplish?
Maybe he's the president. He maybe want to do good things, and this is some affected to us.
Yeah. Like, what would you say to him if you had a chance to talk to him?
Actually, I don't want to say like this.
Okay. Yeah. But it's not good for your business.
Yeah, not for good for me. Good business. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Great. All right.
Yeah.
How's it affected you?
The expense gonna be very high. We have to spend a lot of money to buy the sauce or the specific the ingredients we have to purchase from China. So we have to spend a lot of money on it.
Yeah, which products specifically? You said the sauce. What other things?
Yeah, like the soy sauce, and then the sesame oil, and because we are still kind of like a chain store, we have to buy a lot of things from China. Mm-hmm.
Now, is it affecting your neighbors here in Chinatown as well?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know but except some store they might purchase America goods, but most people they prefer the Chinese goods.
It's the same around the country?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, and why do you think President Trump is doing this? What is he trying to achieve?
I don't know. He's trying to make America great again, I guess.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What would you say to President Trump if you had an opportunity to talk to him about it?
Cancel the traffic, please.
Yeah.
Give us a service space.
Hey, how are you? Great. So we're curious, is this tariff on China affecting your business?
Yes, it does. Because of the tariff, yeah, it's so high right now. So everything, the cost has been gone up for a lot.
What products specifically have been affected?
Like the teas, like any of like the Lucy from China. So we have a lot of products like this kind. So they're from China. So
the price, like so it's $45 now. Is it going to go up?
It's gonna go up.
To what?
For sure. I have no idea yet, but it's gonna be a lot. Yeah.
And is it the same for your neighbors here?
I think so.
Yeah. And let me ask, is it the same around the country, at different Chinatowns around the country?
Yes, I think so.
What do you think Trump is trying to accomplish? Why is he doing this?
I have no idea. Maybe he always says it's good for the American, but now it's damaging like all the small business.
Yeah. If you could say anything to President Trump, what would you say?
I wish him to like think about it again and again before he makes decisions like this.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of politicians talk about small businesses. They're like the lifeblood of the economy, but it seems like small businesses are suffering.
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
We are suffering right now, badly.
Thank you. How are you? Hey, I know Trump just put this huge tariff on China. Is that affecting your business?
Right now, I'm not really in charge, so I can't really say for sure. But I've seen prices have gone up a little bit for some products right now.
Yeah. What about your neighbors? Is it affecting them?
I'm not too sure about that too. We haven't really interacted that much. So maybe prices have gone up, but I heard there's a pause right now, so maybe the prices will steadily go back down, but I'm not too sure. What do you think
Trump is trying to accomplish?
Maybe, I'm not too sure about that, honestly. I wasn't really into the news about that, so I can't really say.
And what about, do you think it's the same around the country?
The country?
Yeah, different Chinatowns around the country, are they affected the same way?
I can't really say about that too, because I've only been like in Manhattan. I haven't really traveled to the other Chinatown market, so I can't tell you.
Okay. And if you could say anything to President Trump, what would you say?
I'm not too sure. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
All right, thanks. No, we appreciate it. Hello.
Everything is like inflation. I mean, like every taxes and everything. So we trying to make like the products. I mean, like if I can buy the materials here, we buy here. You know? Yeah.
Yeah. What would you say to Donald Trump if you had a chance to talk to him?
I don't know. I'm not sure about it, but yeah, try to lower the taxes and everything. You know, like otherwise we can't survive. The wages, the paychecks not increasing, but you know.
The tariff, you know, on imports from China?
China is very hard for business now.
Yeah, well, tell me, is it affecting your business?
Yeah, of course effective, sir.
Okay, what products are being affected?
Yes, all products, they charge the tax and it's the terrible now for the business. Chinatown neighbor is now no problem, but everybody's problem for the tax and price going up. The people no give the like this high price. People only same the different price the last price, but every merchandise price going up. But people no understand. Say, oh no, I buy before this. You give me this whatever I know buy. So now we lose the customer, we lose the business both.
Mm-hmm. What would you say to Trump?
Trump is okay. He's the president.
Okay.
Always, yeah.
Would you want him to know about how the tariffs affect you?
Because he's the policy. He think this is good, this is good. He's the president. I respect him, but he think this is bad, this is bad. But we are suffering now is very problem.
Yeah, and I mean, what do you think of China?
China, I don't know what they are affecting the USA. I have no idea about this.
A lot of your products here come from China?
Yes, sir.
And are you going to not be able to import them? Are they going to cost a lot more? Like what's?
Sir.
Tell me more.
Yeah, we are the afford the like the high price. Problem is here we buy high price. We are not try to sell high price. The customer no buy the high price. That's why we are business. We are spend money. We are no earn the money, and also business we are lose now.
Starting a small business is very much the American dream. It's the very thing that has lured people to these shores from across the planet.
However, Donald Trump, in the name of making America great again, seems to be putting the brakes on the hopes and aspirations of a lot of small business owners. That's what we heard here in Chinatown, and around the country, Trump's tariffs don't seem to be getting a very positive reception. But it ain't over till it's over. We're going to have to see how this trade war and these dramatic economic moves play out in the long run. Caleb Maupin, New York.
And with that, I'll do a song about, I'll do two songs, one about Portland and one to introduce the next speaker. If the next speaker is talking about Assange, is that correct? Is that still the case? Oh, okay, then this may be relevant to the speaker after John. But. I wrote this song before the corporate social media platforms existed, which is evidence that there were problematic people ostensibly on the left before social media. I don't drive a car because they run on gas, but if I did, it would run on biomass. I ride a bike, or sometimes a skateboard, so fuck off all you drivers and your yucky whores, sitting all day in the traffic queues. I'm a better anarchist than you. I just live on moldy chives or the donuts that I found in last week's dumpster dives. Look at you people in that restaurant, I think you are so sad when you could have been eating bagels like the ones that I just had. I think it is a shame all the bourgeois things you do. I'm a better anarchist than you. I don't wear leather and I like my clothes in black, and I made a really cool hammock from a moldy coffee sack. I like to hop on freight trains, I think that is so cool. It's so much funner doing this than being stuck in school. I can't believe you're wearing those brand new Chinese shoes. I'm a better anarchist than you. I will have sex and there will be no sequel because heterosexual relationships are inherently flawed. Marching to anti-flag and crass until there are no differences in gender, race, or class. All you brainwashed leaders, you just haven't got a clue. I'm a better anarchist than you. I am not a pacifist. I like throwing bricks, and when the cops have caught me and I'm taking a few licks, I always feel lucky if I get a bloody nose because I feel so militant and everybody knows. By the time the riot is all through, I'm a better anarchist than you. I only talk to those as pure as me. It's not safe if someone disagrees. They might have me thinking thoughts that I don't like. Pretty soon we'll all be praising the Third Reich. Yeah, I don't talk to fascists, and if you do, I'm a better anarchist than you. I'm a better anarchist than you. So, I'll just introduce this next song a little bit, and with a microphone. There's, I don't know how many other people are, have platforms where they're used to having audiences online. One thing I've noticed over time is that this is not common to everybody. We're not all broadcasters and podcasters. It's actually like only less than 5% of us or something. So, I mean, when the social media that is dominating our means of communication for so many of us around the world, and when their algorithms change, a lot of people don't notice, like things like, it used to be that if you were promoting a tour and you had tens of thousands of followers on a platform, people would see your posts about it, that all changed a long time ago. But the way that it's changed, to the degree that it's changed in the past few months, is extremely dystopic and alarming and Orwellian and everything else. And I mean, the extreme is so intense
like since the war in Gaza, the war on Gaza, everything I've posted, I've written like 6 songs, right? And on Twitter, they'll get tens of thousands of views, and on every other platform I posted combined, it's in the low hundreds. And that's, and this is not just happening with those songs, it's happening with everything that I post. And one of the more extreme examples, like nothing ever goes viral for me on Facebook or on YouTube anymore, but one of the more extreme examples of something going viral that a couple of folks here used on their broadcasts as well was just last week, I guess it was. I was in Oslo, and on the same night that Stella Assange was in Oslo to receive the Ossietzky Prize for Julian, and the Ossietzky, if you read a bit about that guy's history, it couldn't be a more appropriate prize for Julian Assange, who is in prison, of course, for blowing the whistle on U.S. war crimes, among other things. And then Stella, who is, along with her team, just absolutely spectacular organizers, and also just really savvy at using the media, social media. They did what used to work really well on a lot of platforms, a little bit of clickbait, Julian called while I was in the pub, and these musicians were playing, and then watch what happens next. Typical thing, right? So Julian Assange called her on her phone while she was sitting in the audience at the gig, and then we sang this song for Julian over the phone, which was beautiful, but it's also really good strategically in terms of getting people to click on a link, right? And it worked. Like on Twitter, I think it's been seen like 200,000 times now. On all the other platforms, hundreds of views in total. But this is a song I wrote so that Stella would have something to tell people who ask her, "How did you meet your husband?"
When Julian met Stella in the embassy, in the only room for 7 years that he would ever see, guarded by police, with cops on every street, an unusual situation for the first time you should meet. When Julian met Stella, the time they spent was increasingly within the walls of a little tent, where they could have some privacy from the ever-present haze, under which he was spending all his nights and days. When Julian met Stella, there was the chance of grace. Perhaps the president would decide to drop the case. They had 2 children beneath the watchful eyes of the Americans and British and all kinds of other spies. When Julian met Stella on Embassy Row, it was before he was abducted and forced to go to Belmarsh prison without a chance to speak, awaiting the extradition that the USA seeks. When Julian met Stella, the folks at the UN and people all around the world spoke out then. This journalist belongs among the free, not in prison for exposing crimes against humanity. When Julian met Stella.
Happy children and grandchildren, to substitute true Christianity for the detestable system known as Malthusianism. It is needed that we prove to the world that it is the population that makes food come from rich soils, and that food tends to increase more rapidly than population, thus vindicating the policy of God to man. Perfect obedience to the greatest of all commands: do unto others as you would have others do unto you. This is the object and the results of the mission of the United States. Now that was Henry Charles Carey. And that's a patriotism and a view of what it means to be an American that I can get behind. I look at this painting that hangs in the state capitol of Kansas. This is the mural, and that's John Brown. And John Brown was executed for treason. He was actually the first person in American history to ever get the death penalty for treason, because he tried to lead an uprising against slavery. He was so opposed to slavery that he tried to seize Harper's Ferry and distribute guns to his slaves and lead an uprising against slavery. He was given the death penalty. When they asked him why it was that he did so much to oppose slavery, he cited what I just read, the Golden Rule. He said, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And if I was held in slavery, I would want someone to fight for my freedom. So that is what I must do. And you look at John Brown, and you look at him there waving his Bible and his rifle in one hand. That's our heritage as Americans. And they can't rob that from us. And my objection to a lot of the wokeism is it points to all the evil things in American history, all the racism, all the horrible wars, all these things, and it makes it sound like that's the only side of the story. They're forgetting about Eugene Debs. They're forgetting about Dr. Martin Luther King. They're forgetting about all the brave people who built mass movements and organized to fight against the evil things. And we have just as much right to that history, just as much right to call that American history as the European. Not gonna let them take that from us. And I want to end by saying this. You know, Donald Trump's rallies, I love the soundtrack. He plays YMCA, he plays the Rolling Stones, you can't always get what you want, you get what you need. And he plays that, and his rallies are very optimistic. He gets very fired up, and he criticizes, and he talks about bad conditions, but he's always celebrating and partying. And I said, you know, you really don't help anybody by telling them how bad things are. You really don't help anybody by making them feel hopeless and making them feel like the world is going to hell. The world's not going to hell. The world is going to God. And you help people by showing them the good time that is coming. And good times are coming if we can get people to think. Right. People must learn to think. And that is what we were trying to do. That's why we cobbled all this together and spent all this money to get ourselves to Washington, D.C., to hand out pamphlets and put this poster out here. We're trying to get people to think. People need to wake up and think, because our country is in a bad shape. But if we can learn to think, the sky's the limit. And the world can get beautiful and even better. So we got to just keep doing our jobs. And it's hard, and it's not easy, and sometimes it's really cold outside, you know, and sometimes this happens or that happens, but you have to just keep being optimistic and just keep looking forward, even if you feel sometimes like a voice crying out in the wilderness. Thank you very much.
This is Dare to Win! Dare to struggle! Dare to win! We pledge that we shall remember this unity.
We pledge that we shall remember this unity.
Forged at the end of the Second World War.
Forged at the end of the Second World War.
Not only today, not end of this week, this year, but always.
Not only today, not only this week, this year, but always.
Until we have built the world we have dreamed of and fought for.
Until we have built the world we have dreamed of and fought for.
We pledge ourselves to build the unity of the people of the world.
We pledge ourselves to build the unity of the people of the world.
All races, all colors, all nationalities, all beliefs.
All races, all colors, all nationalities, all beliefs.
To eliminate all traces of fascism from the earth.
To eliminate all traces of fascism from the earth.
To build a deep and sincere international friendship among the peoples of the world.
To build a deep and sincere international friendship among the peoples of the world.
To keep a just, lasting peace.
To keep a just, lasting peace.
To eliminate want, frustration, and enforced idleness.
To eliminate want, frustration, and enforced idleness.
We have to come to confirm the unity of all people.
We have come to confirm the unity of all people.
To salute our comrades who have died.
To salute our comrades who have died.
And pledge our word that skillful hands, keen brains, and bold enthusiasm.
And spread our word that skillful hands, keen brains, and bold enthusiasm
shall never more be wasted in war.
Shall never more be wasted in war. Dare to struggle, dare to win. Dare to struggle, dare to win.
I just drove the dead win. There's trouble there to wear. Thank you.
Are you still tired? Or are you awake now?
Thanks for coming, everybody.